Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi will now ask for a moment of silence. Mrs. Leonardi.
Yesterday, a Fort Lauderdale student, Christopher Granados, tragically lost his life due to gun violence. I'm asking that you keep his family, friends, the employees, and students at Fort Lauderdale High School and the Fort Lauderdale community and Wilton Manors community in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. As we prepare to begin this school board workshop, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students as an A-rated school district. We begin the vital task of sustaining this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. Our first item for discussion is our quarterly joint school board and advisory committee groups discussion. Thank you all for being here today and for the Broward Education Foundation for providing today's refreshments. I want to begin by expressing our deep appreciation to each of our advisory committees and their members for your ongoing dedication and hard work. Your contributions are invaluable as we strive to continually improve Broward County Public Schools for our students, staff, and the entire community. As some of you may be aware, there have been concerns raised regarding a bullying complaint. I want to clarify that we will not be discussing that matter today, as it is now being handled by an outside investigator. However, I can share that the Superintendent Hepburn is actively working on updating the district's bullying policy in association with our respect and civility policy to ensure that there is clear separation between policies addressing students and adults. We anticipate that the updated policy will be presented to the board at a subsequent school board meeting. For today's discussion, we will open the item with presenting advisory representatives with the opportunity to provide a brief 5-minute verbal remarks for the board's consideration, followed by public comment and then board member remarks and discussion. I look forward to hearing your insights and ideas on how we can improve our district for our students. Our first up speaker will be Mary Furtick. Okay. Rebecca Dahl. No. Matthew Friedman. Oleg Gorosky.
That's Audit.
Huh.
Just go through.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, we'll just start right here. You may begin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I know what it's like looking at a wrong list. Just a couple of housekeeping items that we need to go over. We would like to set up an appointment with our communications director, chief, whatever they're calling these days. We have a number of items that are still outstanding from the March meeting that have not been resolved, and also items that the chairs need. We need to discuss the motion process because it's not working. 6 weeks is too long to respond to a motion, especially if you're looking for feedback for something. We've had, 2 months ago, we were asked for emails for the chairs and the process to access those emails. We still have not had a response, liaison list. So we need there's a number of things we need to go over, and I don't think this is the venue to do it. As Linda Ferrara, Technology Advisory Committee Chair, we've had 2 meetings so far. Both have been very productive. We're going over policies and RFPs. The main focus is still focus. I'm getting complaints left and right. Teachers cannot access IEPs to address their students' needs. So it's very frustrating for everybody at this point. I've got parents complaining about accessing it, trying to process through it. Even the tutorials that you have, to some are a little confusing. So, I mean, I don't know why it's confusing them, but that's part of the process. We continue to, work with staff very positively in moving forward with all items. And I think one thing that TAC needs to look at is a strategic plan. The last one that I saw was from 2014, and I know there's been interim strategic plans, but one should be focused on a technology strategic plan for the district too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Danielle Hoffman, and I'm proudly representing Broward County Public Schools, the Multilingual Advisory Committee. We are a new advisory promoting multilingual education throughout the district. We had our first meeting on August 27th, where we passed our first motion approving the bylaws. We had 25 people show up in person and 43 people show up via Zoom. Parents' concerns were brought up in regards to a teacher investigation that led their students to have non-certified teacher. That was addressed by the principal, and they're working with the parents. There was a common concern with teacher turnover and no pool for teachers to backfill positions and the lack of support to help bridge the gap. There's a desire to have a JEDI program, which is a program that is tutoring after school that's supported by a grant. But there are limitations, and teachers are not wanting to sign up to teach those programs. The request is that we look at a teacher pool in the area where there's some proximity, where maybe a teacher that is at a different school might come and do that program at another school that needs it. They also request that we look at a potential opportunity to partner with students, like AP students, kind of common, like similar like Latinos in Action, where maybe they can get some credit or service hours for helping some of these elementary and middle school students. There's also a concern for lack of resources and curriculum for the teacher, coupled with large classroom sizes of 31 plus kids in those upper elementary grades. There was also concerns of the teacher vetting process in the middle schools, as some teachers are teaching Spanish speakers and it's not in line with the pace of how the curriculum is being executed from elementary to middle. So now that is causing these students to pull out of the program, lowering matriculation, and some even withdrawing from Broward County schools. Teacher compensation was a big topic in terms of additional work for certifications and how can we help bridge the gap so that teachers that are being asked to do more work are getting compensated for their work. The committee has requested data regarding enrollment and withdrawal. This data is not captured well, as we asked the district to be able to pool it, and we're told that it's not easy to pool nor capture, and we're hoping that we can put a better process in place. We are interested in seeing what is the matriculation of monolingual versus multilingual households in these areas in terms of enrollment and withdrawal, how many kids in the program are coming from other areas in terms of choice programs. We're trying to see how this school benefits enrollment, as in the people present, it helped bridge a gap of low enrollment schools for them. The committee is also working on scheduling visits with site visits with the goal of learning successes and areas of improvement across all of the district and identified a standard for success. We do have our first visit today with West Glades Middle School, and we have another visit today later this week with Eagle Point Elementary. So our ask is to have more transparency on the data, and if there's no process in collecting the data, what processes can we put in place so that we can really identify how this program helps matriculation and therefore merits additional funding or additional assistance.
Dr. Epper?
Yes, just a clarifying question for me and the team. What specific data, I just want to clarify, is it enrollment data for the specific school and students who are categorized as, be it dual language program learners, or just to provide some clarity so we know?
Absolutely. So there's a few data points that we're asking. One is when you enroll, you are asked if you are part of like a monolingual home or if there's other languages spoken. So we're trying to understand how many students that actually are in the program come from a multilingual home. We don't need to know the language, we just want to know that there's more than one language in the home versus monolingual. We want to look at the attrition rates between multilingual and monolingual homes. We also want to see how many of the kids in the program are choice kids. So what percentage of these families are driving out of their district to attend these schools? And then we also wanted to see attrition, like when you add this program, how does it lift enrollment? From the school that I went to, I know that we were struggling with enrollment. They put that program in, and now we don't struggle with enrollment. So we're trying to see how can we utilize this program also to help enrollment in public school in Broward County in general.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dee Defoe, and I am the Central Advisory Chair. Even though I hold that title, I am a parent first and seek to ensure that my children and all children get what they need. I'm happy to see that this is here, but initially I was unsure if I was going to attend because, like myself and the other chairs, we weren't initially invited. It was going to be uncomfortable for me to walk into a space and not have a seat with your name on it the way the others do. So I do thank you to see that this is here. I'm not sure, but I do thank you to see that that is there. At first, I thought it was intentional for us not to be included, so it was going to be disappointing for me to be here, even though I want what we all want, which is what's best for our children. We work tirelessly without compensation for the sole purpose of seeing our babies thrive. I want all our children to thrive. I want all the children to be in spaces where they are safe, have clean air, a proper playground, an equipped media center where they can check out books and read. I want to know how we are handling the push-ins, the push-outs, putting in supports in place to help ensure that our scholars succeed. Ultimately, we all want the same thing, to ensure that our children are ready for the next. We want them to be able to read at 100% proficiency. It was even said. So that's why we should be here. I want to say that Central is having their meeting on Thursday at 9:45 at Indian Ridge, and we would invite you all to attend if you would like to. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. And when I was told that there was a problem with maybe a misunderstanding, and I said, absolutely, they need to be here, they need to have a seat at the table, so welcome, and thank you for being here.
Hi, Jackie Luscombe. I'm the chair of ESE Advisory. Good morning to everybody. I'll get a plug in for our next meeting, which is tomorrow night. We're looking forward to having the superintendent with us. I hear he's with us for about an hour. Our meeting is 2.5 hours, and we could fill every minute with you that you can give us. So if you can squeeze more, we would love that. Thank you very much. And I hope everybody understands and knows that what ESE Advisory is and what it isn't. We are not a set body of people who sit around a table, each with a function and a role and a title. We are anybody and everybody who shows up, and then a core elected board. So if at times there is dialogue that is perceived as negative, I would like to invite any of you around this table to come to the meeting and see what actually in reality that is. That can be anything from parents coming and saying they're not getting compliance with their child's IEP at school, to parents who, if they didn't come to that meeting, were really about to just lose it altogether. They find being in a room with other people who understand and letting it all out and being able to have a shoulder to cry on is important. And at the moment, I still don't see that there are channels for that through BCPS. It's felt that coming to somebody outside of BCPS to get solutions sometimes is the kind of their last route. And I'd like you to understand what we do and how hard that work is out here doing the work that folks don't feel that they can have confidence in BCPS to do. I'm a collaborative partner. I work with the regional superintendents. I try to move parents to the right place that they can get help. But I think that customer service piece, I'm really happy to hear that that's being focused on at at BCPS under Dr. Hepburn, but we don't yet see it, and I don't yet know how that customer service is to be obtained. Biggest problem in our community, I think the most regular complaint is still compliance, 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 and the F word, focus. In 2014, there was something called the Evergreen Report, which was a review of ESE in Broward County. Things had kind of hit chaos and crisis point, and an independent review body was brought in to look at ESE, and it made recommendations and a lot of commendations too. And I think if the same thing was to happen now, there would be a lot of commendations for BCPS and ESE. And Diana Egan, who's sitting behind me, and who's the executive director of ESE, she and her team do an awesome job. But there are so many holes and so many gaps, it almost feels that we're back at that 2014 point. I have never seen the under-resourcing, the compliance issues. Now with focus on top of compliance with IEPs, you have problems of compliance of IEPs. And I'm not ever going to do I told you so's. I just want for there to be a forward plan from here, because a forward plan was never made when you were warned that this chaos was coming. I still don't feel that that how focus has impacted ESE and what you have taken away in closing EdPan is well understood whatsoever. I see nods from people who I know do understand it. But with all due respect, sit down with an ESE specialist, each and every one of you. I can connect you to plenty who would love you to know what the system did that you took away from them and what the system that you have now handed them doesn't do and will never do. We're not talking about just training things out of them and getting them through a frustrating transition period. We are talking about key elements that involve compliance. Due process and legal cases are going to follow. You had to take on a new lawyer last year. I remember standing here at the mic and saying, if you don't spend money on having another lawyer to defend against ESE cases that are being brought to you, have some more staff in that are going to be able to provide proper supports and services and to fill those gaps in the whole. I echo what Linda said about motions. We don't have a very orderly process for when we have a motion, for it to work its way through to you folks in a timely manner. What else? Communications, I think, with the Redefining Schools process, I would love to see a lot more emphasis on ESE without working in silos. I think there were things that were not being necessarily factored into decision-making before. I'm glad some of that decision-making got undone and we're starting again. But we really want to be in there and not just be talking about the closures and the mergers and all that, but what we're going to hand back, and not just redefining schools, but redefining education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
All right. So, as a diversity chair, I would like Narnique Pierre Grant. Child, you just see diversity, but you don't see my name. I would like to first thank the board for their commitment to meeting with advisories and the chairs. As mentioned at the last meeting, the diversity committee is well on its way, scheduling and starting our site visits this month. I met with several department heads to ensure a progressive monitoring process that will yield us with positive joint annual reports. The committee will take concerns observed during site visits to appropriate departments to investigate, as well as check the district-wide to ensure is equitable or equitability, so I'm trying to say the right word, of response, resource, and maintenance. The goal of this committee will always be to implement, adhere to, and maintain the indicators of the CCC settlement and give the board sound recommendations. I'd like to address a few things, and I hope the superintendent and the board can provide me with some direction on this. The board chair gave a disclaimer this morning, so we can't really address the bullying thing, and I wasn't planning on doing that. I did receive Ms. Batista's email at 7:23 this morning, and Counselor, I will review it, and if I have any further questions, I'll send it your way. So the first item I was going to touch on, I can't. The second item, diversity per the CCC settlement is to have site visits to monitor and report. Now I'm noticing that several or maybe one, which is multilingual, that's the only one I can refer to, has do site visits as part of their policy and their bylaws. When it was looped to us initially, we had some concerns about site visits because site visits are already disruptive when we do it. And so now we notice that another committee is doing that. And so our question is, and the question I did get from area chairs also is that if they're able to do site visits, so can any other advisory do site visits as well? I think that they would benefit from it. I mean, if one group is doing it, why are not every group doing it? And I'm not saying that it's an issue. I'm just saying that we're doing it per settlement. And I believe now we're setting precedent that now any advisories can do site visits. So I'd like to get some direction on that. Policy 6400 was looped to all pertinent advisories. And we agreed with most of the changes with the department. The department took all our recommendations and worked them in to the policy, but yet still the policy is now being pushed back till October. It kind of gives us, those of us that worked hard on being part of the process with the looping process with policies, kind of feel like we're not being taken or provided value when we provide input. So I'm just a little bit confused as to how 8010, which was problematic, went through, but 6400, which wasn't too problematic for all the advisories that went through the looping process, was put on the back burner. But if I can get some direction on that. And then the last thing I'd like to say is that I appreciate the board and the superintendent for listening to advisory chairs. I know some of you board members are not really too fond of us, and not sure why. But we try to give as much value input as possible because we love our babies and we want our babies to thrive, and that's the reason why we're here, unpaid and doing countless hours of research to make sure that we provide sound recommendations to the board. Moving forward, I hope that this new board and the current board understands our value and appreciates us and take our recommendations not as demands, but more of a collaborative way to make sure that this district thrives. So we're at an A school, we want to maintain it there. And we want to bolster, like the other chairs mentioned, about customer service. I think that's key. But more so that we know what our roles are and that we're all here for one reason. So if we put the kids first, we'll always be where we need to be. I think that's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Seeley. I'm a registered dietitian representing the Wellness and Learning Supports Committee. I thought I'd tell you about the purpose of our committee because I don't think we've been, or I've told we've never been at one of these meetings before because we're not a traditional advisory committee. So the USDA requires each local education agency in participating in the National School Breakfast and National School Lunch programs to establish a wellness policy with stakeholder participation in the development, update, and periodic assessment of said policy. And Broward County Public School Wellness and Learning Supports Committee determines and monitors all wellness initiatives of the School Board of Broward County, and the committee recommends and monitors objectives of the wellness policy. So the Wellness and Learning Supports Committee stakeholders include the district leadership representatives from physical education, before and after care, early childhood education, employee wellness, coordinated student health services, applied learning, DAC and PTA representatives, teachers, and food and nutrition services. Community stakeholders include representatives from Broward County Health Department, local municipalities, hospitals, Broward County Extension, child health nonprofits, and local universities. In the past, the committee has served as a platform for child health stakeholders to identify issues and share community initiatives in child health. The committee chair is Mary Mulder, Executive Director of Food and Nutrition Services. A board representative is Ms. Deborah Hickson, and the liaison between the board and district office is myself, Elizabeth Seeley. I'm a registered dietitian, and I oversee the organization and follow-through of these meetings.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Could you just move the microphone? Oh,
Oh, here, Sarah, can I borrow your microphone? Oh, okay. Thank you.
would you like to speak?
You're in the same committee.
Yeah, we're in the same committee, but my name is Christopher Ruiz. I'm also a registered dietitian, and I'm the assistant program manager of the food nutrition department.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Sorry I was a few minutes late. So I am Mary Fertig. I am the chair of the Parent Community Involvement Task Force. We actually gave a report last week, but I just want to let you know that we do have this outstanding motion that I'm going to read again, and I know you'll be bringing it up at a future meeting, but it's somewhat timely, so I wanted to share with you again that our group, which again, thank you, it's a very energetic, engaged group with a lot of conversation, and they passed this motion at our last meeting, ask the School Board of Broward County to develop or consistently apply a standard protocol for building level or district level administrators to communicate to their communities in times of a crisis, emergency, or unforeseen circumstances at a school in a timely and safe manner to empower parents with information, build trust, foster equitable practices across school communities, and allow families to support their children at home. This came out of a conversation about all kinds of different things that happened at school, from air conditioning going out to an incident at one school where someone off campus had a knife to, I mean, it was just a whole variety of issues. But what came out of the conversation is often the notification is delayed. It varies by school as to what it is. So one of the things I know that was suggested to us by Ms. Buick Grant was to that we look at how schools, and this was this summer, I thought this was such a good idea. We look at how schools are delivering their weekly message to their parents. We look for the consistency in that. I know you're doing a secret shopper approach. This is kind of an extension of that. And this motion takes it a step further. It says that that if something happens on campus, it's going to be quickly reported, not hours delay. And that's something it doesn't have to be a safety issue as we traditionally think of those. It may be something else, but it empowers parents to talk to their children when their children come home and start telling them about it. So I wanted to say that again. We're really excited about our Parent University this week, and that's because we're doing literacy through parental engagement. And I cannot even believe the things that media centers now offer. It just makes you want to go back and just start school over again, and maybe in kindergarten, and work your way through that media center every day. So I encourage you to watch with us, and thank Dr. Wilson and her staff for putting it together. And I just wanted to comment on our Central Area Chair being here. I'm so happy she is. She was at Dillard last night for the very first meeting, and Dr. Wanza actually had her speak as the Central Area Chair. I've been a lot of chairs of a lot of things, but I have to say that Central Area Chair was a very busy position because you're actually in touch with each of your schools. It's probably the one position where you have the most access to what's happening in every school in your area, and I know they're going to be critical as we go through this process in coming months to look at our schools and see what new programs and new opportunities we can offer our community. So thank you for coming, and I just would tell you that from a Parent Community Involvement Task Force, we look to be as inclusive as possible. The more people we can have at a table, the stronger we will be as a committee. Thank you, Chair, for setting this opportunity up and for setting up the process for motions and so forth. Thank you.
You're welcome. Dr. Lynch-Walsh, 10 minutes. Good morning.
I'll be speaking on the Audit Committee and District Advisory Council. So we've been having issues when we forward motions. The way they're coming to the issue initially was staff was responding to motions that were recommendations to the school board and that the school board should be weighing in on. So we thought that we addressed the issue by having the motions go to the board, except what's been happening over and over is that they go to the board and there's no discussion about them, and then staff's interpretation is, oh, so sorry, Boo, but they didn't agree with your motion. Well, it's different saying for the board to discuss the motion, have a discussion about the content of the motion, the issues surrounding it, and then decide, yeah, no, we're not going to do that, versus nobody talks about it at all, which is what's been happening. So my question is, what do I do with these motions that we keep passing in the future? Because one of them, as far as the audit committee goes, we passed multiple motions related to the HCT audit. That's the intercom audit. Because now I have to tell people, well, the audit went to the board. I don't know what the discussion was. I don't think the board took any action on what to do next with the audit. But your audit committee has a ton of unanswered questions. And so I was tasked with retransmitting all of our previous motions and questions, which I did, and which was in your additional information. And what's the response to all of this? Nothing? Because then we have to decide, either I can decide, because I'm the chair, and there's anybody on the audit committee can decide what they want to do with what we know, or the audit committee can take a stance on all of these motions. So the last round came from our 718 motion, but understand we have discussed this at length. We've discussed the fact that the specifications came after the solicitation. We discussed it on April 11th, June 20th, July 11th, July 18th, and finally August 8th. And we're going to be wrapping it up, and it'll be a follow-up item on this week's agenda. So what happens, and how are you guys handling motions? Because they seem to just now be going into a black hole. This week, additionally, we'll be looking at Booster Club update, fund balance update. We have some audits for review. The Office of Inspector General Public Awareness Campaign, how is that? We need some clarity on what that's going to look like. Is there a link to the Broward County Office of Inspector General on the district's site? Is that being pushed out to everybody? And the subject line says creating oversight, and it doesn't really explain what an inspector general is, why. So lots of questions there, and like I said, I'll happily help. But in terms of pushing it out this week, all of the areas, and I'm going to segue to DAC, this week all of the areas are meeting. Is staff going to each of the area meetings? Are they giving anything to the area chairs to help create public awareness? Because there were tons of visits and tons of materials for the referendum. Where are we on the OIG initiative that this board wanted? Everybody wanted it. This was a recommendation from the 2011 grand jury report that is finally happening. I've been a tireless advocate for it. Madam Chair, you were a tireless advocate for it. But right now, there's a lot of silence. So I'd like some clarity on that. And then if we have a date for the chief auditor negotiations, that's the next step in the process, and thank you. I can tell you for the first time since 2015 that I've been on the audit committee, other than when we had Mr. Riley here initially, it's been the most productive and functional the audit committee's ever been with Mr. Rhodes. So I just want to make sure the next step in the process goes off without a hitch. And thank you again, Mrs. Pham. I look forward to your appointee when we discuss fund balance this week. DAC. We just had a meeting. We passed 3 motions. And for our October meeting, we're going to be looking at the basics. What is District Advisory Council for? What are your area advisory councils for? What is your school advisory council and SAF for? Because they're all related. And by the way, the areas are separate school board established committees. They are not subcommittees of DAC, which is why we wanted the area chairs here. I hope while I wasn't here that got sorted out, that they will be invited officially moving forward. So for our October meeting, we didn't have anyone there that could speak to academic achievement. We have a lot of questions. We had a pretty robust discussion. The first, and again, what do I do with these motions? Because I can transmit them as to advisory correspondent at browardschools.com, but then what? So first motion, we recommend that the workshop for cell phone code of conduct policy be completed by November 30th, and that the workshop include looping feedback through all advisories per the school board looping policy. Second motion. We recommend, this one was on academic achievement, we recommend to the Broward School Board that they place on their legislative platform that the Florida Board of Education create a task force composed of an academically diverse group of educators to address ways to improve academic achievement of all students. By the way, so far, that first one passed unanimously. There were 3 opposed on the second one. I think it was just over how it was, whether it was worth telling the state that. The third motion, actually I think we did 4. We move to support the ESE advisories motion regarding deficiency in ESE case management. That passed unanimously. And then our fourth motion, which we might need to redo, if only because the person that moved it is not officially a member of DAC, as it turns out, because the DAC policy does not include the multilingual. Someone didn't follow through on minutia. But it doesn't change the fact that this would have passed, which is we move to support the gifted advisory motion regarding accelerated opportunities for students scoring a level 5 on FAST PM1. That passed unanimously. So again, though, the issue is what do we do with these motions? What action should the board be taking? How should staff, we all know now, and it's sort of burned into our psyche to not use the word move. We say recommend, but then it comes to you and there's no discussion. And when you read the executive summary, it's sort of like, well, if you support it, what are you supporting? And if you don't support it, are you really rejecting it? What is the point of voting yes or no to advisory motions? Because our expectation, and it seems reasonable to me, is that you would discuss all sides and then decide what to do about the recommendation coming from your school board established committee. We're not a rogue group of people with nothing better to do. These are school board established committees, stock full of volunteers volunteering their time to make this district the best it can be for all children and staff. We have zero power to do that. There's seminal work on what power is. There are 6 bases of power. We have tons of responsibility, but no power. Legitimate power is what the board has. Legitimate power is what your general counsel has. Legitimate power is what anybody who can say they're going to do, can make something happen, and then we're subject to it. We don't even have the right to due process. So we need to look at power, how the district handles conflict, and I came with a handout because I almost always do. The Thomas Kilman conflict model. When there is dissonance between how one side is coming to the table versus the other, I was reminded that I've been in collaborating mode this whole time. The problem might be that there are people in competing mode for their own reasons and expecting us to always be in accommodating mode. And then there's also the ever popular avoiding mode. So de-escalation, how you handle conflict, all of these things are important in terms of this being functional, because we came and we did a PowerPoint together that staff uploaded to the website and had all the legitimate power in the world to do anything they wanted to, but didn't. And then when nothing came of that, we had a list of concerns and started down the list. Some of that included back to school items. The only thing we heard about that was a memo about 180 days and the aforementioned bullying complaint. That's been the tangible outcome of 2 meetings so far. So part of your strategic planning is self-examination. Please start there.
Thank you.
Hi, Nancy Fry, she, her, hers, a Human Relations Committee Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to once again speak in front of the board. My committee does not have a new report because our meeting is tomorrow, but there were just a couple quick things I wanted to touch on. First, I wanted to uplift what Ms. Pierre Grant said about working in collaboration. I think she stated that perfectly, and I just want to echo her remarks because she said it way better than I ever will. Next, I wanted to discuss a little bit what I had mentioned in my last report, and I believe I've mentioned in a couple other reports before, discussing in general how admin is trained in the schools, our administrators, our principals, and APs, that we're getting a lot of feedback, and I'm already getting it again this year, that a lot of our administrators seem to operate from a place of mistrust, or at least that's the perspective or the perception of the students and sometimes even the teachers, that they're operating from this area where it's starting off feeling antagonistic, whether it is or not. That's the perception that's going on. And I get it, like, especially in middle school, working with middle schoolers is difficult. Working with teenagers is difficult. But I would love to see if we could investigate some ways to train up our administrators, or just look at the approaches that they're taking and ways that they can operate in the schools where our students are not feeling so mistrusted, and that they feel that they can come to their administrators and that these are safe people to talk to, that these are people that want to see them succeed, because I know they do. That's why they're there. That's why they're in those jobs. And if the students aren't feeling that, then it's more likely just a communication or approach rather than anything that's inherently wrong with our administrators. And it's just something I would like to see looked at this year, this school year. And just one last thing I wanted to briefly bring up in the memo that was distributed this morning, and this is not in regards to anything regarding staff or adults, or that it was just something that I had picked up on in the definition itself of bullying, and how it seems to differ from how we approach it with the students. And because it says often characterized by an imbalance of power, whereas that's a mandatory level for students. And I feel like with the students, it's actually more difficult to define that imbalance of power than it even is with adults. And I was just curious if, I don't know if you all are responding right now to this, or just in general at some point, if there could be a response as to why there's a difference in why our students are being set to a higher threshold than adults, just because I know that that's a sticking point for many of the students that have reported bullying over the years, and that's obviously a more difficult thing to prove within a peer group, and I want to make sure that our students are getting the type of resources and responses that they need when there are bullying incidences. And that's all I have for today.
Thank you.
Kimberly Burke-Mulhorn, Facilities Task Force Chair. It's new to me. I've been the vice chair for a year, so this is a new position for me. We have a lot of issues going on in the schools. You've seen them on the news, and we just ask that that we can work together. We had a meeting last week, and we only had one staff member that came, and I understand that there may be a statement that the statement was made that they will not be returning. So I hope wholeheartedly that we can resolve this and understand that we need to work together, staff and the community. We are volunteers. We want what's best for our children. And I hope that that was a statement that was made out of just, being frustrated. And we hope that we see staff members come to the meeting so that we can have candid conversations about what's going on with all of our facilities, all of our construction, and that we're not wasting taxpayer money on things that can be resolved with us coming together. So, Dr. Hepburn, I would really like to make sure that we have staff members come to the meetings as they were before, so that we can discuss have candid conversations, okay? So one of the things that came out of the meeting that, like Dr. Natalie stated, that we have not been able to get a results from. One of the motions was, and I have copies and I'll pass them out, whereas on November 9th, 2021, the School Board of Broward County approved AECOM's proposal to develop a two-phase long-range facilities plans framework, and whereas the framework included a facilities condition assessment and long-range facilities master plan and a steering committee, and whereas the steering committee is defined as a team of BCPS senior staff and community stakeholders to guide the creation of the capital planning framework aligned to the strategic plan, manage costs, and review policy, whereas AECOM submitted the deliverables as approved by the school board. We recommend the school board formally adopt the AECOM framework and adopt a resolution governing steering committee. We have been back and forth with this for the past 3 years. I think that we would just like to know if you're going to have it, if you're not going to have it. Could you tell us why? And can we move forward with working together?
I'll follow up on that question because I just think there's some confusion on long-range steering committee or long-range planning committee. So we just need to provide a follow-up of what the name of the committee is going to be called and how we're going to move forward. But we already have dates scheduled for the rest of the year for meetings, and so we can follow up and collaborate on how that will look and the purpose. I've reviewed the, I think it was, you referenced 2011 or 2014 AECOM. So right now we're reviewing that and also trying to figure out where are the deliverables from AECOM, because there is none, and where do we stand at recovering some things. So.
Not true. Are we going to do the follow-up in an email, in the meeting?
Meeting or email, either or. Probably be both, just to make sure we have some clarity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it looks like everyone spoke. I'm going to kick it off for the board. First, I'd like to just speak on the customer service comment. And I agree with you that we need to have better customer service. And I really would, Dr. Hepburn, we need to peel back the layers on that. What does that actually look like? And what deliverables or action items that we're going to take to provide a stronger customer service for our district.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Good point. So we've launched the customer service initiative. We can bring that as a workshop for clarity, for understanding for everybody, the board and the public. Many of the things that we're trying to change as far as practice and behavior and unwind those things are decades in the making. So we won't see an immediate 180 shift, but you're going to see a gradual shift throughout the first semester. But we can gladly add that as a workshop topic just to bring clarity on a lot of aspects about what we're doing for customer service this year. Go ahead, Ms. Sutherland.
Thank you, Superintendent. So we're very excited about this initiative. We believe it goes a long way in attracting and retaining our students. So the next step in the process is that work is being done led by Dr. Wilson, and we're including a lot of our stakeholders. So maybe we'll make our rounds also to the advisories and the committees so they're aware as well. The next step in the process really, the superintendent wants to make sure we're measuring and holding accountable. So in the next couple of weeks, you'll start seeing QR codes in all our schools. We're going to utilize Thought Exchange. That's an investment that the board made into that program. So principals will be able to review the results from their stakeholders in terms of how they're responding to the customer service QR codes surveys that we're going to having as well. The superintendent also wants to ensure that we're not holding the schools accountable different from the district. So this also is going to apply to district departments because we want to ensure that we're also having a timely response and customer service to our main stakeholders, our schools who support our students. So all that will be rolling out in the next couple of weeks. Also, the superintendent plans to highlight key the top schools who have performed customer service based on that tool that we're going to be utilizing through Thought Exchange and the QR code.
Thank you. So my next point is the area chairs. As I stated in the beginning of the meeting, you are invited to be here, and thank you for being here. September 23rd at 2 o'clock will be the negotiations with Mr. Rhodes. September 23rd at 2 o'clock. And then there is a link on our homepage to the expanding oversight for the school board of Broward County. It says ballot measure, expanding the oversight for the school board of Broward County on November 5th. There's an introduction, what's on the ballot language, what happens if the amendment passes, if it fails, background information, voter consideration, and then there's links to different resources, and then there's an actual sample of what the ballot language will look like. And so I just wanted to bring everybody's attention to that. It is on our website, and I was going to make the recommendation to put it on the slider, but it was already there. Good job, John Sullivan.
If I can add, Chair, have Mr. Sullivan kind of clarify what we can and can't do. Over the years, there's been new legislation around how school districts can actually campaign or promote such things. Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, so the main difference is for the referendum, we were able to use certain funds for banners or what like. We're no longer allowed to expend any public funds in that regard. We are allowed to provide factual information to educate and advocate, but there's no way around it. There is a lot of work to get done in terms of that awareness campaign, especially as we get closer to when the voters will have to decide whether they want to support this or not. So we do have a plan to get out into the community. We want to make sure we're meeting folks where they're at. So the civic organizations, we're trying to get on their schedule. The superintendent will be doing an op-ed as well to leverage that avenue to make sure we're getting the word out. We did a press conference to kick it off last week. There were several stories on several news outlets. So it's getting out, but there is a lot of work to be done. We'll be sending information to board members because we know board members also have interactions with their stakeholders, so they're empowered as well. So me, the superintendent, and others on staff will be out in the community as they take up all types of measures to make sure that we're able to explain what the voters have to vote yes or no. But we're allowed to educate, not advocate.
Perfect, and that's what I was going to ask for, the toolkit for the board members. I know the board asked for that previously, if we could have that so we're exactly informed on how we can educate. And then my last point is everybody should be getting a piece of paper that speaks to how a recommendation can come forward to the board. So basically, number one, all committee motions will be placed as one item in the Chief Communications and Legislative Affairs agenda section. There will be included initial agenda delivery 2 weeks prior to the scheduled meeting. The requested action is for the board to receive the motion requests submitted by the respective advisories and committees. The executive summary will be included, the motion language and information provided by staff for the board's consideration. After reviewing the motion language and the information provided by staff for the board's consideration, if board members wish to make motions on specific advisory committee motions, the respective board member will create a BB item outlining the requested action. And then this item will be processed and distributed to the supplemental agenda delivery. So basically what I would recommend is that you get with one of the board members to champion your motion, and then that board member brings a BB item to be placed on the agenda. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh?
Thank you. So I think that this demonstrates exactly why I'm handing out the Thomas Kilman conflict model. Because we talk about collaboration, compromising is in the middle, accommodating is what we're usually expected to do. Did the board vote that this would be the process? I don't remember the board discussing this process. Did you include the people that have to live with this process? Because we're asking so that we have a discussion. And you had a pre-prepared that you didn't share until after everybody spoke, a prepared way that you want this to work, which may not work for us. We shouldn't have to get with a board member to champion a cause. These are not personal missions of ours. And who's the right board member to get with something? You all represent the entire county, in theory. So this in theory doesn't necessarily solve the problem, but we need to discuss it, as does the board. Or else you're coming to us saying collaborating, but you're actually competing because only one can win, and it had better be me, meaning whoever suggested this sheet of paper. Or are we really looking for collaboration and compromise where we're going to discuss whether this will work?
So I've been told that this sheet was given to everybody in an email on May 21st, 2024.
What?
But
never seen
we
it.
can discuss it further.
Let her talk.
We can discuss it further. Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I wasn't discussing that part. That just came up, but I'll just go through some of the things that I just wanted to address. I agree. We've heard from two different committees, maybe even more, that focus still has a concern, and I know that the superintendent, through a recommendation by Board Member Leonardi, is compiling a gap analysis to speak directly to what Mrs. Luscombe said about what does focus do and what does it not do, and how are we going to bridge that gap. So I'd like to ask the superintendent where we are with that analysis.
We're close to finishing that up. Had some discussions with team members this morning to see where we are. They gave me some updates. We're working between ESC and also the IT department. So hopefully we can get that to you by early next week. Okay. Is the goal. But I do want to add into addition, I've heard anecdotal information. I'll be at the ESC advisory meeting tomorrow, and I did my due diligence as I go to schools to really seek out ESC specialists and have conversations with them also. But I do need evidence. I'm a very objective guy, and the anecdotal stuff I can't chase around. I can't chase rabbit holes around. So tomorrow I'm hopeful that the group, I'm pretty sure some ESC specialists will be in there. I'd love to have a sidebar discussion with them to find their pain points, but definitely some evidence to support moving forward with this implementation. And that's all I can add right now. But we're hopeful that between IT and ESC we'll have some information to share with the board next week, and also our ESC specialists in our schools.
Okay, and I know that the ESC specialists are excited that you're going to be there. They are ready to share. But I'll say the issues are not just ESC. As I've gone around to schools, as I mentioned to you, there was an issue with not being able to see the students' prior history. So, example, homecoming's coming up. And if a student is a guest, and there needs to be emergency information, the principals don't have access to that information. And yesterday I learned the notes that were very helpful in terms did not move over with focus, and there's a place in focus, but it's very difficult to get there. And new principals coming into a situation, if they cannot see the notes, are working from a blind area on discipline because they don't know what the past history was. So it's not just an ESE concern, and they can be worked out. It's not saying that, I mean, we're here, so we have to figure it out. But it's really important we identify all the gaps and then make sure we're working diligently and quickly to fill them so that, anything new is growing pains. I understand that. But there are things that we want to make sure we can, if focus won't cover it, what are we going to do in?
Yep, and 15 plus years of focus. So great tool. There's growing pains. Has been a part of 2 implementations at 2 other large school districts. So what I'm hearing is not unusual. I do want to, because I've heard this concern about principals being able to see students at other schools. I've never been in a district where we've allowed that. I forget the term, General Counsel, Ms. Batista, was it educational interest as far as student information? Another school administration doesn't have educational interests of students at another school. So they're not supposed to be looking at students at another school. Typically, when you have those prom or homecoming things, what I'm used to in the previous 2 large school districts I work with, there's a common form that's developed. They send that to the other school, and the other school fills it out as like a reference sheet. Because if that student is not your student, you should not be able to see the information of a student at another school. There's no gray area in that. So we'll address that with our principals, because I think they probably weren't supposed to be doing that with terms either. So we'll address that with our principals, just to make sure they understand the whole FERPA and the educational interests, things they should not see for students at another school.
All right, I'm just sharing concerns.
Yep, appreciate that.
A couple other issues. So the multilingual advisory, you said the name of a grant, but I didn't write that down fast enough. What was the name of the grant?
It's the JEDI. It's the JEDI program that's funded, I want to say, through FAU. I can get you the exact way it's funded. I'll ask Vicki Nitalino.
Okay, perfect, because I just want to make sure the district needs to help you, because I wouldn't imagine there's a problem with having teachers from other schools come, since it's after school, or we have a lot of the students that need volunteer hours that would probably be helpful. So if there's something we can do as a district to help, I want to be able to help. I don't, do you want to say something?
Good morning, I just wanted to clarify, JEDI is the name of the camp, stands for Just Educate Dual Language Instruction. It's funded through Title III.
Okay.
We use Title III funds for that.
Okay, so is that
Just to
something
clarify.
the district can help them?
So Title III funds were a little tight this year, and we also fund our language enrichment camps for our English language learners. So once we receive our funding and we distribute, there just might be less funding than in previous years.
Okay.
But we've been talking to the committee about finding other ways, like Danielle has shared, maybe looking at high school students to come down and help maybe tutor for service hours. We've talked about parents. There were some parents that were also interested in possibly serving as volunteers.
Okay, great. As long as we're helping them with that. Just a couple other things. Customer service was mentioned a number of times. I agree, and I'll have to say, I've done my own secret shopper kind of thing. When we go to a school visit, we've added it to our little checklist. And often, if the front office is not very pleasant, we immediately tell the principal, you just need to know, they may be new, but sometimes they don't even say hello when we're standing in there waiting. They just wave us along like this. We can't have that, so we need to be sure. I think all of us should be doing that, and making sure that we let someone know and not just complain about what the experience has been. And let's see, what was the other one? I think that was the main thing. So, and I just wanted to say, I do appreciate all of the effort that you put into it, which was why I took all that time to try to make the policy work, the 80-10, I think it's 80-10, there's too many numbers. Because I looked at all of the input that you sent, and thank you, Mrs. Grant, for doing the chart that kind of went through each piece of it, because it really did end up that there were minor words that really needed to be added in different places, and once we did that, it worked. So it was important to have that collaboration between the staff and the advisory to find that happy medium. So I know sometimes you all feel like you do a lot of work and we're not listening, but I, for one, very much appreciate it. I took it under consideration and put a lot of time into blending it together. So I think we all have to do a better job of letting our teachers and our staff and our advisory know that you're valued. We hear you, we see you, We do love you very much, and we appreciate so much the time that you give us. So thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. Kim, thank you. Nancy, thank you, too. Natalie, I appreciate what you do. I don't know our new dietitians, but I'll get to know you, and thank you for what you do. Mary, I wish in 100 years I will do 1% of what you've done for Broward County Schools. Narnique, Jackie, Dee, right? And Danielle, and Linda, thank you for what you do. The fact that we know you, except for our two new people, or new to me anyway, says a lot about our relationship. We read your emails. We listen to your phone calls. I think it's important to recognize, Chair, when we had the A district come through, we asked the demographics department how many people directly contributed to making us an A district. And the answer came back, excluding some groups, but knowing the numbers of the groups that they knew, that there were 812,000 people in Broward County that directly contributed to us being an A district. And when I think about that number and realize that only 25,000 people get paid by Broward County Schools, that's 3% of the total. So 97% of the people who directly contribute to making us A are unpaid. They're students, they're parents, they're volunteers like you, and we need to make sure that we stop every once in a while and tell you how much we appreciate that. There is always an interesting puzzle of putting together a group that big and moving them forward in any way. That group, by the way, is larger right now than our active duty Navy and our active duty Army. You put the Army and Navy together, it's less than 812,000 people. It's huge to think about a group that big, all working on a common purpose. So when the chair starts meeting and says, hey, this is our strategic goal, the intent is to get everyone kind of marching and moving and acting and teaching and getting kids to do homework and getting them to school on time or to the bus stop on time in an important way. And your role as chairs of advisory group is incredibly important. And we need to work better together, in my mind, in some regards. I believe that the conflict management tool, the TK and the TK instrument and all those things are useful for describing relationships. But what we're trying to do is figure out how to get 812,000 people to move together, and you're a fundamental part of that. I hope that we can continue to explore the partnership model. I hope that we live up to our side of the partnership, which certainly includes to hear and to listen and to see what you hear, listen, and see. But it doesn't always include us taking action on it. Landon represents 200,000 of that 800,000 people, our students. And when Landon talks, we listen. And Landon, do we always take action? Do we always do what you think is a good idea? Thank you for not saying cell phones. I appreciate that. But we even as a board, we partner and debate and engage in what I think is useful policy conflict. Debbie wants something, I don't. Jeff might be in the middle. We're having good, honest discussion about it. And I think as a board, we do a good job of having that. We clearly do it in public, unlike some other groups. But I think it's important to clear up our language. I think it's very important to distinguish between requests of staff and demands on staff. We all want to get to data. We all want the staff to do things for us. We ask the staff questions constantly. Do you think we get all the answers we want in a timely fashion? We don't. A couple more points. Some people have talked about power, but there's resident power in our parents. There's resident power in senior staff. There's certainly resident power in advisory committees coming to us and saying, our committee is deep and knowledgeable about multilinguistic things. So we're in the process of redefining and repurposing schools. We'd be fascinated about some of the ideas that have come in through our constituents. Things like, do we really need to think about a Haitian Creole school just so that so many of the immigrants that we have here from Haiti are recent arrivals? And would it really benefit them to do that, knowing that that increases transportation and takes people out of other schools and takes up some of our facilities to do things in that way? And we'd love to learn about things like that. In every of your advisories, we have challenges where we don't get enough research. We don't know what they're doing in Miami-Dade and Palm Beach in many regards. We certainly don't know what they're doing in the other 12,800 school districts across the United States And you guys have the opportunity to go deeper, to go further, to talk to other people, whether it's about ESE, Jackie, or diversity, real diversity issues. Those are the things that keep me up at night. How do we really do equity-based funding? I'd like to know examples of other districts that do that. So my point in bringing all this up is I believe that we're doing well, but I believe that we could do even better with all advisory groups. I think a lot of that is not personal. In fact, none of it is personal on my behalf. I love you all, to borrow Debbie's term. I love what you're doing. I know that 97% of the people that work in our process of becoming an A district or achieving our goals are unpaid volunteers. And you represent them, and you represent them very well. Last point on recommendations to the board. I believe that we're handling them okay. Maybe we could do even better. I don't know how to balance, General Counsel, the statutory requirements of school board members who are legally allowed to commit funds. We all are responsible for things like $6 billion of taxpayers' money being spent in the right way. We're responsible statutorily for setting policies of Broward County School Board. I don't know how we could extend that beyond that because the law is the law, but I do think that we need to find a way to make sure that you understand that we hear and we see what you're doing, and it's incredibly valued to us, and we want to make sure that that partnership gets better. And how does that get better? It's for us to act like good partners, it's for you to act like good partners, and for us to realize that we're all on the same team and we're all trying to achieve the same strategic goals. Last just factual point, I don't want people to be confused about our looping policy. So I went back and read the looping policy. The looping policy does not say that every item we discuss will be looped or looped more than once. It says that the school board will direct a loop that's appropriate for the item. And so sometimes we might, through the superintendent, say, there's 3 advisory groups that need to know about it. Sometimes we'll say nothing, and it's just up to the soup and the senior staff to kind of get to the right people, and then we'll be on the receiving end and say, hey, did you loop this with parent and child group under Nancy Fertig? And if the answer is no, we might defer the item until we get that input, right? But our looping policy doesn't say that every item coming before the board will be looped with our advisories. It's something that the board is supposed to direct and say, hey, for this item, it's a weighty item, we'd really like these several committees to do that. And if we're not doing a good job on that, that's an area for us potentially to do better as well. But I'm completely invested in this school system. If there's a way that I can partner better, I'd like to know what that is from each of you. And I will continue to hold everybody that we work with to the same standard of partnering. We really need 812,000 people all moving at the same speed in the same direction, all working to achieve creating a better community. Thank you all for your time.
Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. And for all our chairs in the room, thank you so much. You don't get to hear that very often. I apologize if I don't say it enough, but I started as a board member in 2010, coming from the North area, learning my basic stand up for your kids' rights as a mom of 3 ESE kids. Those are important positions that you need to understand and the board of how important and not easily, sorry, I'm still having a little problem with the concussion sometimes, so you have to give me a little measure of grace here. Start again, okay. So it's very important that you really work hard, and you do, but it's more important that you actually feel wanted. We want you to be here. We want to hear from you. We will listen. Text me, phone me, grab me in the hallway. I'm open to those ideas. And I couldn't do my job all these years if I had not gone to the committees. Okay. I would not be able to do my job if it was not for the very people in this room and your predecessors. The Evergreen Report. If I remember, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there were 110 recommendations. And we as a board, and I believe I'm the only one left, I think, from when we actually got the Evergreen Report. So I can honestly say, when you really care about something and it really matters to you, put a date on it. Get some accountability and put that on it. Make it transparent. We did that with the Evergreen report until one board member decided it was just too negative to talk about anymore. I'll give you a hint. It wasn't me. So the point is, this is a different board. I hope so. I see what I want you to see is loud conversations, passionate conversations about our kids. What I don't see very often is those same conversations about our parents and our leaders who do not get paid a cent to do these jobs. And the practices and the areas that are important to keep track of, we need to look at that. And I've asked a few times now over the last couple of months about the Evergreen report, when are we going to do a repeat study with them? And Dr. Hepburn, do we have any conversation on that coming sooner? I know when we talked about the small minority businesses, we were engaging into another company to do that. And I believe, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, that the Evergreen report was done beforehand and should have been upped. For me, I thought it was 5 years. And I know I'm not supposed to go back and forth, Madam Chair. May Ms. Luscombe answer?
Ms. Luscombe?
Thank you. So the Evergreen report rolled into then a sort of monitoring phase that we've lost. And I have asked multiple times, you have got a template right there with recommendations that there were red lights and green lights, and then they all got on green lights. And we used to have a report at every ESE advisory meeting on, what was being worked on in the Evergreen report in terms of achieving those recommendations. We don't have any of that anymore. I've asked so many times, and I've said repeatedly here in this room, you could save yourself 1 year and a six-figure sum by going back on that report, not necessarily commissioning a new one, although as time goes on, and now with a focus issue, if we're going to talk about, use words like anecdotal and rabbit holes, I despair. I'm just sitting here trying to still believe that anybody's listening, because we are in serious difficulty with the new system. That does add things on top. So I do think you could have the Evergreen report, you could go back on all those recommendations and have a task force or have a committee or have some kind of a body, and to include us, we're ESE advisory. I feel we feed things into the system, but we never hear back. And then conversations are had, which I can only assume people are saying she's wrong, or you don't want to listen to her, or she's got it wrong, or that's not factual, and hey, don't worry about this. We don't hear back as to why it is we're getting this pushback and rejection to suggestions we make or issues that we bring forward, not necessarily recommendations. And I'm in despair about hearing words like rabbit holes and anecdotal. I think there are serious problems. I wrote a report on that particular topic. I asked a whole ton of questions. How are you going to monitor compliance? How this, how that? How are you going to replace these lost functionalities? I didn't get an answer to a single one. But somehow 7 board members got comfortable with not answering any of what was in that report and forging ahead. And I think similarly with the Evergreen report, that was done for a reason, so that there could be continual monitoring. And we went from a point of having achieved things on green lights, but now needing that maintenance. And I think it needs to be gone back on. Use that as a template for a forward plan.
Thank you. And that's what I really had wanted to share. Dr. Hepburn, do you have any news for us about that? Because I know I'm not the only board member that's asked for an update to the Evergreen report and or going back out for a RFP for this to do.
Yes.
Dr. Hepburn.
My mic's on? Yep. Yes, so I did look into working with some companies, and they've given me some preliminary quotes those quotes are, ranging from $400,000 to $500,000. Right now, at this time, as far as funding is concerned for a review like that, it wouldn't be feasible at this moment while we're working on our budget, right? And like I've told the board since this summer, that the team is going through every line item to try and find a robust amount of cost savings so we can do a lot more in our district for our employees, and also leveraging opportunities to do a deep dive. We've also talked to the council. Of course, they have a long list of things that they do for school districts across the country. So we're in a queue for a lot of things that I've asked them to do. So I'll continue to provide an update, with the council, which is significantly less versus some of the other companies that want to charge us $400,000 or $500,000.
And I appreciate that. I do, that movement. But I think Ms. Luscombe's comment about pick it back up, and let's see what we can go from there. And that is a wonderful, I'm going to just say this, example of cooperation. And I think that we need to be leaning more that way. Thank you so much for all that you do. You really do a lot. And when I visit other districts and talk to my friends around the state, they always comment how amazing we have our parents and our staff and our people, everybody together, and students, and our vendors, that everybody's working together for the betterment of kids. And when you do that, compromises can be found, and successes will occur more often. So I look forward to being part of that. Thank you.
Dr. Lynch-Walsh, is it on this point?
Exactly on this point,
Go ahead.
actually. So a few years ago, the entire staff of the ESC department marched into an audit committee meeting to respond to our concerns about the Evergreen report and the report that was done after MSD. And we had asked for it to come back as far as updates, and that I do not believe has happened in a couple of years. So actually, I'm very glad that Jackie brought it up, because now I got to go look at past audit plans to see if it got dropped prior to Mr. Rhodes coming back to the district, because that would be the place to potentially put it to ensure that it got monitored. So I've made a note to put it on the agenda. Audit meets next week, and to look at where we left off on the Evergreen report updates, because I think it's been a couple of years since that's been done, and that would be the natural place for it to be. So I just wanted to add that in there.
Ms. Grant, on this point?
On what they were talking about? No.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Ms. Leonardi?
Thank you, and I'll be quick. I think we have 3 minutes left. First, I just want to thank everyone involved in our advisories for all of the work that you do. Many of you have dedicated your lives to our public schools and improving the quality of education that we provide our students, so thank you. I wanted to speak to the customer service and focus. So last night we had our first Redefining Schools community meeting, and in that, at one of the tables I was at, families were talking about the importance of communication. And I know we send out a lot of communication, text messages, email blasts, robocalls from the district, but what I'm hearing over and over again at schools and last night at this community meeting is the importance of paper communication. A lot of our families don't necessarily engage with technology, so also including that paper communication. But a lot of the communication needs to be coming from schools. I hear from a lot of parents that they don't necessarily pay attention to what the district is sending out, but when it's coming from their child's school, they do pay attention. So just making sure that, and I think this really does tie into customer service, because a lot of people don't feel like they know about things that are going on, that they're not being shared with them. So just really focusing on the information coming from our schools and making sure that we're meeting people where they are, not necessarily relying on technology. And I just had a question about focus, because we hear one thing in the meetings and then we hear other things in schools. Is there a way for teachers to access a student's IEP in focus right now? Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, I can pull up Focus right now and access an IEP. I think it's, and I can have Ms. Egan address that also, but I think it's more of training, more of having some reference sheets that they can refer to, all those other things. It's a system that takes a little getting used to because it's new. I'm used to it. That's why I can go in. I know exactly where to go to pull a student's IEP when I search for it. But yes, you can. And also past year's IEPs are available too, because I've gone in there, I've heard some of the concerns, and you know, we have a focused meeting every Friday at 7:30 a.m. to go over every concern that we're hearing, be it from board members, constituents, teachers, the like, and the team does a really good job of really going through that information with the IT team and getting the appropriate response, and also the team gives suggestions of how to pivot and change the modality of how we're presenting information and training and things like that. So it's an ongoing process, but the simple answer to the initial question is yes, they can access it.
My concern is that there are people who, you know, either don't know how, or there's some sort of disconnect there. So the reality is that some IEPs are not being accessed. So, you know, I hope that we can, you know, train and communicate immediately with how to get students their services. I do very much appreciate your willingness to get to the ground level and figure out what the issues are. I'm glad that you're going to the meeting tomorrow. And, you know, it's very refreshing for me as a board member when I come to you with these issues that you take them seriously. So thank you for that. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Please add 10 more minutes to this item. Next up to speak is Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it is great to have all of our chairs speak, and it's an honor to have you here, and I thank you so much for everything that you do, and we hear it loud and clear. You are volunteers, and you're doing a phenomenal job in keeping us informed as to what's happening in the district, and I believe all of the board members appreciate what you do. It's great to see our bilingual chair here. Thank you so much. It's good to have you with us as well on the team. And the Central Area Chair, thank you for being here. We appreciate that. We appreciate you. And I saw you last night at Dillard as well. Thank you so much for your input. I have a quick question. I believe there was a comment made regarding the bilingual chair that they're not a part of DAC because of the way the item was written. Is that accurate? And if it is, how can we move ahead to include the bilingual committee as a part of DAC?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm just going to defer that to Mr. Sullivan, but there he goes. We're shorting that interview, Ari.
Dr. Hepburn, I just want to clarify, multilingual.
Multilingual.
Yes.
I think I understand the question. So we need to redo the policy to include them in the DAC. Or the bylaws. Someone's going to phone a friend.
I know how to work a mic. There you go. Good morning, Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. I have to remember. So thank you for the time. Thank you for being here today. I do think that that is not the only committee that does not have a seat, if you will, at DAC. So there's a conversation that probably needs to be had as it relates to the total composition. There is a policy that speaks to DAC. I see the DAC chair's hand is up and she's chomping at the bit, so I'm not trying to take your thunder. I'm not, but the entire policy and bylaws would need to be revisited because that is not the only committee that does not have a seat at DAC. Okay, that's all I wanted to add.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I appreciate that, Dr. Wanza. Currently, my interest is in the multilingual, and we can subsequently discuss the others who are not there. I want to know, based upon what we're talking about today, is there relevance to the multilingual committee being on the DAC? And if there is, can we proceed to direct you and your staff to go ahead and go through the process to make sure they're there. So the first question is there relevance to having them there? And if there is, then we can proceed to make that happen. If there are other committees who are not there, then that can be had at a future discussion. But right now, the comment was made regarding multilingual.
I just want to add that, I'm sorry, Superintendent, if it's okay, that the bylaws are really up to the committees, not district staff.
Okay, so John, their bylaws would
It would have to address adding more members to it, I believe, but the chair has her hand up, so maybe she, Dr. Nell Walsh wants to add to it, but my understanding DAC would have to change their bylaws, and staff doesn't have that ability to do so.
Okay, so for everyone that's here, what I need to know is, and I appreciate that, John, and maybe the DAC chair can also comment, what is the process to get multilingual a part of the AC, and is it relevant for them to be there?
Dr. Lynch-Walsh.
Oh. Thank you. Yes, what Dr. Wanzer was pointing out is that they're not currently in DAC policy. We've had discussions about whether diversity should have a seat on DAC. It's not that everybody has to be on DAC, it's just whether something's relevant. The problem was that the multilingual policy was written independent of the DAC current language, and so you needed to have both at the same time getting created and amended so that they would actually officially be a member. But we haven't discussed adding people to DAC, because the problem is every time you add a seat, that starts creating quorum issues. So it's important, if you create a seat, that the understanding is that they will actually be there in attendance so that they're not hurting quorum. So far, she was there, she even made a motion. So that's probably not going to be a problem. But they're not there, diversity isn't there, there may be others, and we've never had a discussion about increasing the seats on DAC. But to Dr. Wanza's point, that would be a discussion, whether it's just multilingual or other groups. That's a discussion that DAC would have to have.
Okay, so Madam
Linda
Chair,
can correct anything if necessary.
okay, now that I have a better understanding, can there be future discussions on the committees not a part of DAC as to whether or not they're relevant to be a part of DAC? And if they are, can we proceed to make that happen?
Dr. Lynch-Walsh.
That can happen. Like I said, we're focusing on academic achievement, so anything that better informs academic achievement would be great. We would probably start with a policy subcommittee meeting, which that way we can hash out things like that and then bring it back to the body, take it to the areas, and all of that. So it just comes, and since Danielle's already attending, the simplest thing might be, well, we're going to have a discussion in the coming next month, probably, so that this doesn't linger for months and years.
Okay. All right, I want to make some more points because my time is running out as well.
Well, that's not just your time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm going to quickly say what I have to say. Well, thank you so much. I wanted to just comment that as a board, we receive recommendations, and we gladly receive recommendations, and I believe all of us actually strongly are appreciative of the recommendation. My understanding is that the board receives the recommendations, we digest the information, we decide to act or not to act. And even before we had this 5 steps process, I had acted on a few of the recommendations, I believe, from the ESC as well as diversity, and then we now have a process in place. So I just want everyone to be reassured that when we get your recommendations, I know personally, I do read all of them, and if I see any of the recommendations that I think is warrant a board item, then I bring it forward. I was bringing it forward before we had a process, and I will bring it forward even now with this process. And I believe what the chair was saying is that if there's something that you're really passionate about, that is really something that's significantly important to you, then you can speak to one or several board members to say, hey, this is something that has great relevance to me, and I'd like you to consider it. But at the same time, I think all of us consider all of these recommendations. I don't just throw them aside, and I don't think any of us do. We take them seriously, and we act on them if we believe they warrant to be a board item. So just want to reassure you of that. And I just want to thank Ms. Luscombe as well for the information regarding the focus aspect of the, especially the ESC portion of it, because I've heard several concerns, and I spoke at the last board meeting, and I asked Dr. Hepburn to look into the challenges that we're encountering with that to make sure that we move ahead. And Dr. Hepburn, I hope that we will have greater staff training so they can have better access, or at least be able to know how to access the information for the IEPs and so on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, speed round. We have 4 more speakers. Ms. Pham?
Is it on?
Yeah. Just keep talking.
Right. Beacon, would you have Ms. Pham's mic?
Keep talking, Ms. Pham.
Here, use this one.
Thank you. That's better. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming this morning. And I think that what you've been experiencing is a lot of what the parents experience, that you're not being validated, your concerns are not being heard, and you're just being glossed over. And I want to applaud you because I think you made great strides today. I really do. I think the way you came in, the way you presented this, you are making people respect and listen to you as opposed to just getting something and shuffling it off. So I just wanted to thank you because this is the way you get our attention. At least you got mine. I'm up here nodding all the time. So I really appreciate that. And I just wanted to remind one other thing about, we're going through boardsmanship later on. And it talks about civility. And the last board meeting, there was some name calling. And I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention because I don't know who was involved and who wasn't. But to that woman that had 5 children, someone walked up to her and said, which of your 5 children are going to be the next school shooter? So I just want to please everyone, check the egos, okay? If you want to work together, you have to be professional and work as a group. And you have to respect and understand that people are always not going to agree. But what we can do is we can agree not to agree. So thank you so much.
Okay. Linda Ferrer?
Okay. I just wanted to address the membership is dictated by the bylaws. We are in the process of wrapping it up. So if there are any other committees that you see need to be on there, please let us know within the next couple of days so that when we bring it to our policy review committee that we can address it. The new bylaws include language that was provided by General Counsel's office that allows us not to count people who are not in a position as part of quorum, because because many times board members were not sending appointments, which affected our quorum. Departments or whoever entities were not sending people. So we do have language in there. It's in Policy 1070 that would allow us to address those issues in a more easy manner, because we were looking to reduce the number. We have like 52 members on DAC. So trying to get 27 people there is not always easy. So with that language, you're now allowed to, have a quorum number that's truly workable. So that's what I wanted to address.
Thank you. Mary Furtick?
Thank you. Hold on 1 second. Thank you. First of all, I just want to recognize that you've made great strides here with what you've done in having these meetings, and that you've got a process in place. But now I want to go back to the process that you've presented us. And I think for many of our motions, it works, because we might be, for example, asking you to we might be asking you to develop a new customer service model. And that's something you can do over a period of time. But other motions we bring you are going to be timely. And I think the issue is going to become, how do you respond to that? We've brought you a motion on communication during a crisis, during an emergency, and the failure to identify something, to address something like that for 2 or 3 or 4 months because of a process could, and I'm just using that as an example, listen, you guys, in all the years I've done this, and that's probably more than, anybody else here in the room, I haven't seen meetings like this, and that's a wonderful thing that you've done. And you've established process, and we've come so far. And I just think we just do the next step, which is to ensure that if there's a timely motion, or if there's a need to supplement information or something, that there's a process in place for that, so that something doesn't kind of get lost. But thank you for what you've done. And John, I know you're going to be up to coming up with a process for bringing things forward quickly if they need to be. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the feedback, Ms. Furtick. Always value your feedback. I do want Mr. Sullivan to go over the current emergency process when we have an emergency at a school, so we have an understanding of what we actually do right now. And in addition, probably offline together, we can work on some additional feedback from you to kind of enhance that process if needed.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yeah, so anytime there's a crisis situation at one of our schools, there's a couple things that principals must do. So the first communication, their first goal is to make sure that their students are safe. So whatever crisis communications to their student body, that's first and foremost. Then they have to send a parent link. A parent link is registered to the parents who have, or guardians who have students in the school. So that has to go out. There's some that are mandatory by law, but we go far beyond that in terms of communicating with the families as it relates to a variety of issues that happen. Then usually we're reacting to media. We typically don't go to media, they come to us. There's been a couple exceptions that we have leveraged media to get out the message quicker depending on the situation. But the main audience is, again, the students and the staff on the campus, and then the parents and guardians of those students on the campus.
Thank you.
So we'll talk.
Ms. Luscombe?
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to Mrs. Pham's point. We all have a platform, and I think how we use our platform is important. If we abuse it for prejudice or discrimination or hate, or for calling out folks who are different and saying they're wrong to be different, I think it's right to stand up to it. And I would like to really applaud our student advisor, Landon, and Alana at the back there. It was an ugly scene at that last board meeting. I can hear what's being said behind me, and it wasn't nice, but I didn't hear anything of the type that you just said. But you said it while looking at us, as if any of us might have said something of the like that you just quoted. So I would like some clarification on why that's being directed at us. Some of us, certainly I did, stood up and called out the fact that there was some prejudicial and discriminatory language being spouted, and it's right to do that, and the student advisors were right to do that. And I'm happy to see that coming up in the boardroom shortly, you folks are putting together a mechanism for censuring each other and holding each other to a standard, and I think that's right. You're holding us to one, rightly. We need to exercise standards. Not abusing that right to hold us to account is important too. I think you know how we all feel about what's going on about the bullying complaint at the moment, and certainly I'll be putting in writing what I feel about it. But abusing one's platform isn't okay in the boardroom, and I would like to see that not only do you have a structure in place for censoring folks who abuse their platform, but also a process and protocols for what you do about it when you decide there is, which we found preempting situations where you put something in place and then you're posed with a situation and you don't know then how to follow through with it, and then things all go wonky and off the rails. I hope you would be able to take that into account, but I just wanted to call that out. I think it's okay to have different opinions on people's differences, but it's not okay to voice discriminatory language. Certainly the allusion to LGBTQ people being mentally ill was absolutely atrocious, and seeing that kind of talk in a boardroom with people who are meant to be exercising their time at the microphone productively and constructively was horrendous, and I think we want to all see an end to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Last two speakers. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I just, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to tack on to what Ms. Luscombe said and take it a step further, that this wasn't just discriminatory, hateful language. It was discriminatory and hateful language toward our students. We have LGBTQ students in our schools, and every time that we allow this kind of rhetoric to come from the public or from the board, that is harming our students. And at the end of the day, that is our number one priority, and we should not be harming our students. So we need to remember that this isn't just a nebulous hypothetical of LGBTQ people. This is about our students.
Ms. Grant, last speaker.
Thank you. I want to applaud you, board chair, for such an organized meeting today. I really appreciate that. I just wanted to have follow-up from Mr. Sullivan on the thought exchanges and how is that being used for the customer service. And then also if Dr. Zeman could follow up on his resident power, if he can give me some clarifications on that. And then also he mentioned real diversity issues. If he can also give me some clarity on that, and so we can move forward and work collaboratively. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you, everyone. Was there any public comment on this item? Any public comment? Yes?
Yes. Now that this has been brought up, I have a public comment. You today are also bringing forth, can I speak on both topics? Because I also want to speak on boardmanship in regard to this.
No,
and
that's
can I
a
have my
different
time
item.
restarted? Because I want to ask. I'm
That's a
asking
different
this.
item. 3 minutes.
Okay, can I have my 3 minutes started again? I sit here and listen to people, again, calling parents who have walked into this district hateful and bigoted, again, because of differing opinions, because of people's religious beliefs, because of how they uphold their morals and household religious beliefs. This is disrespectful to the very parents of your district. You say you represent all of the students, all of them. But what you said to parents last week, calling them hateful and bigoted, the ESC president calling parents hateful and bigoted. I'm supposed to be able to come to all of you for assistance, especially ESC, because I'm an ESC parent. And I can't even sit in an ESC meeting because that person has come up to me personally more than once to call me hateful and bigoted. And I'm supposed to come to you to ask for assistance from our children. So you may disagree with what we have to say, but in Miami-Dade, the board members disagreed with the parents, but they never once called them hateful or bigoted or any other name. How dare you? We represent the children of your district. These are our children. We represent our children speaking. If a student came in here and said that, would you call your own Broward County students hateful and bigoted? I never once, watching the Miami-Dade meeting on this very same resolution, saw a board member call them anything. I saw board members saying they didn't agree. Fine, say you disagree. But you shouldn't be putting your own bias against parents that are standing with their religious beliefs. That's discrimination against parents of religion, against parents who want to form their own children's morals and religious beliefs. We're not telling you you can't believe what you want to believe, but you're telling us we can't believe what we want to believe, that we can't stand with our religious faith. You wonder why parents don't want to walk in here. You wonder why parents don't want to be on committees. Because anytime a parent says something other than your opinion, your thoughts, your bias, we're bigoted and hateful. Realize you are representing all students and all parents. I had to sit here and listen to this in the room. People, again, calling parents bigoted and hateful. You want us to come together? Then realize to agree to disagree.
Thank you so much.
And I'll be back for
Thank
board
you.
membership.
Thank you. And thank you again to the Broward Education Foundation. Thank you for coming. Please enjoy some coffee and treats as you leave. And we appreciate all of your help and input with our students and helping us to continue to be an A school district. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay, we're back. Redefining our schools and boundary process discussion. I have some public speakers. We'll start with them. Kathy Nonamaker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kathy Nonamaker, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer at the Museum of Discovery and Science. And I want to thank you for letting me speak today. Recently, Dr. Hepburn and Dr. Wanza were visiting the museum. We appreciate that they came over and saw some of the things that we're doing at the museum. And one of the things that we wanted to speak about today was that the museum is excited to bring innovation ideas into your schools, and in particular to North Fork Elementary School. You know, we work every day to bring alternative learning at the museum, and one of the ways we use that is learning through play. And children learn in such a variety of ways, as you know. And one of the things we can do is help you implement a new and exciting environment in this elementary school. So we appreciate that we already have a great working relationship with the Broward school system, and we look forward to building on that. I also wanted to thank Debbie Hickson. She's also on our board, and we appreciate all of her input and working with us. And that is what I have to say today, and thank you for your time. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam from Fort Lauderdale.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sam Leach. I am the Chief of Staff at the Museum of Discovery and Science. I was here today in support of Kathy, our CFO, and Joe Cox, our President and CEO, who was unable to attend. We're so excited to enter in these conversations about expanding our relationship with the Broward County School District, especially, again, working with Norfolk Elementary and reimagining an environment there that kind of incorporates what we do at MODS and what you all do with your elementary schools. So thank you.
Thank you. Bernadette Hughes.
Good morning. My name is Bernadette Hughes. I'm the Government Affairs Manager from the City of Coconut Creek. I will admit I tend to be a talker, so I prepared a couple of really short comments. The City of Coconut Creek would like to thank Superintendent Hepburn for involving us in conversations about redefining schools in Broward County, and in particular in the City of Coconut Creek. We appreciate the opportunity to speak on this agenda item today, and also the administration's engagement of our city in this very important conversation. The City of Coconut Creek is home to the Education Corridor, which is an innovative corridor adjacent to several Coconut Creek schools, including Coconut Creek High School, Broward High School Academy and College, Junior Achievement of South Florida, Dave Thomas Education Center, and Atlantic Technical High School and College. It's also very close to Coconut Creek Elementary School. We are an engaged and active partner with our education facilities and also with Broward County Public Schools, from our active and involved SROs to being the first police department in the country to implement a vapor wake canine as a school safety dog, to our annual City School Awards ceremony in our commission chambers celebrating our Coconut Creek students, to quarterly lunch bunch meetings we hold with our principals and administrators to foster open communication and collaboration. Thank you, Ms. Rupert. I know you're always at those meetings, and we've extended an invitation to Superintendent Hepburn and also Ms. Wanza. As the school board moves forward with discussions about how to address under-enrollment, we welcome the opportunity to continue to be involved in these discussions. Last week, city staff had a very productive conversation, a Zoom call with Dr. Hepburn, Dr. Wanza, and Broward County Public School staff about overall under-enrollment in the district, and in particular, opportunities at Coconut Creek Elementary School. One option discussed for under-enrollment was the transition of Coconut Creek Elementary School from a traditional elementary school into a K-8 school that would serve as a feeder for Coconut Creek High School and provide additional continuity for our Coconut Creek students from kindergarten all the way through high school. While our commission has not met formally to discuss this issue, we are looking forward to hearing the community feedback at tomorrow's meeting. I envision many of them will be there as well as staff, and also having future conversations with Broward County Public Schools about this and other options to address under-enrollment in Coconut Creek. Before I leave, I have 30 seconds. I would be remiss if I did not mention we also had a very productive conversation about traffic at Lions Creek Middle School, and appreciate that the district is moving forward with a plan to address this in the city of Coconut Creek. Thank you for your time and your consideration. We're very much looking forward to tomorrow's meeting at Coconut Creek High School and look forward to speaking with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna Garcia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Garcia. I'm the city manager for the great city of Dania Beach, Broward's first city. I want to put on the record that it's been such a joy. I've been the city manager for 5.5 years, and I've gone through 5 superintendents, and I hope this is the last one that I ever have to go through because it's outstanding. Dr. Wanza, it's been a joy. I'm a proud public school graduate. Went through the public school system in Miami-Dade County, and I want to align our words with actions, particularly when you all discuss Olson Middle School, because realigning our school and reimagining our school is something that we need to do collectively, and we at Dania Beach, we want to be that poster child for the rest of the 30 municipalities in Broward counties. And we know that there's an enrollment challenge, and Olson Middle School was a school that was designed and constructed for 2,500 students. So whereas today we're on our way to 700 students, we know that it's never going to be a school for 2,500 kids. But we wanted to let you know that on the campus, the adjacent 7 acres, we, the city of Dania Beach, is investing approximately $10 million with track and field, bringing in more sports, basketball. And this is a school could be an example for sports, physical fitness, like we used to do back in the day of the Presidential Physical Fitness Awards, because we know that our kids could certainly be more fit. Additionally, since Olson has so much space and the city has needs, we were going to invest somewhere between $8 and $10 million to build an EOC, an Emergency Operations Center. But since you have space in Olson, we would be looking to partner with you and partner with Olson, so we would invest those $8 million in the school. So the school doesn't close, we continue to invest in the school, and that EOC building, when it's not activated, hopefully never is because we don't get hurricanes, it could be a great magnet school for broadcasting, communications, meteorology. You all have to think outside the box, and I'm here representing Dania Beach to align our words with action. We're very, very sound in regards to our bottom line, and we have money that we would like to invest in the school, so the school stays open, and it's a win-win for everyone. Thank you, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you so much. Mary Furtick.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to tell you, I think after going to that meeting last night, I'm looking to see if Dr. Wantz is in here. Thank you. It was great. 5 of you were there, so I don't need to tell you that you had tables for community people to come and speak with each other and then share with the group. And that is where this needs to head, to the community. So I compliment Dr. Wanza and all. I see many people in here today, the staff members who were there last night. You did a great job. You're going to get to the point where I think that you're going to potentially suggest some boundary changes. And I just want to speak up again for a process that is community-based. And you've already got all you need for that right in your school district. You have schools. Those schools have SACs and SAFs. Those feed to an innovation zone. Those zones can meet, and as we did many other times over the years, elect representatives to take their ideas, not just for boundaries, but for other things, to the area. And that's where those area chairs are so important, because they have the ability to have meetings and bring things forward. So there's an ability to have a very orderly process that is community-based, that's inclusive, that gives lots of people an opportunity to speak, and that will hopefully result in stronger schools, new programs, lots of new ideas, which we heard last night. And again, you guys were great this morning because you had a lot of other ideas. So thank you for doing what we requested and opening this up to the community. And I look forward to being at my alma mater, Fort Lauderdale High, tonight for another great conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Narnique Pierre Grant. Narnique Pierre Grant.
It's so loud out here, I can't even hear my name. Sorry. I was like, I was looking at the video to make sure. So thank you so much for the first meeting. I wasn't there to attend, but I did send someone from diversity to be there. They said that it was organized. They're a little bit still kind of off about the thought exchange thing or whatever, but I figured, you guys paid $100 and something, so you got to use it. Moving forward, you got to use it, right? So moving forward, I'm going to be going to the next few, and I'm looking forward to hearing what the community has to say. I know that you guys are talking about some makeup of a committee. I look forward to that, and if you feel inclined to include diversity, great. If you don't make me feel no bad. I don't feel bad about it. And as far as boundaries, I think that it's important to not only have the people who are affected, but also people from other communities, so they can give an objective view. I think it helps because when you're close to the issue, you tend to be a little bit more emotional. When you're outside, you probably be a little bit more objective. So that was my 2 cents. All right, guys, have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, redefining our schools and boundary process discussion. I will now turn it over to staff for a presentation. Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Wanza and team.
Good morning, school board members, colleagues across the organization, our student advisors, as well as our very valuable community volunteers, partners, chairs, everyone under the sound of my voice. So we thank you for your time and attention this morning. I do have with me, I promise I'll get the names right, Adrienne Parker, the Executive Director of Strategic Initiative Management, as well as Joe Beck, the Director of Demographics and Enrollment Planning. If Beacon can load thank you very much, Beacon. We just want to walk the board through a conversation. As you will remember, there we go. Last week, the board did pass Policy 8010, which is the new school attendance zone boundaries and school usage policy. And in that policy, it talks about us then coming back to the board to actually talk about the formal boundary process for this school year. So that is why we are here, so that we can have a conversation with the board. And ultimately, after this conversation, we will come back next week with a formal resolution that will begin the work of what will become the school boundary committee, and we can start the work formally for this school year. In our conversation today, we do need to get through these 6 items. The first one is the proposed list of schools to be addressed, the timeline, the stakeholder engagement plan, the school boundary committee composition, as well as the considerations that we need to consider for communities that would want to submit proposals for school boundaries or school attendance areas. So before I do that, let me back up. I do want to take a moment of personal privilege. I know we've heard it a couple times. We did have the first of our 8 community meetings last night at Dillard High School, and I think it's only fitting that we do pause and we thank all 8 of the high schools that are hosting these community conversations, because they are doing an exceptional job. I tell you, if Dillard is the standard, then we're going to see great things throughout the remaining 7 conversations. But I also want to thank the Beacon staff, the staff in marketing and communications, safety and security, and our custodial grounds department, because we all came together, obviously with my amazing team, and walked each one of the school campuses, making sure we were ready, making sure that they were environments, and they are environments that will welcome that intimate, close, connected conversation. So I do want to do that before we move forward, so I don't forget to give them their flowers while they can smell them. Well, so on the next slide, slide 4, while we have not specifically said these are the schools that will be closed or repurposed, but we do need to kind of sort of narrow our focus for at least this year, understanding that redefining is an iterative process that never ends. So for the sake of this year's list of schools that we're going to focus on, this is the potential that we have listed, and we're ready to discuss with the board at the appropriate time why we believe that this is the potential list for us to start with. And we have some schools that we would look at repurposing, and we know repurposing can take on a number of different options. But then we do have some school communities, as you've heard one here today, as well as a couple in the past, that really and truly want to look at grade reconfigurations for their respective schools. And then we have 2 additional schools at the bottom that we want to get some guidance around conversation with. Just to remind everyone, so we are on an accelerated timeline. Don't want to read to individuals, but we will say that we are here today, and our work will take us through the board ultimately coming to the final vote for school boundaries on, as Mr. Landon Spellberg told me, that is his birthday, January 14th. 2025, and we will have a cake to celebrate with you on that day. This is our proposed timeline on slide 5. It is aggressive, but we do believe that it is doable because we know that these are decisions that need to be made sooner rather than later. But that is the proposed timeline. It would take us to the January 14th as the final. This is the decisions that will be made to impact the 25-26 school year. Stakeholder engagement is the big piece, obviously, that the community is most concerned with, and rightly so. So what we are looking at potentially is, as we know, we've already started 8 community meetings, and those will continue through September 30th. What we are proposing today is that community members at the 5 schools identified for consolidation or repurposing, that they be afforded the opportunity to develop boundary proposals, and they would have access to the staff in the Office of Demographics and Enrollment Planning to work on developing their boundary proposals. And of course, we would share the proposals once they're complete on the district's website. Community members will be invited to attend every meeting that will be held, but in particularly the school board workshop, and then ultimately the board meeting for school boundaries as they become realized for the next school year. I think the thing that most people want to talk about is the actual composition of the school boundary committee. This is just a starting place for us. We do believe that membership of the committee should consist of stakeholders that are really representative of the schools that are being addressed through redefining. We think that a manageable number is 2 representatives from each school, a parent and parents and or community members, from the selected schools that will be impacted. We would want to work with our area chairs to identify the parents to represent the schools. There has also been an ask, and you heard it very briefly from the chair of our diversity committee, that the diversity committee chair and the facilities task force chair also be members of the school boundary committee. That is certainly up to the board's discretion as to the final composition of the committee. But the committee members, we will have them come to an orientation, just like we have the chairs of respective committees go through an orientation. We will have them come to an orientation. We will explain to them what the scope of their work is. We'll also take them through some training on the Sunshine Law and other elements that are necessary for their work. The committee would then meet in November as we work through proposals to discuss all of the proposals that have been presented, and they would actually vote and give voice to whether or not specific proposals should or should not be presented to the board, for final consideration by the board. And the one thing that we want to stress is that the committee's work would end once that meeting in November occurs, where each proposal is considered, and we have the actual proposals that will be submitted and those that will not be submitted. But their work would end after that November meeting. The next thing we have on slide 8 is really for the board to give us some direction on what parameters, if you will, committees will use as they create their own school boundary proposals. We know that we must look at an impact on enrollment, feeder patterns, neighborhood integrity, distance to and from school, and also school diversity. So we just want to put that out there, make sure this is what the board believes as well, and for them to give us direction on, and for the board to give us direction on this. And then finally, as I said, we will come back next week. Once we have final direction from the board today, we will come back next week for the board to adopt a formal resolution for this year's process. As you know, we are continuing our ongoing review of our magnet and innovative programs. We're continuing our community meetings. And then after next week, we would start to work with the community on proposals for the impacted schools. And then our next formal point with the board will be in November when we come for that first school board workshop to discuss the proposals that the committee voted to come forward to the board. So that's the quick presentation, Madam Chair, and now we're ready for the discussion with the board.
Can you just confirm on what page
Sure.
you want the board members to weigh in on when they speak
Absolutely.
with their talking points?
Yes, ma'am. So we need the board to slide 4. Make sure the board's okay with the timeline on slide 5. Definitely slide 7. And slide 8.
Okay. All right, so my colleagues, when you speak, can you please weigh in on slide 4, slide 5, slide 7, slide 8? Mrs. Leonardi?
Thank you. So I'll speak to some of that, and then I have some thoughts. For slide 6 on stakeholder engagement, again, I'll harp on this over and over now. Notifications need to come from the schools, and they need to come early. So I think maybe there is a disconnect with the schools and us in terms of like when they can send out information with their parent links. So I just want it to be very clear to our principals that they are to be communicating early. And not necessarily just the day before these events and community meetings happen. And I would really encourage, again, like I'm hearing over and over from community members, someone said this last night, like, when they want us to buy photo packages for school pictures, they send paper home over and over and over again. But when it's something about a community meeting, we don't necessarily do that. So I would really encourage us to use different kinds of media to communicate with our families. I have some questions about the school boundary committee. I do support the chair of the diversity and FTF being on the committee. You might have spoken to this, but I maybe didn't hear. How are the 2 representatives being selected again?
So we were going to work with the actual area advisory chairs because they work with the SAC and SAF chairs through the area advisory process. So we would, once we know what the schools are, we would incorporate, whether it's the North Central or South Area Advisory Chair to work with the school's administration so that we can identify two parents to serve, parents or community members. And we want people that we are confident that are willing to make the commitment. That's all.
Okay. I would maybe recommend that we do some sort of like electoral situation within that process, just because there may be a perception that like certain people, this is just my opinion, I don't know if anyone else agrees with it, but there may be a perception that people were hand selected for different reasons. You mentioned parents and community members. What about, is there any opportunity for employee involvement in the boundary committee?
So typically, we try to keep employees neutral so that we aren't, having employees weigh in and then people feel like this is a district employee, they've come with the message of the district. So we try to keep it to parents and community members, but we will take whatever, the board direction is.
Yeah, I mean, I think about our teachers and our clerical and, cafeteria workers, the people who work in our schools, and a lot of them showed up when we had our first iteration of these meetings several months ago. I think their perspective is important. I understand also the perception that, they're here, representing the district. But I think, we do need to involve the people who work in our schools in this process to some extent. Bless you.
So may I ask if, and it's certainly up to the board, we can do 2 parents and a staff member. Whatever the board wants to do. The only thing is that depending on the number of schools, what we don't want to do is then make the committee. But we are here for whatever. That's just a suggestion.
Yeah, I get it. I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think about that. The proposal that Ms. Burdick mentioned, so doing a process where we go to SAC and SAF, then going to the innovation zone, elect a representative, and then go to the area. Is there room for any of that? Because I do think that process makes sense to me. I don't know about my colleagues, but.
So it's not that it isn't doable. It will extend the time. So I just want to put that so that we're all, as long as we're fine with amending the timeline. And the second thing that we have to acknowledge is that over the years, the true innovation zone concept has become significantly different than it was when innovation zones were first developed. But we can go through the zone process. It would just extend the time some.
Yeah, I mean, I think these are really big decisions, and so extending the timeline for me it means we're doing our due diligence. And I think when these proposals come from a grassroots approach and they're vetted through the community and those tough discussions happen in the community, I think we really get best results. So I also support that process. I'll wait to weigh in on 4 and 5, 7 and 8, but I did have, I'll come back to those, but I do have some questions. So I thought we were going to wait for feedback from the community meetings to make determinations on schools for repurposing and reconfiguration. So I was kind of surprised to see those schools identified on this presentation.
Dr. Hepburn?
I'm going to have Mr. Beck start, and then if as needed, I'll jump in.
Through the chair, thank you, Mrs. Leonardi, for your question. So these are not schools that are necessarily being identified or targeted for any specific purpose, but we did feel as staff that we needed to draw attention to the schools that were the lowest enrolled or the had the most challenges, because we didn't want those to get lost in the conversation of creating, soliciting proposals, for example, for every school in a particular area that we're looking for. We wanted to draw the focus around schools that might need, the most immediate attention. Like I'll use Broward Estates Elementary as an example. No one has proposed closing the school, but it is enrolled at 222 students this year. So some of these schools, a lot of these schools on the list have fallen below what a typical operational threshold might be.
Okay, so I'll push back on that a little bit, the idea that these aren't identified for any specific reason, because when you look at the slide, it says potential repurposing, Broward Estates, North Fork, Silver Lake, and then potential grade reconfiguration, it lists those schools. So, I mean, I'm a board member, I see that, and it makes me think, okay, so these were decided. So again, I'm a little bit confused about, I thought we were waiting to hear from the community meetings to identify schools. I hear you saying we didn't identify schools, but it looks like on the slide that we did identify schools.
So thank you, Ms. Leonardi. You're right. So it does have potential, repurposing, potential grade reconfiguration. These are all schools that are identified in the 11 grouping of schools. And while we couldn't put every school on the list, we're trying to start somewhere, because we do know that, and even if the timeline is extended, we do have to get to what the board directed the superintendent So these are the schools that experience the greatest, I would say, need for attention. But it could be that at the end of the conversation, the school, even though it's potential, it may come out of the potential depending on what the community conversation is and where we land after our last meeting on September 30th. And I will tell you what we are experiencing is the balance between time and process. And we're trying to balance time and process. But we have not specifically said, this is the school. These are just potential options. And if the board wants us to come back in October, then that's something that through the superintendent we can do that. But we do know that we are trying to balance time and process. And the other thing that we're trying to balance also is at some point, I'm certain once decisions are made, the board would expect that we're going to have some type of a window or something for school choice if necessary. So we're just trying to balance all of those variables.
Okay. I feel like it is maybe a little bit disingenuous to then say we're looking for community feedback in these community meetings when we've come forward and identified these schools. And I think it definitely does not help the perception out in the community where, I'm going to civic association meetings and in different groups and saying like, hey, we want to hear from you. And some people say, well, you guys have already made up your minds. So this does not help. So I'll say that. And I guess my other question is, when we're talking about repurposing and reconfiguring schools, why wasn't any programming mentioned? If we're willing to have a conversation about repurposing and reconfiguration, why haven't we talked about any programming?
So the programming is actually what we're getting in the community conversations that would then come when the superintendent, and Dr. Hebron, I don't put words in your mouth, when the superintendent comes with his final recommendations. Because I can tell you, we heard some conversation last night as it relates to at least two of the schools, but one in particular, around programming that they would like to see as the method for repurposing, if that helps.
Yeah, and I don't mean for this to all be concerns. The community meeting last night was amazing. I thought it was very well run. So kudos to you and your team. I think the conversations that were had were very, very enlightening and solutions based. So I was very excited to hear about the interest in early learning opportunities, and you really highlighted that. I'm just really struggling with this presentation that is focused on repurposing and reconfiguration, which brings me to, I don't really see a path forward in terms of growing our student population. So some of us have really advocated for marketing and bringing our kids back in, and we are told over and over again that that's what's going to happen. And then some of us have made this process only about closing schools and made the narrative about what's wrong with Broward County Public Schools. And by only talking about closing schools, we are sending a message to our community that we are closing down, right? Any major corporation that announces that they're closing offices, people don't think, oh, that business is doing well, and we have continued to make this conversation about closing schools. I was really, really hoping that, in conjunction with the conversation about streamlining and reconfiguring and repurposing, that we would also be talking about programming. And I hear you that we are waiting to hear from the community meetings, but I don't know why we wouldn't wait to hear from the community meetings about the repurposing and reconfiguration. Like, this presentation sends not a great message, in my opinion.
So we appreciate that feedback. I just want to remind the board that we did talk about when we passed policy 8010 that we would be coming back this week and why we would be coming back. But I certainly appreciate that feedback. We are continuing to work with our colleagues in teaching and learning around programmatic, not only enhancements, but looking at something, just programs that we've never done before, right? In places that we've never done certain programming, so we are looking at that. That is definitely a part of the redefining process, and We are still working toward what the board directed the superintendent on June 18th, but we will slow down as we're directed. We will follow whatever cadence. But in order for us to meet certain timelines, like I said, we are trying to balance timeline and process. But we will certainly take whatever direction is given to us and make the most of every situation. And I agree with you, Ms. Leonardi. The community is very excited, but right now they feel like we are actually a part of this. We are part of the conversation. And so we don't want to do anything that will reverse that trend.
Thank you. And then just real quick to weigh in on the slides. I'm not sure for slide 4, what exactly am I weighing in on?
So I think the question is, as we narrow our scope of work, and I'm going to use a term that I used before, and I apologize if I offend anyone, but we can't boil the entire ocean. So as we start to narrow our scope, can we narrow the scope at least to these schools for this year? And narrow the scope repurposing has a number of options associated with, right? And obviously there are some communities who have come out and expressed an interest in a great reconfiguration. So as we start to work with communities, can we, at least for this first iteration, this year, look at these schools to make sure that we are given the time and attention? Or if the board can say, but I also want you to consider one or two others. This is really to give us the ability to work within our bandwidth and provide some attention to communities that really want to work with us on reconfiguring and redefining the options in their community.
Okay. I'm not really comfortable weighing in on slide 4 yet. In terms of slide 5, I most of all support the approach of going to our SACs and SAFs, going to the innovation zone. And the reason I think it's important that we go to the innovation zone is because those line up with feeder patterns. And then going and then having the innovation zones elect representatives that then go to the areas. So that may stretch out the process. For slide 5, I do support, if that means that we, expand the amount of time that we're spending on this, that's fine. I think it's better to make detail-oriented decisions instead of reckless decisions, just for the sake of speeding things up. On slide 7, again, I think I've outlined, the way I think that should work. If that's not the way the board goes, I do support having FTF and diversity chairs on the boundary committee. And then slide 8. I would also add to slide 8, and again, this is just my opinion, impact on ESE populations, because a lot of these schools have very large ESE clusters that they serve, and so I think that's important to consider. Thank you.
May I just ask for one point of clarification, Ms.
Yes.
Leonardi? On slide 7, is it the 2 parents and then 1 employee? Or is it a parent or employee? You know what I'm saying? Or is it one?
I don't think. I could go either way. I don't. If an employee, you can't force an employee to participate. I think it should just be open to those school-based employees. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
Bam, that was the quickest yet. Thank you. On number 4, a little upset that the name of one of my schools was written on there, and having to get phone calls last night at 1 a.m., 3 a.m., and 5 a.m. this morning. Why am I closing schools? Why am I closing schools? Why is the district closing schools? That's not what we need to be talking about, and we're doing our job. We just need to get it out a little bit further. And may I ask some journalistic newsletters and letters and papers that are out there. Not a big one. I don't want to think that you guys are I'm upset with the TVs or anything, but it's what I want to say is please don't put something in the paper unless it's been checked, double-checked, triple-checked. If you can't reach John, you know, his staff is great, or even call your board member. I'd rather see something or call me on the phone and say that's true. Yes, and I'm inviting you to come to Wednesday's meeting, Coconut Creek High School, 6 p.m. I mean, that's just kind of how I work, but I don't really think it's fair to actually push that conversation to the point where, quite honestly, we haven't talked about. So, I mean, if anybody could listen to me, it would be, please, we have our eyes wide open, but we're also listening with our ears, obviously, and making sure that we hear everyone and that we also want to hear more ideas, more programs, more zones. And I did like what Dr. Wanza said about how about things that we haven't ever done before. You know, there's great programs all around this beautiful country and other countries, Finland, that are doing amazing things. So I think we need to keep our eyes open with that. I'm very happy, however, that the superintendent and Dr. Wanza had conversations with the city of Coconut Creek on that end of it. It's very important, especially for cities like Coconut Creek and Margate, who had for decades been left off a map, invited to a conversation. It just wasn't done. So I applaud us by being inclusive, and that's part of the board, it's part of the administration down here. You have to have compassion when you're looking at this, because people are making decisions now about where their child is going to attend next year and then 2 years. People are looking at the real estate and saying, you know, which school is attached to this, and, you know, what can I expect? So programming, 100%, can't wait to have that conversation. I know it's well needed in some of my areas, and the conversation needs to be very inclusive and very, for me, and I didn't go last night, so Wednesday's going to be, you know, my initiation basically, and I'm looking to visit all the roundtables, hear the conversations, what parents say that they need, what they feel is lacking. You know, is it a facilities issue? Is it supplies? Is it curriculum? You know, how else, you know, do you plan on helping our students? So I think that conversation is great, and I think it's wonderful to have our parents actually asking those questions. Because just think about that for a moment. You're going to be heard by the Broward County School Board, or you're going to be heard by the Broward County School Board? No, you're going to be heard with an exclamation point. So I invite everybody, come to Coconut Creek, 6 p.m., Coconut Creek High School. Going back to the questions on the particular pages, number 5, I wholeheartedly agree with innovation zones, same thing, feeder patterns. And you're dealing with the same people who have our smaller chairs, and they already collaborate with the North area and the other chairs when it comes to DAC. So I think that would be great. Plus, the parents are familiar with the schools, and it's a lot easier to do that. Very important, the impact on the ESC community, and that would be, I guess, page 8. It's extremely important. We have so many of our schools, and one of them, Coconut Creek Elementary School, it has a tremendous ESC population there. So much so that I believe it was last week's meeting, or maybe the one before, where I asked about, because I know our schools have been doing their jobs, and let me just stop for one moment and just say this. Our staff at our schools have always worked their face off for our kids. I mean, they have things that they're doing, trying to bring enrollment back, and they pitch ideas to North area or to downtown. And I think it would be great to think about ESC on that level, that we do need and understand. I'm not going to stop, but okay though. That's just another 2 minutes. it's important that the ESC community feels included. You know, as a mom of 3 kids under that umbrella, there's often times you feel like the doors are always closed before you even get to the door. So that's an important aspect for me. The potential school conversation does not have to be on this list. And I think that was one of the most important things that was said today, is that a school that's in your neighborhood, just because it's on a list and just because there's opportunities, doesn't mean we're not going to listen to opportunities. We go through boundary processes, so there are areas for everybody to weigh in, even if it's not this. Because you know what? You are our end user. You are our customers. And the minute we forget that, we're defeating ourselves. So I look forward to the conversation on Wednesday, and excited about program changes, and really excited about that, actually. I have some things that I went through over in Canada when I was up on vacation, and they have a tremendous amount of opportunities for their students there, especially dealing with cultural areas. So I look forward to sharing that. Did I answer the questions on the table?
I think so. I just need the question about timeline. But Madam Vice Chair, if I may, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I want to make sure we walk away with, we are ready to work with the whole way, SAC, SAF, PTA, everybody, but are we talking about the innovation zones that are impacted? And I want to make sure that there isn't an expectation that it's all 28 innovation zones, or is it the innovation zones that are impacted?
It's a good question.
I just don't want to walk away, you know, with us thinking one thing and the board intending something else.
Right.
So, and we can get that once everybody else gets back in the room, Madam Vice Chair, but I just want to get that ironed out, because I don't want us walking away thinking one thing, but the board intended something different.
Well, I'm going to need a minute on that one, so you'll have to come back to me, but I think I handled the other ones, right? Okay, thank you so much. Looking forward to moving forward. Oh, and I don't have a problem with extending the timeline. You know, it's kind of like talking for me. If it's important that we need to get it done, we're going to get it done. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to go around. Mrs. Pham, you have any?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I appreciate all the work that everyone's putting into this. I'm very fortunate in that my district really is not heavily involved in the repurposing. But at the same time, I would like to say I think I should remain in a hands-back position, and the people that are directly impacted, directly affected by all these changes that are going to be implemented for their neighborhoods, their students, the teachers. I think that the conversation should be controlled by those people that have a stake in what's going on. So it's not that I'm disinterested, but I think that we need to have the drivers of this bus are the ones that are really going to be impacted about what's going on. So I'm taking a listen and learn perspective. Thank you.
Can you maybe just weigh in on a couple of things, though, Mrs. Pham? Are you, the timeline, are you okay if it needs to be extended, or you want to hold to the timeline that's on page 5?
The one thing I was noticing about, I have the timeline here, is it falls the second week of November. I would not put that any closer to Thanksgiving or the holidays, and you might want to additionally schedule another meeting in case there is some kind of conflict for people. So we need to avoid any holidays. Fortunately, we have a meeting, the last one in December is December 11th. And then again, we started January 14th, so we have a month gap there. But I would try to, if we could even possibly pull that November meeting even to an earlier date, if possible, only because we're going into those holidays. Some people go away ahead of time. They try to book an extra week on top of that week, and or back it up afterwards. So let me see. And the last date that my calendar goes up to is 1/15. So yes, I am comfortable with that. Mm-hmm. We do have 2 meetings directly on top of each other, the 14th and 15th. I would put a gap in between those in my opinion, just because just to let it absorb in and get the word get out exactly how the 14th meeting went to anyone else that might want to chime in at a later time. Thank you.
Okay, and just the other two slides. So slide 7 was about the boundary committee. You don't want to weigh in on that?
No, I do not.
Okay, and then the boundary considerations, because remember, we all have to.
I would again reiterate that I think the people directly involved in the situation should be on that boundary committee, and that would include parents as well as stakeholders. When I say stakeholders, it's homeowners that don't have children, they still pay taxes, and they're entitled to have their voices heard. Because in my district, I have one specific neighborhood where on one side of the street they go to Western High School, on the other side of the street they go to Cypress Bay, and they're very upset about that. So I think the people that are absolutely, yeah, they used to play football together, they all used to be friends. They need to be the ones that are in the forefront here and carrying the flag.
Okay, and then on slide 8, where it's considerations, the suggestion so far has been to add impact on ESE. Are you okay with that?
Add impact, did you say ESE?
On ESE, the impact on the ESE students.
You're going to have to elaborate a little bit more. Impact's a very general statement.
So all of them say impact. Impact on enrollment, impact on feeder patterns, impact on neighborhood integrity. So these are the considerations of changing the boundary. Like, for example, impact on distance to school. That might be, you might decide they shouldn't have, if we change the school, they shouldn't have to ride a bus for that change. That's an impact. So impact is general. So it's been suggested by 2 board members to include, which is not on here yet, impact on ESE. Are you okay with adding that?
I am, but again, those people directly involved, those neighborhoods, those parents, those are the ones in the forefront, and that's who we need to defer to provide valuable input. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. Okay, on page 4, I sort of want to echo, last night was wonderful, and I appreciate that, but I was a little surprised when I left because there were 5 schools on there, right? Anyway, the conversation centered mainly around Broward Estates, so kind of they flushed out the one sort of that was most important, but I kind of thought we were going to have a discussion about all of them, and it didn't. I know we wanted to give them their space, but I think it would have been important for the district to guide them a little more about, tell us what you'd like to see at Broward Estates, what would you like to see at Larkdale, so that all of them were included. I mean, I was using Broward Estates as an example for something, so that's kind of how my group got focused on that. And we just never had that bigger conversation because, as Mrs. Leonardi mentioned, what I've said to people going around is that we haven't selected any schools. You're going to have this community meeting, and when we leave there, you may select one school that you want to see closed or repurposed, and then discuss what you'd like to see at the other ones if they're under enrolled. So just as a suggestion, moving, and not to say last night was wonderful, and I think they were very clear on what they want to see happen with Broward Estates, and I have a particular question about that. I don't know if now's the time, but maybe for tonight's meeting, or as we move forward, here's the schools that are on the list. We'd really like you to address your thoughts on each of them so we could walk away with a bigger, because we may have picked North Fork on here, but in the conversation, that might not be what gets flushed out of the discussion. And I'd like to ask the question, I already know the answer, but I'd like to ask it because I saw something already on Facebook. So potential repurposing, does repurposing mean closed?
Repurposing means a lot of things. It does not just mean closed. The repurpose can mean a grade reconfiguration. It could mean a programmatic shift. It can mean a number of different options, as we showed last night. I think it was on slide 4 or 5. It means a number of things.
Thank you for
Absolutely.
that. And my other question on page 4, grade reconfigurations. I think I also know the answer to this question, but are these suggestions that came out of your conversations with the cities?
I will say one of them definitely is. The other, actually, two of them are. And then the other two were conversations that have been a part of previous conversations with communities as well as municipalities. Okay. But obviously, we have one city here today, or two cities, that are advocating for specific school facilities. But yes, the city of Coconut Creek was very, very enthusiastic about doing something different, because in their experience and what they want to see is they have a pathway that a student can start kindergarten and go all the way through college on the same street.
Yeah, and I know the city of Hollywood has.
And the city of Hollywood has asked, yes.
And it just was important to say that
Yes.
this was not the district just saying
No.
this is a good idea. These were community input that said they would like some kind of grade configuration. And a question, and then I'll move on to the other pages. So the conversation yesterday was around Broward Estates, and the idea of using pieces of it. I mean, not the only conversation, but what came out of last night was there was a very big push for early learning using the Broward Estates facility. And one of the suggestions was to change Broward Estates, in the conversation I had, to a K through 3, similar to what we did to Sunland, and then make Parkland a 5 through 8 or 4 through 8. So my question to that is, if we use different non-traditional grade separations, is that allowable by the state? Is there something special we have to do? Are we in charge of how we configure our grades in the schools?
So the school board is responsible for assigning kids to schools, and the district obviously has the board has the final say so on how the school grades are configured within a school. We have done models similar to that in the past, where we had at one point Eagle Ridge was the K-3 school, and I got it backwards. Country Hills was the K-3 school, and Eagle Ridge was 4-6. So yes, we have done different grade configurations in the past. The only thing that we would have to make certain is that whatever facility is designated meets the facility requirements for the grade level.
Okay, great. I just wanted to ask that question. And I will just say it has additional discussion. I know Coral Cove is very interested in becoming a magnet program, so I'll just throw that out there. And they have a fantastic art program there that includes not just performing arts, but art. So it doesn't say that's what the discussion is going to be about, but I know that they have been advocating for a little while on that. But I would just ask, as we move forward in these discussions, I know we said the names of the schools, but really ask the participants to weigh in on each of those schools, because walking away from that, if they say, yes, it should be closed, or which they probably will not, but that there's a better understanding of all of them as opposed to just one.
So I will say, and thank you for that, Ms. Hickson, we have 7 more tours to go, and we will certainly incorporate that. But what we also captured last night, they told us what they wanted to see in Larkdale. They told us, that there were questions, and I think I even answered a question around Montessori programming in one of the schools, and they were very vocal about how they wanted to see Lauderhill Paul Turner return to its prominence of what some families had experienced. So we will make certain that we're more deliberate in the conversation.
Yeah, because those are very general. I mean, to say it goes back to its glory days, what does that mean in particular?
But they did talk about that they wanted to see some more science programs. They wanted to see something around robotics. There was a lot of conversation, even though Parkway wasn't named specifically. We did get some feedback around what they would want to see in Parkway, but we thank you for the guidance, and we'll make certain that we're more deliberate in the next 7 conversations.
Thank you. Appreciate that. On page 5, I'm fine. I've said it over and over. If the timeline has to be adjusted, because we want to do it right the first time, and if that means an extended time for more community conversation, or maybe there's a way to reconfigure what the timeline is so that we get it right. I'm not trying to kick the can down the road. I'm just saying that I want to make sure we're doing what our due diligence and not being rushed, and I've said that from day one. So School Boundary Committee, page 7, couple of questions. So if we're looking at 5 schools, we'll just say 5, it may be more than that, but that would be 10 people already if you started with 2 representatives from the school, right? Who else would you be looking to have? I mean, it's our committee. So what do you think is a good number for that kind of committee?
So let me back up and say that if the board agrees that these are the schools on slide 4 that we are going to focus on, it would be representation from all of these schools.
Right. No,
right?
I know that, but 2 people from each of those schools. I skipped the other one.
I want to do the math right.
So there's 9.
Honestly, the district struggled when there was a member from each innovation zone. That's why I want to make sure we're talking about, is it the zones impacted or is it every zone? When we get a number larger than 25 to 30, we start to lose integrity.
Okay, yeah. That's what I'm trying to ask. So I think what would make sense there is if there was a vote. I do agree with the vote, because just hand selecting someone, you could go really sideways on that. But maybe through the SAC or SAF meeting or PTA or whatever for that particular school. I would say, because this is boundary, that really doesn't need to involve a staff member, because they're not really impacted by the boundary change. They're more impacted by the programmatic change. So I wouldn't add a staff to that, because you're already going to be over 30 almost. And I do think that I would say maybe not necessarily diversity in facilities, but definitely the area chairs for each of those areas, because they could bring in, the conversation from diversity in facilities to keep that number a manageable number. And so that would be on that. I mean, I'm fine if diversity in facilities is added as well, but I think if you had the area chair, you'd at least have that bigger perception. And since you're having people from each of those different schools, you would really be able to balance those in the community and those out, because they're all talking about all the different ones. So I don't think you'd have to add too many other people. And finally, I would say a couple of things. So I think it's important to add the impact to ESE. And I don't know if you wanted us to talk about what we thought the impacts should be limited to, if that's the discussion for today. For me, the biggest issue we've heard people say is, we don't want you busing us out of our community. So where it's impact on distance to school, it should not make a student have to get on a bus to go to school. I mean, most of those changes that are going, let me rephrase that. So if you make it a magnet or a choice school, it could, but the idea of making someone in the boundary have to take a bus to go somewhere else, that to me would not be what we're trying to do, because that's the biggest concern I've heard from the communities. You're trying to bust us out of our area. So I don't know what that exactly looks like, or if I'm even communicating it very well, but that was a huge concern. And of course, we want to make sure that our schools remain diverse. So thank you.
Landon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start off by talking about the student involvement in this process. We've had some great conversations with Dr. Wanza and Dr. Hepburn about our involvement with our students to find different opportunities for programmatic enhancements through our superintendent advisory and our County Student Government Association that we'll be doing some redefining our schools activities with over the next few weeks, as well as incorporating a programmatic part into our Speak Up, Speak Out sessions. Alana and I were talking about finding a way that we can involve student input in these changes. It's difficult because the majority of these changes will be made in elementary schools. So we're going to try and find a way that we can maybe talk to those students and find a way to involve them. I have a question, and I had to write it down because it didn't even make sense in my own head. So I'm sorry if it doesn't come out this way that it should. So essentially my question is, and I'm going to use two schools as an example. If Western High School was under-enrolled and the boundary committee wanted to make, I believe the word is a TAS, a change, and take a TAS out of, for example, the Cypress Bay boundary and put those students in Western to increase the enrollment, which would take students out of Cypress Bay and put them in Western. Would the Cypress Bay community then be involved in that process, as it's the Western community that's making the boundary change that's affecting another school?
So I'm going to start to answer, and Mr. Beck is going to jump in if I need be. So the actual boundary committee does not make proposals. The committee is going to receive and evaluate proposals that are submitted. But if now a proposal is drawn up, submitted to impact a school that was never in the process, we would then bring that school into the process.
Thank you, and I'm sorry that I should have said if they received
okay.
a proposal.
I follow you.
A lot of words here. All right, so I just think it's important that, just highlighting that communication certainly happens, because I could see where that would just get lost in the talking, and especially if we're talking about innovation zones and we're switching in, so would like to bring that up. But we will be working on ensuring that student input and student feedback is incorporated in this, because at the end of the day, when it comes to programmatic enhancements and programmatic changes, we're hearing some really vital feedback from students about what they want to see. So we will definitely bring that up. I also would like to highlight that I had the opportunity to meet with the principal of Coral Cove Elementary, who highlighted some of the amazing things that they're doing, and it got me thinking about looking at this, redefining our schools as a feeder discussion, right? Because we take a school, I'm going to use Coral Cove as an example, as an amazing arts program, right? And then students are leaving to go to charter school for middle school because surrounding charter schools have an arts program, but then they're going back to Everglades because they have a great drama program. So it's important that when we're looking at this and looking at the feeder patterns, that we're also looking at opportunities to be able to keep students in that pattern. So we'd like to highlight that. But again, thank you to Dr. Wanza and her team for ensuring that student voice is included in this, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So going back to slide 4, so I know that we have several meetings coming up, and the concern I have with slide 4 is that the meetings that we have, that we're capturing the feedback from the community. My understanding is one of the reasons for that is to not only gather information on potential repurposing and from the community and what we could put into those schools, but also to use the information to determine the schools that will be considered. And at the meetings that we have scheduled, I believe I counted 43 schools within several clusters. So my question is, or my concern is that it appears to me that it would be better to conclude the process of capturing community input before we have any indication at all of schools that will be potentially repurposed or potential grade configuration for those schools. So with slide 4, I am just concerned, we have 9 schools here, and by the way, 3 out of the 9 are from District 5. and that would represent 1/3 of what's proposed here. So if you could help me to understand, are we having these community meetings, which we have 7 more to go, to really have the community help us to narrow the schools down, or are we already narrowing the schools? And if we are, then what is the point of having these meetings with 43 schools under consideration? So I'm a bit confused, if you could clarify what we're doing.
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Watson.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Holness. So we did publish a list of 11 groupings of schools.
Right.
Many, or all of them are experiencing enrollment challenges.
Right.
To begin what would become the actual boundary process, we know that redefining has multiple layers, elements, components around programming, around looking at potential grade reconfigurations, a number of things, different options. And as I said a few moments ago, and if we're premature, we will accept that. We will outright accept that. But we were working with a timeline. And I said before, we are somewhat trying to balance process and time. So when we brought this list, these are the schools that that have the greatest of under-enrollment or enrollment concerns. But what we are learning from the community that started last night and will go through obviously 7 more meetings, are ways that they would like to see the under-enrollment addressed. We only had the first conversation last night. We know that, yes, there was conversation around Broward Estates, but there was also conversation around this is how we would like to address the under-enrollment at Larkdale, at Westwood Heights didn't come up, but Lauderhill Paul Turner did. And so while we're not trying to put the cart before the horse, so to speak, we are trying to at least get to a place where we can start the conversation, and the board could say, these are not the schools. Pause, get through, come back. And so but we had to start somewhere. And so this is the start. We are willing to take whatever direction we're given from the board through the superintendent and move in that fashion.
Okay, and I understand that, but also, from a board member's perspective and having to respond to the community's concerns, and when we have a slide with 9 schools, these now become the focus schools. And these are the schools to which we have to respond. As board member Rupert mentioned, she had 3 phone calls in the wee hours of the morning. So, I prefer, in my opinion, as you mentioned, it appears to me to be premature. Because I would like to see us get through the process of meeting with the community that we have already in place. Because what we're saying to them is, regardless of what you say, and I'm not saying that's what it appears to them, these are 9 schools that we're going to look at. And I don't want to give that impression, because it lends itself a lot of burden on us to now having to respond to community stakeholders what we have in front of us. So I want them to know that we value your input, and that's why we have these clusters and these 43 schools that we want all of you to weigh in on. Right. And then once we take that input, then we're going to narrow that down, but it appears we're narrowing the scope of work, as you mentioned before, prematurely, and it sends the wrong message, in my opinion, to the community, that we're listening to you, but we're not really hearing you. And that's not what we're doing. But unfortunately, because we come down to a number of schools without concluding the process with the community, it appears that we're really not hearing, although we may be listening. So I would like us to get through the process, then we come back with schools by saying to the community, we hear your input. There are some things you've mentioned that we didn't consider before, and as a result, here are substantive reasons why we now have these 10 schools or these 15 schools. But this is presenting schools to us without the collaborative effort with the community. And I would prefer not to comment or weigh in on 4, because I think it's, as your word is, it's premature. Okay. Right? Okay, so I can go to, what was the next slide? The timeline?
Yes, sir.
For the timeline, I'm okay with the timeline being extended as long as the process is done where it's community-driven, it's collaborative, and whatever we're going to do, it's community accepted, and so on and so forth. So I'm not concerned about timeline as much as I'm concerned about the community's input and what they believe we should do moving forward. So if their input warrants us extending the timeline, then their input would be priority.
Yes, sir.
And then I believe 7.
Yes. The committee composition.
The committee. So I know that when we have boundary changes and we've had, it will impact schools and students, and I particularly wasn't very pleased with what happened with the MSD situation about a year or so ago. So I know that there will be polarizing views from impacted schools when we have boundary changes, and proposals being examined must be done objectively. I believe if we only have parents involved in those in the boundary committee, then it will not lend itself to a fair, unbiased decision-making process. I believe it needs to be more diverse. So I would suggest that we have at least 2 representatives from each school, from the staff, the PTA, parents. I support having someone from the diversity committee, the facilities task force, and area chair, as you mentioned. And I also believe that we should consider a board appointee to the board appointees to the boundary committee. I don't know if that's possible or if that's something we can do. We can appoint individuals to the boundary committee as well. So I would like to consider that. And, you know, I would even go as far as say, because the situation that we had, there were concerns before in the Coral Springs community about particular groups of students being affected by changes. And so even whether or not we appoint to the committee or not, I would like us to have the input from stakeholders like the NAACP to give input on what when it comes to boundary changes, so that we can look at what they have to say and see how it impacts the decisions that we make as well. Because I think input from a diverse group of stakeholders would benefit the process.
Dr.
Was that it?
Zeman.
Or is there any other? And page 8, I am okay with all of that.
And add the ESC, impact on ESC.
Correct, yes.
Okay, got it.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to kind of reset just a little bit, because in the weeds and in the detail and the timelines and the lists of schools and the meetings last night, which is terrific, I don't want to lose sight about why we're doing this. There's a theory out there that says that our allocation of money to facilities and facility management versus our allocation of funds for actually educating students, which requires schools but doesn't require 239 campuses for 200,000 students, could be balanced in a better way to allow us to achieve our strategic goals. I don't think we ought to imagine calling parents of a school that's potentially being closed and asking if they like that idea. I don't need to do that. I know they're not going to like it. The idea is, do we go through this process, which is perceived as negative for some, so that it's a positive for the whole district, including them long term? Because they would get to go to a school that is funded better for our job, which is K through 12 education. And that's the challenge that we have, is how do we make a decision about some people perceive a negative, but overall we have to make sure that we design a positive. I love this process. I am so excited that Ana Garcia is here. You would not be here if you weren't on Dr. Wan, I'm going to call it your list, ma'am, if you were not on Dr. Wan's list, right? We have city commissioners, we have mayors, we have county commissioners, we have people who run hospitals and people who run major corporations calling decision makers about this and saying, oh, did you know you own this land that you're parking trucks on and it's on US 1 in my city? I want to buy it. Can I give you some other? I mean, all these ideas are coming through it, and I'm loving that Dr. Hepburn is continuing to consider all of these ideas through the process, because at the end of the day, our sacred duty is to build a better school system, not to make 2 million people happy. We will make some people unhappy in the process sometimes of making our school district better. Second major point, we committed as a board to closing or repurposing at least 5 schools. We have voted on that 392 times. I mean, that is what we said. We will lose tremendous credibility as a board if we can't figure out how to take this process and land at 5 closings or repurposings or more. I'm very concerned about the timeline, but in a different dimension, which is I wanted to make decisions in November. We told everybody in the community we're going to make decisions in November, and now we just added 2 more months to this process. We're going to get feedback from them about why did it change. If it changed because we wanted more community input and we wanted to make better decisions, I think we can talk about that. If we changed it because we just didn't work hard enough early to get there, that'll have a different reaction. My concern is about school choice, which is if decisions are now January and then they get delayed to February, March, I understand we can open up the school choice process, but we are now taking people and asking them to make major changes in their lives in 3 or 4 months instead of 10 months. And so I loved the idea of finishing in November so that people that are affected by these changes can move, can apply to private schools, can apply to charters, can apply to homeschool, can do whatever they want to do based on the options that they have before them. And I feel like January is later than would be most respectful to them. So that's my thoughts about PACE. I do not like slide 4. I know there are advisory group people, there are city people in Fort Lauderdale that have asked about reprogramming significantly Bennett but Sunrise. I think it should be on the list. I want to hear from them about that. If it's not on the list, it won't bring Anna Garcia here. And I need the Anna Garcia for the Bennett Sunrise idea that has been widely vetted out there related to becoming sports academies. Like Dania Beach, Fort Lauderdale's invested significantly in the facilities of Sunrise Middle School, and there is an option to do a sports academy based on that and some other things. I don't like the boundary committee at all that's being proposed. Why? Because I don't go ask parents of a closing school, do you like what we're doing? Not helpful. What is helpful is to have a group within a feeder pattern or an innovation zone that can talk about, look, you've got 7 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools. We're looking at kind of rebalancing our facilities versus education budgets. One of your elementary schools and maybe even one of your middle schools and maybe even a reprogramming of grades would make sense. The other thing I don't like about 4 is reconfiguration as a subset of repurposing. So why do we have 2 lists? That's confusing. To John Sullivan, who's not here, unfortunately, the communication around this could be better. The community last night didn't understand what they were supposed to talk about, so they talked about 1 school. I would recommend that when we present this list plus others that people are actively talking about and make sense from the analytics to be on the list, that we ask people to give us feedback on more than that. Quick run through things, and I'll give you my votes on the slides when you go back around, Chair. But we committed to 5 schools. We have to be very cognizant of that, and we'll lose credibility if we don't repurpose or it. I love the process because we are learning from other people about how much they value our schools and how much they can bring more value to our community. So at the end of the day, if we do 5 repurposings, but there's significant repurposing and it draws people back to Broward County schools, then that's a victory for us, right? And we need to be open to that. But the process of getting there is working because we have the county commission, city managers, commissioners, mayors, all involved in that. I just hope, and I don't see their kind of inclusion in this, but I believe deeply that cities know more about the land that we're talking about than we ever will. They know where the development's coming. They know where the permits have been done. They know how it's growing. And I would like to see them included. I've talked actively about Gulfstream Academy. I don't know why it's not on this list, but it's something that we need to think about because according to our metrics, that is a school that I believe, just literally according to the data, ought to be on any list that we put together for potential repurposings and reconfigurations.
Thank you. Mr. Fogelholy?
I want to get his votes, Chair.
We're going
to go back around again.
We can go back around.
I'm going to go back around. Okay, so thank you very much, Chair. So thank you, Dr. Wanza. Thank you, staff. I know this is a fun process to go through, but I still use the example, Dr. Wanza, that you used when we had a community meeting, right? That the district is now Kmart, right? And we need to adjust because we have new competition in the neighborhood. And this district is going to continue to use the same formula that they've done for the last 20 years and expect change. And I still think it's the best example, and you should be saying that every single night, by the way.
I have to give credit. My mother worked for Kmart for 48 years. I am a blue light special.
That's right. That's right. So I appreciate you. And so I'm going to run through the slides. I don't want to take too much time here, but I appreciate it. I think you've heard very clear on slide 4, on the feeling of slide 4, having names being put out there even before. The first go around when we talked about this repurposing and redefining schools, we talked about when names go out there, it causes panic, right? It causes stress in our community. And parents get stressed out, students get stressed out. But I do want to focus on the slide, and we're looking at, just like the first situation, when we look at Olson Middle School and we look at Hollywood Central Elementary School. And this is going to relate to slide 8 also. I appreciate City Manager being out here. I always brag on Dania Beach doing a fantastic job of always being on my doorstep and asking, how can we make our schools better? How can we help? All cities should be doing that, right? That is your children, your constituents, your families. How can we make it better? How can we make our schools cleaner, look better? The playground looks bad when we drive by. How can we help? The park across the street, we can do better. What are we going to do? What do you want us to do? How can we work together? Having that conversation should be ongoing, not just when we're redefining. And I'm going to brag again, Dania Beach has always been a partner in this. They've been fantastic to me and good to me, so I appreciate it. As a board member, I appreciate it. But going back to that point, and I'm going to go to slide 8 as well, because we talk about it. So yes, for ESC and adding that in there, Chair, but I do want to add the impact on student culture and activities. I don't think that we should be talking about redefining and taking kids from a community school such as Olson, that we're talking about brand new fields, investments into that community, knowing what they do with after-school care, knowing about the activities that they have for the community kids, of not only there, but also Hollywood. Kids are coming over from other cities to take part in those activities. Hollywood Central, for example, Dr. Wanza, please correct me, don't have a field, correct?
So they don't have a field as it relates to, no. I understand what you're saying.
So do you understand? Yeah. So for us to close an Olson Middle School and say those kids are going to go to a K through 8 in Hollywood and not have access to a field, telling those kids, you're not going to have a soccer team. Hey, you're not going to have an after-school activity that's going to be doing outreach, but also be able to teach you about working together and having teamwork with soccer programs. We're cutting that out. So for me now, we are saying, hey, this is going to be better for our community, better for our district. We're moving kids, but also we're taking something away. And now you're making my kids from Dania Beach go down to Hollywood to have something taken away. What benefit is it to those families? What benefit is it to those kids? So I really want somebody to think about that, and I do believe that needs to be on there. Student culture is important. Student activities are important. And I really want that to be part of it. And for me, I have to ask a realistic question here, and I really want superintendent to think about this, our staff to think about this. Because if I'm outside listening into this board meeting, I'm starting paperwork right now to start a charter school in Dania Beach if you close that school. Because if I open one up, I'm cleaning up. Easy. Every city you close a school and you want to bus kids out to a different community, I'm starting a charter school in that city and I will clean up. And these numbers aren't going to get better. It's not going to help us. Then it goes against everything we're talking about. So again, I want us to be very strategic by not hurting our communities or hurting our families by busting them out against what's going to be better for the community. So I want you to think that. So again, on slide 8, yes to that one, Chair. Slide 5, the timeline, right? I believe, to Dr. Zeman's point, this vote should have been taken months ago. But of course, being pushed back, I know how it works. I have to say, why not? Keep pushing it back, that's fine. You know what I mean? It's going to be somebody else's hands, but again, I've said this before. People incoming to these seats, I wanted to protect them from that. I would be okay with people being mad at me outgoing. But now you're going to put new board members in a situation that the community is going to be at an uproar putting it against them. So I think it puts them in a tough place. So again, the new team's going to be able to do that. The new board's going to have that decision and have those tough conversations with community members when they're closing down their middle schools and elementary schools. So again, I wanted to protect them from that, but okay. So good with the timeline. Slide 7, let me make sure I get down. Yeah, with the committees, I'm okay with that as well. Little shaky about board members, appointing someone, right? If we're going to have trouble doing that, then it's a time thing again. We're waiting. Somebody doesn't have an appointee. What are we doing? Whatever it is to speed up the process to get that going. But again, it is important. I'm open with having teachers be part of that, staff be part of that, community leaders. But of course, community input is important. But I just really want to focus in on that point to me is student culture and activities and not to hurt our community. Again, Olson Middle School, to be on that list, it's not a surprise, right? It's not about the name being on there. I've been telling people for months. When we said, hey, we're going to go back to the drawing board, we're saying, hey, we didn't change the criteria. It's going to be on there again. Just giving you a heads up. Be prepared. So, again, I just want Dania's only middle school. Only middle school, okay? We got to put that into thinking. And again, it's okay for us to tell, hey, you're going to beat me 19 times, Andre. Hold on. You extended it 4 times for everybody else. I'm almost done, I promise. But again, we tell the community, it's understandable. We have to adjust, right, Dr. Wanza? Kmart, we have to adjust. But if it's not fair, it's not okay. If it is not a fair process, and we're not looking at every single impact zone, I don't know what to tell you. I can't go with a straight face to my community and say we're doing this with the right process in mind, and we did it fairly. If I can't say it's fair, it's not right. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. So I've said this previously as far as bringing something to the board to vote. I feel the next school board meeting, Dr. Hepburn, there should be an item with the takeaways today and make this board vote on what we're considering. It could be this whole workshop item. Make the board vote, because I don't want you to go through this process, community input, and then 4 months from now, it comes to a board meeting, 500 people come here to speak on it, and it gets voted down. We can't do that. We've been here before. We're chasing our tail, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating for me as a board member. It's frustrating for the community, and it's frustrating for the parents. And I don't want them to be frustrated. I want them to have these collaborative conversations in the meetings to decide what amazing opportunities we can offer at Broward County Public Schools. But we as a board have to make a decision. And if it's the 5 schools, if it's 10 schools, whatever that schools is and whatever those schools' names are, we have to vote on it. And then we can move forward with this process, and it could be a lot smoother, and everybody knows the deadline, the timeline. I think also the process beyond January 15th on page 5, it should be analyzed a lot further. What are those next steps? Like visually put those down, because people need to be able to process that. As a parent, I want to very easily understand what is the next step in this process. And as a board member, I want to be able to communicate that as effectively as possible. As far as the considerations, how are you analyzing all these impacts? Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Wanza.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Alada, for the question. So actually, some of these, minus the diversity, well, we've been actually providing that as well for time immemorial. But these impacts, these are not there. We are not proposing that there will be lines in the sand, that students will not drive X amount of distance to school. There will not be X amount of acceptable number of such and such a group of students that can be moved, but the impact of the school on the schools, what it was in its existing form and what it will be in its proposed form for the diversity metrics, which includes ESE currently, by the way, which would include the race, ethnicity, ELL, FLL, and FRL, and for the other pieces for travel distance to school, that will be what we've done in the past. is to quantify the number of students that might be put on a bus who are currently able to walk. It's never been the board's policy to not do that, but the board does want to be aware if that's occurring. For neighborhood integrity, we would indicate if a neighborhood were being split by a proposal. And for feeder patterns, the same. If a feeder pattern is being split or further split, or if it's being repaired.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Dr. Hepburn, so I feel we cannot live in these broad, like, examples for these things. They have to be mathematically, if it meets this threshold, whatever that number is, then it's meets the consideration or doesn't meet the consideration. There has to be like something that is factually based to be considered. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think, if I may, Chair, yes, it makes perfect sense. I think what Mr. Beck is trying to convey is that when the boundary committees are established, they go through their tasks and responsibilities as it comes to that, as far as that committee, and proposals are reviewed. These are possible impacts that we need to be aware of to convey to the board as we bring information back. It could impact a school enrollment if we're taking schools from school A to school B. It could affect the continuity of a feeder pattern because this school that's repurposed is not part of the original feeder pattern. It changes, and so forth. And such as Ms. Hickson brought up too, just the consensus from a lot of community people is they don't, if they're currently walking to school or being dropped off within a 2-mile vicinity, they want to ensure that that's still possible. So we need to bring back the information if that's not the case for a certain percentage of students. So I think that's as far as considering the impact as we talk about boundary changes for specific schools that come at the tail end of this process.
Okay, so I think for what I need is a more specific breakdown for each of these categories. So like when you say impact on ESC, what does that specifically mean? I don't need you to tell me now. I'm just saying I need that written out. So when community members are going to go through these considerations, it's not just this broad, fluffy thing. It's very specific in what it means because words matter. And when I interpret something, you might be interpreting differently. Dr. Zeman might be interpreting differently. Dr. Holness might be thinking something else. We all need to be on the same page, and we need to vote on this.
I got it. So we'll make sure and provide information that establishes common language for everybody, so you don't hear
and
different
metrics,
things.
I think is what the chair's getting. Metrics that we can all vote on and agree on.
Agreed. I think the metrics, though, they come during the process. They don't preempt the process. Am I correct?
No, we define those now.
So I'm going to take the first one, impact on enrollment. We can't consider a boundary change that is going to critically over-enroll the receiving school. Right, so it's specific things like that. Feeder pattern, we start to look at, and I think Landon brought up this example. We start to look at, so now there's a proposal where you have now taken an elementary school out of one feeder pattern and potentially children now go to 3 different middle schools and 2 different high schools. It's that kind of integrity, and I'll just say, I am a person, and I'm not going to cry, I promise I'm not. But I'm a student who went through this district. My neighborhood was divided into 8 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, and 4 high schools. So if there's anyone else who's more committed to neighborhood integrity, feeder pattern integrity, student experience, school culture, I think I can help in that area.
Thank you, Dr. Wanza. So my other thought, and I don't see this anywhere on page 8, is the impact on the facility. Right, the facilities, like my mind, if you say you had a school that was built in the 90s and you have a school that was built in the 50s, the 90s school, why would we be closing that school and then sending everybody to the school that was built in the 50s? So that should be also a consideration.
I will say that is probably one of the most unwritten
considerations
Words
in
matter.
this entire process, but but we will certainly put it down because we have 1 or 2 schools on this list that were built in the 50s that are, we're having conversations about. I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, so, thank you. Facilities, I didn't even want to go through this process until we had a facilities assessment done, because that is like the North Star that we should be, looking, what our facilities looks like. So that should definitely be a consideration, but I'm also going to make a recommendation that whatever the board decides today, that it comes to the next school board meeting, and we vote on this. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to come back and then we should have gotten more community input, we should have delayed the process by a year, and then we go through this process, and then the board votes down the schools. I believe it's supposed to be in November, on page 9, November 2024, school board. No, that's still discussing. We need to vote. We need to vote.
Chair, just to clarify, do you mean voting on the potential list of schools that might be repurposed or closed?
Yes, and also, really just whatever the outcomes from this slide is today, that should be in the item. We should be voting on what the considerations are, the process. Are we adding, whatever we're adding, put it in the item, and we need to vote on it. Okay, anybody else want to speak? Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, just to a few points that were just made. When we talk about the facilities impact, I think it is important that so it's important to understand that, some of our older schools have extreme historical significance, and they've also experienced recent upgrades. So for instance, Stranahan High School is an old school, one of the oldest, but it's getting a brand new cafeteria. So it's not, for me, it's not so black and white that it's an old school, its facilities are old, it needs to be torn down. There are some nuances there. I have, I guess I'm still a little bit confused about what we will be voting on, but I have to say, I feel very uncomfortable voting next month on the list of schools that we're closing. And I have to reiterate, it is very disingenuous for us to go to the community and have these community meetings when we're picking schools, it seems like today, to close. And then we're also not talking about programming. The message that this is sending about Broward County Public Schools is very, very problematic. And I feel like, I just feel very uncomfortable with having gone to different community groups and encouraging people to come to these meetings when we're making up our minds today, and we're not even having conversations about how to improve or install new programming to our schools. So yeah, I don't believe in moving things up even more without hearing from our community. We messed up last time with the community feedback. We can't afford to mess up again this time.
So I just want to thank you, Ms. Leonardi, and I appreciate those comments, but what I'm saying is I want the board to vote on basically this item. It doesn't say what schools we're closing. It says potential repurposing, potential grade reconfiguration. That's what we're voting on. And then some board members were adding things to the conversation today, like the ESE consideration. That's what we're voting on. Mr. Fogelnoy?
Yes, Chair, just to clarify, because of course, like you said, we're going to be voting on this, but this has school names on there. So you're saying we're going to vote on these with those schools in mind, and that's going to stay that way, or we're going to have change? Because that, to Ms. Leonardi's point, it's not going to matter what we're listening to the community this week. What are we listening to? That's really one of the concerns, right? And then we talk about this process was started. Like I said, I agree with you about voting early, or voting overall, but that time and ship has sailed, like it's gone. It's been pushed back, the can's been kicked already, right? So we can now, you can't fast forward to that point because now this new process has started for us to go through this process. Like, we have to go through it. Community input. You're doing everything all over again, and then it's going to go to it. So, of course, we're looking at the new timeline, whether it be November, December. And let's just say this. If we take a vote earlier, right, let's say early November, late October, whatever the case is, like I said, there's going to be new people in this room. Would they not just be able to bring the item back and say no then? Or change it like this board did? Think about it. We came up and first week was bring a decision back and change the whole dynamic of the board. So again, I don't want to find ourselves in that position or put them in that position. This is the bed we made. I think we just have to move forward with the process and not speed it up, because it will be a disservice for our community and people, including staff also, because it's not going to allow them to continue with the process.
Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. A couple of points there. So, Dr. Wanza, Dr. Hepburn, again, repurposing, does it mean closing schools?
That is correct.
So repurposing does mean closing schools. That's what I just asked you.
No, I'm sorry. You said,
Yeah.
so
I
what
said, does repurposing mean
that's not what
closing schools?
Okay, what I thought I heard you say, repurposing does not mean. I'm sorry. Maybe my words are
That's
getting.
okay.
Repurposing does not mean a school has to close.
Thank you. Because it's being said here that is, and then that we should open a charter school, or a charter school should open in that particular city. I think that is a very disingenuous thing for a school board member of Broward County Public Schools to be saying to a community. We are not looking at necessarily closing those schools. Repurposing is the plan, and the community conversations that we're having are supposed to dictate to us whether closing makes sense or what would repurposing look like. So potentially we could, on those 5 schools, not talking about what's the title? Reconfiguration, but the 5 schools under repurposing we could walk away and none of those 5 schools would be closed. Is that correct?
That is correct. They could be programmatic. They could end up being great reconfigurations. They could end up being a number of things other than close.
Perfect, thank you, because the conversation is going towards everyone saying these 5 schools are going to be closed, and I know that that's not necessarily what all of us believe in. Some might believe in that and think we're going to sell the property, but I think I've been very clear that selling property that a school sits on would never make sense, because in 10 years we could never buy it back. But anyway, I just wanted to make the point clear. We're not necessarily closing any of these schools. We could be repurposing them. So I would say when we're having, again, whatever comes back to us, whether we're voting on it or not, we finish our community conversations next week, right?
So we finish our community conversations on the 30th. After Dr. Holness, because I saw his hand go up, after Dr. Holness speak, I kind of want to take the board to what I feel like consensus is, and then we can have a conversation about that, but obviously after Dr. Holness speaks. But we don't finish our community conversations until Monday, September 30th, because we rescheduled the one for next week, Tuesday.
Right. Okay, thank you. So my thought process here is that after them, you could, if we direct the conversation differently, could come back with solid recommendations, and we could vote on that.
So I want to be respectful to Dr. Holness, and I can tell you what I think I heard as consensus.
Okay, thank you. Then, sorry, I didn't put a plug in. I would just say, for North Fork especially, thank you to the Museum of Discovery and Science for coming today. And, I know there's a conversation that has been had for a while about that, so I was happy to bring it back up. Again, North Fork would not be closing. They would be joining with a community partner to look at new programming that would be an exciting opportunity for students participating in that school.
That is correct. There, obviously the Museum of Discovery and Science is here. They have approached the superintendent and I and a number of other individuals about truly wanting to partner with the district to transform North Fork into a model school for the work that they do.
And they have national models around that, and that is something that we've never done before.
And I hope we'll be explaining that tonight at the
They
meeting,
will
or
be there.
mods will come and explain that.
Mods is coming.
Awesome. And the only other thing I just wanted to put out there is on page 8, I think it's important that we understand these are not impacts for determining what schools get repurposed. It is specifically proposed boundary considerations. So the idea that I just don't want us to be mushing things together and that they're separate. So it's not about, these aren't the considerations for determining repurposing. It is for the boundary committee to look at boundary proposals and make sure they fall within the realm of whatever we've decided was important.
That is accurate.
Thank you.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you. So I don't believe in voting early. I believe in voting as early as possible. And that is contingent on, as I said before, completing the community process, getting that information from the community and digesting that information. And then the superintendent use all of that collaboration with the community and come up with a number of schools to repurpose. So I don't want to preempt the approach, and we're considering schools before we finish that community process, like I said before. So I want to see that we vote as early as possible, but contingent on our vote being community-driven. So let's finish the process of the community meetings. The superintendent and his team digest all of that information, come back with substantive reasons that is community-based, why we should repurpose these schools and present schools for us to vote on. That's what I'd like to see.
Mr. Fogelnagel?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm going to need clarification. I feel like now, last time I checked, so this board passed to reboundary 5 schools? That's what the conversation was, because it feels like we're just talking about reboundering now. I'm talking about closing schools because Olson was on the list to close. So I could talk about Dania Beach. I could talk about that. But I'm talking about, Ari, maybe you might want to help me. NBC 6 here. Headline says, Broward School Board approves plan to close 5 schools by 25-26 year. That came out in June. What was the motion that we were talking about the plan? And I understand there's going to be different reasons of what redefining or repurposing means. The motion was to close 5 schools, correct?
Correct.
So what conversation are we having here? This is a list of 5 schools or 6 schools that are on here. Be honest and transparent with the community. 5 schools to close. If that's going to change, then be honest and tell the community that. You can't expect people to come to community meetings and then we talk about, oh, well, just we're going to get a group of people and then you could tell us if you want to cut out and reboundary, if you want to go to Western or you want to go to Plantate. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do? You said you were going to close 5 schools. This board passed that motion. So Superintendent, can you please clarify what we're looking at here?
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Chair. Currently, we're looking at the process for boundary committees, right? And within that process is a proposed list of potential schools to create boundary committees around so we can start that work. I just want to be clear, there are two lanes that we're working on right now, and they're kind of parallel. One has already started this summer, which is about redefining when it comes to identifying schools for repurposing, consolidation, all of that, going out to the committee, having those conversations. The other parallel work is also trying to address boundaries, which we're trying to do simultaneously to start that lane, that on-ramp, so we can do this process before we start diving into March and May, because again, that's not fair to the community also when we make decisions around boundaries and the choice window's already opened up and possibly closed by that time. So right now we're talking about boundaries and potential schools that may be involved in this boundary process. Again, and Dr. Wanza is going to kind of bring attention to what she's heard as far as consensus from the board. But a lot of this process, some of this may actually change by September 30th after all these community conversations. Some of these schools may shift. That's why it says potential and not actual or finite. Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
Based on the conversation I've heard from the board members today, thank you. What I see as, or what I interpret the board consensus to be, and I would like to, some affirmation or some redirection, is that staff actually is going to finish the community conversations. On October 8th, we will come back to the board in a workshop, laying out everything, codifying language that will then come to the board on October 15th in a resolution for the board to pass or change, amend. But what I clearly heard today, and I need, if the board says otherwise, but it sounds like the board consensus is to finish the community conversations, come to the board on October 8th, which is the first board workshop, have the conversation, lay out what are the clear swim lanes for the work, and then we will draw up the board resolution, the language there, and then bring the resolution to the board on October 15th. What I will say is we can just start to have some conversation with some of the, like the area chairs. I've heard, yes, we want diversity, just to have them early to start talking about orientation, what a committee process, the structure, but we won't actually name all of the committee members until the list of schools are finalized. Because it would be disingenuous to do that now when schools that people think are there may not be there. We've heard another school needs to be added to the list today. So I think the conversation is we will finish with the community on the 30th, and on October 8th, we will come with a workshop item that leads the board to a conversation that gets us to language for the board to vote on October 15th. That's where I believe I am, and I await direction. Thank you.
Can you speak specifically to the resolution? What is in that resolution that you're speaking
It is
to?
everything that we're talking about, and it's going to be everything on slide number 3. The specific schools, the final timeline, the stakeholder engagement, the committee composition, and the actual elements that we will use to consider boundary proposals.
Okay, and that date again is what?
So what I see is October 8th, we're going to come back to a workshop, and October 15th is when the board would vote on the resolution.
Okay, and I don't see that in the timeline. Is that because you?
That's because I
decided
just, based on this conversation today, heard the board say they rather go slow to go fast and to finish the community conversations, and then we would amend the timeline.
Mr. Fogelholy?
Chair, thank you. And I feel like it's a lot of deflecting, but I still didn't get an answer to the question. Are we closing 5 schools by the 25-26 school year?
So,
if I may,
go ahead.
The board has tasked us to identify a minimum of 5 schools to recommend for close or consolidation. So we will bring that information to the board so they can exercise their vote as they wish of how they want to move forward.
So the answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the consensus. I really like this. When I think about the community understanding what we're doing, what you've described, Dr. Wanza, is you're going to bring the whole total package, including schools that are still eligible for reconfiguration, for redefining, for closing, and you're going to bring that up to the board, and the board at that huge meeting is going to decide what schools to keep looking at, what ideas make sense to them. We'll, by that time, have ideas from municipalities and other organizations on what to do around that. We'll have pros and cons from the community conversations. And at that point, the board will own this, which I think, Chair, is really important. This is not the superintendent's decision. It's our decision. He gets to assign values to things. We get to assign criteria. But at the end of the day, 5 votes from this board have to decide about closing, consolidating, reconfiguring in any way. And I think by October 15th, we'll have a lot of information for the board to say, yes, here's the list of things. We may still decide at that point, we still reserve the right to add to that list later on, but we get to define what we know at that point, and we get hopefully to neck it down a little bit. So then again, the community will get round 2 to come back and say, well, I know we're on the list, but we're mods and we want to take this over and we want to do this really cool thing. Those are great ideas. That's the big benefit of this process is people are coming out and they see when and what to bring to the board. And so then we can make, which I think are very important, board-led discussions leading to board-led votes on what we think is best for Broward County.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. A couple of questions. So there were 8 clusters selected, right? And you had specific schools within each of those clusters.
So there were 11. We just combined a few for the
Okay.
sake of community meetings because it was the same group of parents and we didn't want to bring them out twice.
Okay, so 11.
Okay.
The schools were identified based on the criteria we gave you, right? So I would say, unless there's a consensus from the board to add a school, just having one person tell you to add a school doesn't necessarily mean the school should be added. Also, I would say, again, here's what I explained to people as I went to explain community meetings. We've identified schools that could potentially be closed, repurposed, or closing is part of repurposing. So the discussion we're going to have in these community meetings is, what would you do with these schools? And if one had to close, which one? And what would you want to see done with that piece of land, right? Like, for example, Broward Estates. They had a great conversation yesterday about early learning. So I would walk away from there with, if we had to close Broward Estates, here's what the community would like to do with it. That's what I'd like to see us walking out of every conversation with, so that the community says, we understand, we don't like it, but if we had to close a school from this list, here's the one we would close, and this is what we would want you to do with it. And I think it needs to be really clear, because again, yesterday, great meeting. I'm not saying it wasn't, but it wasn't clear to anyone that it was really a discussion about which one of these schools should we be closing. Because at the end of the day, there may not be, some may not want to. We have 11 clusters and who knows?
Okay.
But I think it needs to be very clear. We want to walk away from those meetings with one of the schools that everyone understands is a high probability of closing, so that it's much more transparent than, I don't think anyone walked away with the idea that Broward Estates might close. So
I would respectfully disagree, but.
Yeah. That's not what I got, because they wanted the K through 3. So anyway, I just want to walk away from that meeting with a really strong understanding of, we as a community understand, we don't maybe like it, but we agree that this makes the most sense.
And thank you for the guidance for tonight's conversation.
Ms. Pham.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My mouth is open over here. I'm in shock. Last thing I said at the last meeting when we voted is, we have to make up our minds. We have to stop vacillating, going back and forth. Because I feel like we're idiots. We're saying this, we're saying that. We went from 65 schools down to no schools, then back up to 60 schools, and then we're at 8 or 10 schools. It's all over the place. We have to be consistent. We have to make the hard decisions. We can't be driven by emotion. We have to decide what is in the best interest for this county, and that includes considering financial aspects, what and how much we can afford. So with that being said, I'm not going to sugarcoat things, and I want to thank you for the people that told me of my reputation now. Fam, I don't give a damn. You're going to get transparency. Thank you. I like that nickname. We're down more than 50,000 students the last time we calculated, and that's the data that's been provided. Okay? After this meeting of September 10th, I've had parents contact me whether they can pull their students and go into Dade County or Palm Beach County because they feel abused and they don't want to stay here anymore. They've been driven out. So I wouldn't exactly say we're attracting people. They're running from us. The plan now, as presented, or the plan was just in June that we were going to select schools and we were going to close these schools, one, because we were under-enrolled, and two, because we don't have the financial capacity to sustain them. There was a double consideration here. Now, we're saying today that we're not going to close these schools that we're looking at. We're all talking about repurposing, and we're sugarcoating it, whether that's not, repurposing is not the same as closing schools. You pointed it out. So what it comes down to is you're giving people hope that these schools are going to be sustainable, and not only are they going to be sustained, but there's either going to be improvements to them or other alterations that brings them back to life in hope that we're going to increase enrollment. But let's look at the reality of the situation. Right now, there was teacher or there were staff members or employees that we couldn't even give a raise to this year. We didn't have the money to do it. Still, the teachers are not happy with the raise they received, and other employees. We didn't have the money to do it. I think if we did, we would have made people happy. We would gladly give them a greater compensation because we can see how the high cost of living and the economy right now is going. So my question is, if we can't afford to accommodate our staff with wage cost of living increases, and how are we going to afford to bring competitive, how are we going to afford to repurpose 10 schools with improvements and make them better or alter them when the district is facing an underenrollment crisis? And I'm going to say it out there, I think it's a financial crisis, that we don't have this extra money to toss out. Where is this going to all come from? So I'm asking for clarification here. Can we do this whole thing safely without sinking this district? Are we putting ourselves in financial peril by making a commitment we're going to take these schools when we're under-enrolled, and we're going to make improvements, make it better, and we're going to hope people come back, and we're going to be able to satisfy all the wage requirements of the teachers and the other staff, because we have a mass exodus. Every time I look, it's more than 50 people every month, more than 50 people. So, and if they are going to be closed, where are we going? Where is this the list are the potential schools to be closed, or is this just a list of potential schools that may be revitalized and brought back to life? So I just want clarification. Are we closing? Are we not closing? And who's involved in this? Because now we're talking, Mr. Zena wanted to get this done in November. I just got the whole thing spun. Like I said, a whirlwind. And we need clarification for this community once and for all. No going back and forth anymore. The buck stops here today. What are we doing? Do we need to close schools? Dr. Hepburn, that's my first question.
Dr. Hepburn.
All right. I heard about like 10 questions, Ms. Pham, so I'm going to try and answer all of them with one statement. First of all, just want to be clear again that there's two streams of work we're talking about. Number one, that involves going out to community, getting feedback, consolidating all that feedback to make some good recommendations to the board about the minimum of 5 schools for closing or consolidation. The other stream of work is about boundary committees, because we have to start that work now, so we don't find ourselves in a predicament of trying to start that work in January, which just throws the whole redefining in a tailspin. So, as I can tell you, Ms. Pham, we will bring back the specific date. Dr. Wanza just mentioned, I forgot, October 15th, October 17th.
So we're going to start October 8th workshop, October 15th board meeting.
Yep, so the October 15th board meeting, you will have information that we've gathered from community engagement meetings, and also conversations with our municipalities about the support they want to leverage in certain schools, and conversations we've had with nonprofit partners or for-profit partners they want to leverage in schools, so that you, and all the additional metrics for each school, that we're going to give you all of that information so that the board is well informed, so they can make the best decision possible about what schools they're going to decide to close or consolidate, along with additional information about some programmatic enhancement for schools that we're not even talking about closing or consolidating. So that you'll be able to make a vote, as Dr. Holness mentioned, making a vote quick or in a timely manner. You'll be able to do that in October 17th if you so wish.
So follow-up clarification, Chair. Thank you. Oh, so are the 5 schools that you're looking at to close on that list, or are there other schools that are not included on that list that may be closed? I need to know and narrow it in. What are we looking at? These 5 are in peril, or out of the 10, you're going to pick 5, possibly. But are you saying this is the only list that's out there, or there's other schools out there that we don't know about that are in consideration?
So we have 7 more community meetings. So the feedback we receive from the community and the input will change list over that span of time. So we will consolidate that information so we can give you the best information possible.
So this is just a proposal, this is not the final list, and there are other schools out there that may be added to this list.
Correct, that's why it says potential and not actual.
And so the total amount you're looking for when other schools are added is what? What are we looking at for total closures?
We're going to suggest a minimum of 5, a minimum. So
And the maximum of?
I don't know what that maximum is going to be yet, Ms. Pham. I'll know more after all of the community conversations.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that for the community.
Yep, thank you.
All right, we're good? Everyone good? Ms. Rupert?
No, we're done now?
Yeah, we're done. Dr. Hepburn, staff has their takeaways?
We'll see you October 8th.
Thank you.
And October 15th.
All right,
But
so
we
the
got to get
next,
to the 8th first.
the next item is standards of boardsmanship for members of the school board. We'll give staff a minute to get to the table, and then, do we have any public comment on this item? Do we have any public comment? No? Deidre Ruth. On the standards of boardmanship for members of the school board.
Thank you. Right now? No. Ms. Ruth is going to speak.
Sorry? Go ahead. Ms. Ruth. Ms. Ruth.
They're on break.
Have we moved forward to the next agenda item?
Yes, we
Because
have.
everyone's
We're
in the room.
We're in public speakers.
Okay, because it just seemed like a lot of people left the room.
Go ahead, Ms. Ruth.
Okay. I'm looking at the articles here that you have listed in the resolution for boardmanship. And I'd like to point out a couple of them, especially number 6. It says, I will uphold school board policy 1010 by modeling the 8 character traits of Broward County schools: kindness, respect, self-control, and tolerance. Did that happen last week? Number 7 in the articles, I will exhibit conduct that encourages safe, equitable, and harassment-free working and learning environments by condemning all acts of bullying, harassment, or discriminated as outlined in Broward Policy 5900, anti-bullying. Did that happen in this boardroom last week with parents? You wonder why parents aren't involved in the district. Well, it doesn't help when parents of differing opinions and religious beliefs right here from the dais are called hateful and bigots, or comments called hateful and bigoted. Would you have said the same things if a student expressed the same feelings of what us parents said, or is it just selective bullying in this boardroom? What kind of example are you setting for students by calling people whose opinions differ from yours hateful and bigoted? Are we teaching children that when you disagree, you just call them hateful bigots? Are their comments bigotry? Do you just tell students that they're not allowed to have their own religious beliefs? We have a right to our religious beliefs and our First Amendment rights. It's all part of our First Amendment rights. We have a right to that. We have a right to celebrate our religious beliefs and our morals. You don't have to agree, but you don't have a right to bully parents of students. Remember, you work for us. Our taxpayers pay you. How would you feel if how would you feel if the superintendent who works for you called you hateful and bigoted in a very public manner on this dais? Would you be not submitting complaints about bullying or about being told your religious beliefs are wrong? Would you not be filing those complaints? Because I'm telling you now, the parents last week that had to go through that are submitting complaints. You bullied parents of your students. You did not represent all. You represented your bias. Not every student in the classroom, not every parent who stood in front of you.
Thank you so much. Any other speakers? Now I'll turn it over to staff for a presentation. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair, before we get into the item, I
Yeah.
do know that there were a number of bus operators here earlier today.
Yeah, I spoke to them.
So can somebody speak to them? I know that they wanted to share
I spoke
something.
to them.
But is there anything that you would want to
I'll
share on
speak
their
when
behalf?
we get to the impasse.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the caution of time, I know that we're behind. I'll keep my comments very short. But before we begin, a board member left their comments by me on this item. Does this look familiar to any of the board members? No? Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So we're here today basically because the board approved the revisions to policy 1110 on May 29th at the school board meeting for a resolution to be signed by each board member at an organizational meeting each year in November. But this is the first time that the board has to now draft whatever that resolution is that would then, of course, carry on from year to year. So today is an opportunity for the board to then come up with topics or themes for each of the articles for the resolution. And on slide number 5, well, the slide's not up, but on slide number 5 are the themes for each board member. Oh, sorry. And I'm not sure what I did there, so I'll just put that down. I asked the board members basically to look at slide number 5 and look at the themes of the particular articles and not to focus so much on the wording. We can wordsmith the words. I know there, maybe a typo. It was strive instead of stride on one of the particular articles, but to look at the themes and come up with basically the themes that they would like, and we will wordsmith it, run it through our legal department to make sure that it is legally sound and bring it back to the board for board consideration at our organizational meeting. I believe it's in November 6th, 19th or 17th. I can say, though, that whatever is presented to the board today is a little softened. Other governing bodies, that is on slide 3, they have similar work resolutions as well as policies and standards. They are a little stricter, so we kind of try to soften it a little bit for the board, as this is their first time coming up with the resolution. But of course, you can change it as will. So with that, Madam Chair, I now turn it back over to the board so that we can receive the feedback on the particular articles for the resolution.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this to us. I just had one comment and one question. There are numerous grammatical and spelling errors throughout the resolution, so I just hope that those are fixed before they come to us. So there's that. What mechanism do we have to enforce this? Or I guess, what do other government agencies or entities do to enforce their standards for boardsmanship?
Dr. Fullerton?
Mr. Hill, Mr. Reski?
Thank you. So other governing bodies, some governing bodies have the authority to fine themselves as well as to remove themselves from the board. I don't know if this particular board has those particular authorities, but other than the censorship, then they have other options. They can make you take a training. I believe that was done where basically the board censored some behaviors and came back with, some board members had to take some trainings, maybe some fines. So those are different things that we can look into for reinforcement.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to hear what my colleagues have to say, or if they have any ideas about enforcement or consequences for violating these standards. Because, I think it's a great gesture, but there's a lot of things a lot of policies that we have for ourselves that we don't necessarily follow. So I just want to make sure that there's teeth in this. Yeah, those are my comments.
Thank you. Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I had similar questions. On the last article, it says school board members who repeatedly fail to adhere to these standards of boardmanship may be formally censured by the remaining members of the school board. So I think it would be important to understand what censured means for the public and what that would look like. For example, I'll bring up something that was brought up before, Article number 7, right, where it's talking about harassment-free and bullying. Bullying has a specific definition, and by just mentioning something in a school board meeting isn't really bullying. So, but that may look like bullying or feel like bullying to somebody. So how do we even, there needs to be maybe definitions in here. I mean, I know we have a policy, but I may think that someone bullied me and someone else may not feel that way. So how do we, who determines that they're repeatedly failing to adhere to the rules, and then what would censorship look like?
Ms. Batista?
Well, so let me start with the easier question and answer. And that would be, what does censorship would look like? What I have seen in other districts, in other governmental entities, is that they prepare something like a resolution type document that is then voted upon by the entire board, and so it would be like a public reprimand of that particular board member. That's what I have seen before related to that. What were your other?
I guess the idea at the bottom, I like the idea of this. I just, again, because we had a discussion about censorship earlier, and kind of the answer was it really doesn't mean anything. So if it doesn't really mean anything, what's the point of going through the steps of it, I guess is my thought. And board members who repeatedly fail to adhere, repeatedly how many times? Who gets to decide that they're not adhering? I'll give a different example besides the bullying, because I know this happens often. I will demonstrate respect for the managing process and administrative procedures set forth by the lawful authority of the superintendent and accept the superintendent's expertise to supervise district staff. Well, we've seen it in board meetings where the superintendent brings forth a list of either reprimands or consequences or new hires, and people vote no against it. Would that be going against item number 8? So it's just that it looks really good, but when we're looking at how do we implement this, I don't want to have a policy or have something that, again, just checks the box and it doesn't have fidelity to it. Nothing against what I just have sat here for 4 years, and I know that I don't know how we would actually implement the part at the bottom. So I think it's great that we want to have a boardmanship, a resolution that says we're going to follow this and be good board members, but I don't know about the censorship, the last part of it. I just don't know how that would work. So I'd like to see what my colleagues think.
Okay, anyone else would like to speak? Ms. Pham?
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you. Okay. I have a few things here I'd like to say. Thank you. Board members accuse parents of bigotry. This is from an article in the newspaper. I'm quoting from this article. During the discussion, multiple board members accused parents of making bigoted remarks about the resolution. Board member Leonardi said some of the comments were disturbing and bigoted. Board member Hickson said it was unfortunate that adults exhibit hate and bigotry and disrespect to students and staff in our school district.
Ms. Pham, how does this have to do with the item?
Because it talks about censorship, it talks about the rules of decorum.
What letter are you on? Because I think it's disrespectful right now that you're calling out your colleagues.
I'm not calling out, I'm reading an
No,
article.
you are. You just said their names, and that needs to stop.
I'm just quoting.
Mrs. Pham, we are talking about a resolution. You need to
Okay,
speak to
I'm
the
on the same
resolution.
I don't have any other names, I quoted from that article. This one does not name anything. This is from a parent. I watched the end of the Miami-Dade Public School Board meeting last night, and I want my time back too. And I was so impressed with the professionalism of the board members. The board chair, pictured below, allowed every single public speaker to speak, went on for hours out of respect to the public, and gave them the opportunity to be heard. She also printed out close to 1,000 emails that she received about the topic and brought them to the meeting, to the public, and she read them. And none of the board members called speakers by names or that had any different viewpoints, like board members here in Broward County. Even their student advisor gave a very professional and eloquent speech that showed appreciation to all the speakers. I am very disappointed that the two school board members here in Broward County called parents names from the dais simply for expressing different viewpoints. This is unacceptable and bullying behavior. Why did the board chair allow that? Why are elected officials on Broward County School Board calling parents names? This is unprofessional and not right. These are just some of the opinions that others have of us. Okay. Moving on from there, one of the things the board member down in Dade did was she had a special meeting. Everyone had 3 minutes to speak, and they went on until everyone voiced their opinion. And everyone seemed very pleased with the way that meeting was conducted. Hold on. So, Article 6, you're asking board members to uphold these standards. Those standards that outline include respect, civility, self-control, and tolerance, a way for a meeting to be conducted in a safe, equitable environment with others. Yet in the last 7 days, board members, including, and I'm not going to mention any names, were allowed to call speakers of religious faith supporting biology and science bigots, and assert because of their view that there's two sexes, male and female, hate speech. These labels and derogatory comments directed solely at the people are protected religious beliefs, and it was discriminatory, harassing, bullying, intending to humiliate and intimidate speakers, and a violation of our school board policy 5109. The chair was sitting there quietly and did not stop or condemn the behavior. The biases of this board are self-evident, and that the board members discriminated against and lodged personal attacks against parents and residents with protected religious beliefs. This is not civility that we're asking for. That's what you're asking for in this resolution, civility. We can't even demonstrate it when we can do it on our own. These speakers did not feel welcome, they felt targeted. And board members stooped to a new low of engaging in name-calling and mislabeling these people, and were part of a mudslinging mob. The content of speech is protected. If you don't agree with speech, it doesn't mean that it's bigoted, it doesn't mean that it's hate speech. And the board cannot discriminate on bias of what they prefer and what they don't prefer. It appears that bias is here, the difference is conservative people experience bias while liberal beliefs do not. And we cannot have that in our district. It's not acceptable. At this point in time, I wanted to bring an incident. May I continue? You allowed others to continue.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I want to bring an incident in where I was censored, that's because censoring is a part of this, where I had gone to a book review committee where they had reviewed books to see whether or not they were appropriate in the schools. The finding of the book review committee was the book that was reviewed was not acceptable, was not, the finding of the committee was that the book was educational and was allowable. Within 24 hours, we had a school board meeting, and I brought that book over, and I attempted to read it into the record so parents would know what exactly is considered acceptable. My microphone was turned off. I was threatened to stop, and the chair at that time was saying, this is inappropriate. Inappropriate. So how does a book 24 hours earlier be deemed appropriate for schools, elementary, middle, high school, whatever school was in, but not appropriate for adults in the room at a board meeting? That doesn't make sense. However, again, I was censored, and every time I try to bring this to the attention of the public, I am censored. I get interrupted, and my speech is cut off.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Batista?
I just want to make sure that there is a difference between censorship and censure. as it's expressed in this resolution. So censorship would be along the lines of what Mrs. Pham is speaking about, which is meant to be prohibition of something, or if something is obscene or unacceptable. Censure, as it's looked at in this resolution, would be to denounce or condemn behavior. So they're two different things. I just want to make sure that we're talking about the right one.
Thank you. Dr. Seaman?
Thanks. Just a point of order, Chair. How many votes does it take to censor a member of Broward County School Board?
5. Ms. Batiste?
To censor?
With a U, censure.
Oh, censure. Okay. So it would be 5.
Thank you very much. To this particular item, then, Chair, we have to be really, really, I would like us to consider making sure in the future that items that are brought to the school board are error-free and typo-free. This is read by the community. It's read by us. There are missing words in this resolution. And we've asked about this for, I know, my 2 years on the board, but there doesn't seem to be any reaction on behalf of the superintendent and staff. I would like that to start now. If we have an item, if it's a summary, if it's worth 9 people and hundreds of people in the community and 25,000 employees to read it, it deserves to be legible. I don't want to lose students because we can't present ourselves in a professional way. 2, to the main point, and I've heard this from my colleagues, I would love for us to consider, Chair, maybe seeing if this is the will of the group, to reach consensus on this, that 14, Roman numeral XIV, which I think is 14 if I can remember my Roman numerals, says school board members who repeatedly fail, and it just repeats the factual statement that any legislative body in Florida can censor a member who, through egregious behavior, is doing something that warrants that kind of behavior. I also think that for Broward County Schools, we should add a few words there that say, and may be counseled by our school board chair. And my point in doing that is if, in fact, there are people who serve on this board who get close to these or trip over the line a few times, I believe that we should empower our chair to have that conversation. And they might want to do it with a general counsel there to make sure they're not talking about anything that we might vote on. But it is important for the role of the chair to make sure, in my mind, that people are made aware when it's apparent that they've either crossed the line or come close on multiple occasions. There is, of course, real teeth to this because anybody who serves on this board that doesn't act in this way is going to have a difficult time getting reelected. Broward County expects us to act in a civilized, kind, generous, warm, collegial way. I mean, these are kids. We lead an army of 812,000 people in the pursuit of our goals. The leaders of that group cannot be acting in a way that is disrespectful or unprofessional. And one way of having teeth in this is you're not going to get reelected. The other is we have some members of the media still here, but they make great stories about anyone who engages in behavior, and they can point to a resolution that you signed and said you won't do X, and then you turn around and do X. That's hypocritical. It'll be in the newspaper. It'll be online. It'll be posted everywhere. So I believe there are some teeth in it. I just wonder if the board would like to also add this little parenthetical that says, and may be counseled by the school board chair, just as a way to remind that I think that the role of the chair may include in the future an ability to just have a little mentoring for a newer member, or just some 5-minute conversation someday in a professional and formal setting, just to remind any member that gets close or trips over these lines too many times that we do have standards, and it's really important in the pursuit of our goals that we adhere to these things.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Has any of the FSBA verbiage for requirements and certified training, has that been incorporated in any of these?
Dr. Fullerton?
Mr. Hill?
I'm so sorry. I was paying attention to the clock and make
Ms.
sure it was right
Rupert?
for you. So I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question for me? I'm sorry.
No problem, hon. I asked if there was anything from FSBA that part of their requirements to meet a certified board member status, or the board itself can take a boardmanship and get the entire board trained together, working together. Has that been incorporated into any of these ethics codes or requirements for school board members, et cetera, et cetera?
I didn't put it inside of the resolution because we put it inside of a policy, a previous policy that the board just passed on
Right.
professional development for school board members. So that's wherever I embedded that. But if we want to include that, you will basically follow that policy as well, which I think it may be in here. I can add that if you want to make that one of the articles.
That would be one suggestion of mine, and also, I'm just going to say this, and it's probably going to upset people because I'm originally from New York. Big surprise. This is how it goes. We have to live and work together in this room, in this building, and in this community. Can't like everybody, but we can at least have a level of, I think kindness might be too much reaching for some people, a little bit. So instead of saying kindness, maybe we'll just say impartial snarkyship, okay? Something like that. That's what, you could use the word in another way. But what I'm saying is this is an awful long job. We have incredible amounts of responsibility for us to handle. And these are the children of tomorrow. They're going to be running the world. And if we don't get our job done and we can't get along together this way, there's no way that Broward County is going to maintain an A. We got it. We got the A back with some little bumps and other things in the road and several superintendents and grand jury reports. Let's try to go and get an A+ and keep it for 12 years by learning to get along a little bit better. And I'm not saying I'm going to change my views about people and they're going to change their views about me, but let's just please not have to be crazy when we're around here. When I go to FSBA and go to different meetings, people are like, how do you get things done down there? I said, well, because you don't see the stuff that actually goes on in here. Yes, there's some of this, but there's also working together. So I'm just saying that it would mean a lot to me if we could all just be a little bit more kindly.
Thank you. So I don't know if it's in here already, and I guess kind of sad that I have to even ask for this to be in there, but there should be something to speak to school board members being an advocate for Broward County Public Schools.
Oh, that's on the first line.
First line?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I read in the first line anyway, Chair,
Yeah.
that it's about all children. But it
No,
maybe, and it
I'm
says
s-
entire district, but maybe it's not clear enough.
No, I'm speaking to like Broward County public schools, like promoting public schools, like not promoting like, hey, this is where you can go get the voucher and leave Broward County public schools, or constantly promoting charter schools. I know they're public schools too, but I'm talking about our traditional Broward County public schools. So in some way, the wording, I think, needs to be in there. Did you see it?
Madam
The
Chair.
Deputy Superintendent.
Thank you. Mr. Hill?
Thank you. I'm not sure if Article 2 is what you're referring to. Basically, that you won't do anything as school board members that will be detrimental to the district as far as budget, enrollments, those type of things. Okay.
No. Mm-mm. No.
So you're saying that basically to be the advocate and to promote Broward County Public Schools, that
Right.
school board members will basically.
Positively promote, advocate for Broward County Public Schools.
Okay, we can add that.
Madam Chair.
Point of order
What's your point?
for Ms. Batista. Ms. Batista, would that not be discriminating if we did not promote all Broward County Public Schools charter and, as you want to say, the normal?
Ms. Batista?
That would not be discrimination.
So we can be required not to promote charter schools, not allowed to do that. That would be seen as inappropriate?
Well, there's a difference between promoting or advocating from what the chair is stating.
Okay. Can you
To
define
the opposite.
advocating then? What you mean by advocating?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's in your actions, right? I mean, like, if you're, if you have your Facebook page, and let's say that hypothetically, this would be going against what I'm trying to say, is the first pin post is to say where you can go get your voucher to go out of Broward County Public Schools to a private school or another school. Another example would be, wearing the Broward County Public Schools pin. That's you're promoting Broward schools with pride. These are some of the examples.
I don't have any questions. When I promote public schools with all the other schools. I'm pro-parent, pro-school choice for anybody who's bullying, and they need to get to wherever safe place is.
Okay. Ms. Rupert, are you done? Ms. Rupert?
Yeah, for the moment.
Okay. Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, thank you for your input. I had a similar question, but probably worded differently. As we create a resolution establishing standards for boardmanship, I just want legal to tell us definitively that we can include the advocating, if that's the word, of traditional public schools specifically. Is there any legal concern with doing that? And so I can know whether or not I can vote on this item in the future when it's revised fully.
Ms. Batista?
So the answer is no. There isn't any prohibition of saying that school board members who are elected to the school board of Broward County are going to promote or advocate for the school board of Broward County. I don't see any conflict.
Well, specifically traditional public schools.
Right.
I think that's what it's saying.
Right. I mean, nobody's saying that you're going to go out and badmouth another school or put down the, private schools or charter schools or anything of that nature. It's just the positive act of promoting and advocating for the school board of Broward County.
I understand, and the reason I have that concern because prior to this there were some concerns as to how you define public schools and then charter schools. This was when we were deciding on the distribution of funds, and then it was later shown that charter schools is considered public schools. So I just want to make sure that when we put this language in, that we're pretty clear on what Broward County School is. Is it just traditional schools? Is it charter schools? And can we just extract traditional public schools and not include charter without any legal concerns?
So there isn't any prohibition from where I'm thinking or standing as far as, and you're correct. I mean, clearly charter schools are also public schools.
Correct.
They're a type of public schools. They're not district schools. So what Mrs. Alhadev is advocating is that there would be some sentence or a line here where the school board members are promising to promote, advocate for not just public schools in general, but Broward County public schools.
Okay,
and not Miami-Dade public schools or Palm Beach public schools, just
understand.
Broward County public
But
schools.
what I heard her said is traditional public schools, which is the qualifying word, traditional, which would exclude charter.
Correct.
So I don't have a problem with what Board Member Alhadev is saying. I just want to make sure it's legally correct. So if I vote, I am not violating anything.
Right. So when it's finally drafted and my office reviews the language line by line, we'll make sure that it doesn't have any information there that would potentially be legally problem.
Okay.
But if it's just a sentence, as you know, as Mrs. Al-Hadef has described, I don't see any problem in advocating for the school board of Broward County.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to get some clarification again, and I think, Ms. Batista, you read my mind. What is the difference between censor and censure as it's in the resolution?
Ms. Batista?
Right, so the word in Article 14 is censure, which is to denounce or to condemn particular behavior, and to censor is to prohibit something from being spoken, or a book, or something that has material that is offensive or problematic.
Got it, thank you. I think I just wanted to emphasize Article 6, when we're talking about the district's character traits and the importance of honesty. I was really glad to see that. I agree with the chair's proposal to add something. I think maybe the language could be around, school board members will, have a responsibility to promote and support Broward County Public Schools, and not work against them, or something. There's more eloquent language to use, but that's my opinion. I also think it might be important to add an article around a responsibility to honesty and sharing accurate and truthful information. So I know we have something about the district's character traits, but I do think sometimes we have issues with sharing incorrect information. So I would like to see, as one board member, something in there about an obligation to share accurate and truthful information with the public, and also during school board meetings. Thank you.
Factually based.
Yes.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I agree and would like to see both of those things in there. One about advocating for Broward County District Schools. We are elected to be Broward County Public School Board members. Everyone's entitled to their personal opinion, but when you're an elected official, it's very hard to cross those lines. So I'm going to go back, though, to Article number 14 about repeatedly failing to adhere, because if we make this and pass it, we're already going to have a school board member that will be breaking one of those things that we have on there, because they do have pinned on their Facebook how to get vouchers, which takes money away from our district as we continue to discuss that. So is there a way to put in here, instead of repeatedly failing, like to put an actual number, or to have some kind of more definite thing that happens? Because I know Dr. Zeman has said this has teeth, but it doesn't really have teeth if we're not saying, what that expectation is. 3 times and you're out, 2 times and you're out. Does the chair address first and say, you keep repeating this, and if it continues, then I'm going to bring it to the board for a resolution on censuring? I really think we need to have a stronger discussion, and I'm a little concerned that 2 board members that will have to sign this aren't here to have a discussion on it and give their input. So anyway, I'm still a little frustrated about how we would implement this, because we can say a lot of things and want things to happen, but we don't all align in what we are in our interpretation of what it means to be a Broward County School Board member.
Maybe we just
Hey, Madam Chair.
Yes. Mr. Alston?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I was only suggesting that I am on. I heard the comment from the Vice Chair. I've actually been more intrigued by listening to the comments of the board. So when this does come back, that we can opine. But I am on. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Hickson, do you want to clarify your comment?
Yeah, I was talking about the 2 newly elected school board members that will have to actually sign this, because I think it will come back to us in November, if I'm not mistaken, at the organizational meeting. Is that the intent?
Thank you. So maybe we remove that word repeatedly, because it can be one action that would cause this to then now take place. And it would be up to the person who's bringing this forward. Dr. Zeman?
I just want to support your idea, Chair, about this. If it said, I will advocate for successful public education in Broward County, I will make decisions based on facts and evidence which promote the best interest of the entire school district, I will refrain from, and then continue with the rest of that. I think it gets closer to where you might go, and if they consider that language, maybe we can make final edits when it goes along. I do want to point out that we are very limited to what we can do in terms of punishment to each other. There are state laws. We are a legislative body. We're elected by or appointed to this, and members of this board cannot be voted off. They can't be disciplined in any other way other than censure. So the only limit we have, and by the way, this is a resolution. This is just saying, hey, this is what we resolved to do, and we sign it. But I would love that it would have more teeth, but we're limited in terms of what we can do. We can counsel by the chair, and we can censor, and other than that, there's nothing written in state law that we can do to change the makeup of this body.
Hold on. Ms. Batista, can you speak about a referral to the State Ethics Commission?
Right, so.
Complaint.
Right, you know, anyone can file a complaint related to a violation of ethics or whatnot. But I think what Dr. Zeman is speaking about, which is correct, is that, you know, there is really very little that board members can do as a body against each other. You know, the board members can only be removed by the governor. You know, you can't remove board members, you know, the body itself cannot remove board members. And so I think that's probably one of the reasons that some districts have, you know, the language around the censuring, because that comes, you know, close to a public reprimand type of thing that would affect the rights, or, you know, of the other board members.
There is, though, the contrapositive of all this, right? If you don't exhibit these things, good luck having your colleagues listen to you, or, you know, really give you much influence in something that you'd like to get done, which requires more than just your action. So there is an incentive for people to behave well and to be civil and to be professional. There's just nothing in state law that allows us to do anything other than say, boy, I wish the voters will do something different next time. So I love this resolution. I just think it's important for us to sign something that says we all agree to these standards and are willing to hold on to them. And I love the amendment that the chair was suggesting, and I gave a quick paragraph about it, but if we saw a version something like that, I think it'd get closer to where we want to go.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to request that also, in addition, an amendment be made, and that would be based on our policy rule 1005, school board responsibilities and authority. Number 4, recognizing that each school board member has a responsibility to their constituents in the member of the elected area. So I'd like that to be included in this resolution. It just says number 4. It doesn't say Article 4. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to make a motion on that.
We're not
So
moving.
workshop.
Oh, yeah.
Dr.
Okay, next time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do appreciate this resolution, and I am certainly in agreement with having some measure to which we adhere to behavior that is conducive to a functional meeting. What I would say, though, is that I heard Dr. Zeman talk about having teeth. I guess my question is, how sharp is the bite, right? Because I don't want this to create more dysfunctionality where every time we think there is a non-adherence to one of the items in the resolution, that we are correcting that board member, and then we become more dysfunctional instead of functional. I think this should not be an I got you moment, or that kind of a thing. And I hope we can function in that way, where we are looking at it more as a guide to help challenge us to a much better and functional meeting, as opposed to trying to get each other on every little thing. So I am hoping that it will work, and I'm supporting it, but I'm also hoping it doesn't create more dysfunction instead of greater function. Thank you.
So I think maybe what Dr. Zeman's suggestion on 9 is to add that the board chair speaks to the board member on the action or whatever it is.
Yeah, that Article 14, just to be clear, where we talk about censor, that we also, first step, could be counseled by the board chair and censored, which is our statutory right anyway.
So if I may.
Ms. Batista?
I just really have an issue with, the chair being placed in a position where potentially she could be violating the sunshine by counseling another board member, especially if at some point then there will be a censure item brought to the board for vote. So and then when does that, when is the chair triggered? What triggers the chair to then, take that action? What kind of like what Mrs. Hickson was saying, what rises to the level of a discussion?
Okay. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I would not be in favor of adding that in Article 4 about your district, because really, once you're elected, you're representing you're representing all students, employees in the community. So I would not agree with adding that. And I just want to ask, so if something were to happen, and I do agree with just taking, instead of repeatedly just saying fail to adhere. So in here, should we also, in number 14, say, like, how would this come about? Does somebody, let's say I see something on Facebook and I want to bring it to the board. Do I bring it as a BB item? Do I let the superintendent know that I'd like it in a workshop? How do we move forward in having a discussion on the behavior and what we as a board would want to do with it? I think it would be important to know how that moves forward in here, because all this is just saying is formally censured, but what does that look like?
Ms. Batista?
I'm not sure what that would look like.
BB item.
I mean, it could be a BB item. Yes, it could be, a phone call to the superintendent to ask that person, to raise awareness about the policy, or reminder about the policy. The other thing that needs to be mentioned is that there are also First Amendment rights that board members have. So there is a difference between what you have in your Facebook page as your personal Facebook page versus, let's say, if it's a Facebook page that is associated with you as a board member. I think those are two separate things. Maybe there needs to be some delineation about either here in this resolution or somewhere else, to say that there is only one person that can speak for the board, and that is the chair, or when a board member is repeating facts of things that have been approved by the entire board, and that otherwise any other statements made by board members are personal in nature. They're just their own personal opinions. They do not reflect what the board as a whole stands for.
I would just say, in the ethics classes that we take, it does tell you that you should not you should have two separate social media, right? One personal, or you could put on the top, these are my personal opinions, they're not, but I don't believe that everyone on our board follows those recommendations through the ethics course that we signed, that we watched and participated in. So, I don't, maybe that's something in here about that we've, are going to follow the recommendations of the ethics group. But if you don't have two separate ones, it's very hard to determine what's personal and what's official, right? So we can't make people make two separate ones. But I don't want to just focus on that. I mean, there's other times when, again, I'll go back to the one about not giving the superintendent his, following his expertise and stuff. So I'll go back to that one, which is 9. So, there's just a lot of pieces in here that are already happening. So how, I just see us doing this resolution and immediately having an issue. So I just would rather have a discussion about it now and know what it looks like, or tweak this. I hope people would read it and we'll all agree that we will do better as we move forward. It's not just one person. All of us have done something in here that we could be called out on. So, it's not to call one particular person out, but if we're doing a resolution and we're taking the time, it should be with fidelity. And that's really what my concern is here, that we have this. But, as Dr. Holness said, at the end of the day, if it doesn't have a bite, it's just poking the bear, and it'll just make us more dysfunctional. And I don't think that was the purpose of what this resolution was. So I just think it needs to be clear, if we didn't follow a rule on here that we all agreed to, what would we do moving forward that makes sense for everybody? And I don't know if that's even possible, but.
Ms. Rupert?
I was going to actually say something on the line of Ms. Hickson. I don't really think we're at the right moment right now to agree to any of this. And quite personally, I'll go through another grand jury report. I'm sure I'll be fine, but it's not pretty. And I don't really think we need to be, poking the bear at this time. Let's just get through November and get our new board members started and make sure everybody's trained correctly from the very beginning, which is a large part of that foundation. And that's where you can get your information from as well. And silly plug, Thursday, I'm on the panel for FSBA at, I think it's at Sheridan, and you guys are coming. And I think Ms. Hickson is also part of it. It's getting together with the southern part of the group. And that's where we get to ask the questions. Debbie and I will be very careful because we will not be talking on the same thing. But it's part to make those friendships and to see what their districts have. Some have some very interesting procedures in place to kind of handle things. And I know as the board of directors, we'd censored somebody before, a board member from another district in the state of Florida. So it can happen, and it does happen. And what wound up that being was they took some of her committees away.
Ms. Leonardi?
I forgot to comment on the recommendation for the board member to be counseled by the chair. I have the same concerns about the potential sunshine violations, but also, in a universe, not this one, but in a universe many, many years from now, when none of us are on this board, there is a possibility that the chair is the one to violate this resolution. That's one of my concerns with that recommendation. To Ms. Hickson's question about how this would play out, I would just imagine that one of us would bring a BB item if we felt necessary to censure someone. And I do share Dr. Holness's concerns about, I really don't want this to be a situation in which we are bringing a censuring item every meeting, and we're always in the news for focusing on adult problems like this. I think it's important that we have standards that we hold ourselves to. And I agree with everything in this resolution, and I agree that there needs to be like some accountability and procedure for consequences. But I do hope that we don't weaponize this, or future boards don't weaponize this to cause more distraction from the reason we're really here. Like the standards that we're trying to hold ourselves to is so that we can, help this district be functional and provide the best quality education for our students.
All right. Any other comments? Seeing none, we're now going to recess for a closed door. Right, Ms. Batista? Closed door? Yeah. Staff? We're doing closed door now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, closed door. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We are now in policy 4380, rural development, behavioral threat management. Can staff give a 1-minute presentation, then we'll go to questions. Mr. Lozano?
I was next in line.
1-minute presentation.
So again, for policy 4380, the major revisions we wanted to look at for the medium level threats that did not involve a weapon, to take out the daily person's possession check. Now that we have the added layer of metal detection in our schools, that's not necessarily necessary for those students, and the impact of having staff committed to the number of daily person possession checks is putting a strain. So we saw that as an unnecessary step for the medium level. So again, a school-based team and a district team can always decide to do a person possession check, even for a low-level threat. We just wanted to take it out as a mandatory requirement. And then we had to add the requirements for how we train students and staff at the beginning of the school year. So we added that language into the last section of the policy.
Okay, thank you.
We also added for medium and high level of concern, the social worker or referral to social worker to assist families and meet the needs of families as well as students.
Perfect. Board member comments?
Excellent. Nice job.
Ms. Rupert?
Love it. Say the last thing one more time.
Supporting families and students across the districts for these struggling students. Yes.
So
You're
it's
welcome.
mandatory for medium and high-level threats that a social worker referral is made so the family gets support.
And can you just give an example of a medium level threat?
So an example where we're saying a daily person possession check might not be necessary as two students maybe get into a physical altercation, and when the administrator is meeting with the student a few hours later, the student may still be upset and saying, I still want to hit them, right? There's never a mention of a weapon, never a mention of going to get a weapon. So in those situations right now, we're requiring a daily person possession check for that particular event, and that's putting, that mandatory restriction on that student for 180 days of a daily person possession check. But again, with the school-based team and the district team, if one is needed, there will be one absolutely put in place. We're just not requiring them now for every medium-level threat that doesn't involve a weapon.
Right, and C1 does say if it does involve a weapon, there will be a check.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Any other questions? All right, we have public comment. I have Anna Garcia. Anna? Yolanda Stevens? Just give him a second. Yolanda or Anna? Okay, I don't think they're here. All right, Dr. Hebram, staff has what they need? Yes?
Ms. Lozano, can you confirm you have everything that you need?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. The last item is our rural development operations and facilities. I'll now turn over to staff for a 1-minute presentation.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Ms. Pham?
Make a comment on 4380. The behavioral threat assessment, isn't that what we were just doing?
Yeah, we just finished that.
I know, I had my hand up, you didn't see it.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm reviewing the package. One thing I find a little disturbing is that the lack of parental notification. On the level one, it doesn't even say when you notify. It doesn't even say the same day on the level 2, when you saw it, it's the same day, and then it goes up from there. But my suggestion is, these are all minors. If they were arrested by the police would have to try to contact their parents right away. So it's my suggestion that we also do the same. We try to contact the parent within the first hour on all 3 levels. These are minors. The parent has the right to be there. They have the right to get them an attorney the minute they find out whatever is going on. And what we do is we actually set up a line where it automatically redials, and it has a phone number on there for when that parent picks up and gets that message and gets back to us. So therefore, we can show that not only did we try, but we made ongoing effort to get them. And we're not tying up resources or staff in getting a response. So it'll be incumbent upon them to call back to us. And that way we can track all that information and we'll have that documented. But I do not, I don't think it's right that we isolate a child, a minor child, from their parent. We don't know what's going on, what's occurring. And also, I would suggest that we actually videotape all our interviews so we can show that there was no intimidation, there was no tone or manner or bias towards the students. We have it all documented that we did it right. We should have nothing to fear to videotape because we're going to do it the right way. So those are my suggestions to improve the situation, and that way there's no questions asked. The video speaks for itself. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Lozano.
So there are clear guidelines in the behavioral threat manual that outline all the specific times we have to call parents, especially for the parent of the target. When it's the parent of the student who made the threat due to safety and security, by statute, we do not have to include the parent immediately when we're assessing a safety issue regarding a student in terms of threat management.
May I respond?
Yep.
I agree that we should be contacting the victim, of course, immediately, but just because the statute doesn't require us to notify the parent immediately, I think we should do the right thing, and we should get them on notice. There's a problem with your child. This is what's going on. They can either appear by phone, or they can come down and sit there with their child. But if that child has a nervous breakdown or something happens because the pressure was just tweaked way too high for them and they have an incident, then we're going to be on the hook. And that's the other reason why I suggest that we videotape it. Document, document, document. That way we're not questioned. We did the right thing. And we shouldn't be afraid of videotaping because we're going to do the right thing. Thank you.
Ms. Bautista, can you weigh in on the videotaping idea?
Well, first of all, before weighing in on that, the statute, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm sure you're more familiar with it than I am, but the statute doesn't talk about, it does not permit us to call the parent right away. It's not, it's so. Mm-hmm.
You are correct.
Right. Okay, so that's number one. As far as the video part of it, I'm not sure that the district would have the resources to be able to do that in an adequate manner that wouldn't necessarily create more problems than not. But at the end of the day, you know, it's an operational decision, not a legal decision.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ham. All right, moving on, we have Rural Development Operations and Facilities. 1 minute presentation, please.
Good afternoon, Rolando Alvarez, Executive Director, Department of Transportation and Fleet Services. So I'm here to have a brief conversation over Policy 5300. That's the policy that addresses MTC policy in transportation. So there's a brief, small recommendation for the board to consider, which is the change of October 1st to 30 days starting from the beginning of the first day of school.
Okay, Ms. Rupert?
I support that.
I support it. Ms. Hickson?
I think 30 days is too long. That's 4 weeks into school. My suggestion would be 2 weeks. Really kind of the reason that we just wanted to bring it back with register to ride and all of that, we're pretty clear within the first couple of weeks of students. You have a bus that has empty seats driving past students who are sometimes not coming to school waiting for that empty seat policy to be open. So I think 30 days is longer than necessary. I would like to see the sometime in the third week of school, gives us enough time to know pretty confidently who's riding the bus at that point and make sure that we're getting our students who are waiting. Because there's that 1.9 group of students who they're really close to 2 miles, but they're not 2 miles, that are waiting and not coming to school sometimes because they don't have a way there, and they watch the bus drive right past them. I did magnet coordinator busing for a long time, and this is a huge issue that I spent the first month and a half working on. And I would make the suggestion that we say after the second week of school.
Okay, Dr. Holness?
I concur with Board Member Hickson.
Dr. Zeman?
I'd like to make a suggestion that we actually do it differently and take a lesson from other transportation organizations by thinking about really what's best for the county rather than, start with our current model and just tweak it. A different model that says people need to apply 2 weeks before the start of school to get a seat, and then fills up after that with people who are within 2 miles but are willing to drive, so that on day one, we have all the seats full from the get-go. What charter schools have taught us and what other large districts have taught us is if you set a deadline for something, parents will respond, and those who don't respond will try and catch up later. But if we really want to provide the greatest service to Broward County, if we want to encourage people to come back to our schools and show them at our very front door that we care about them, we've got to just start to do things differently. So my suggestion is we ask parents to turn in their applications either at the end of the school year or at least 2 weeks before the school year. Hit a calculate button on all the other students that are within, a lot of them, Ms. Hickson, are 1.5 to 2 miles away. They're not all just 1.9, but they're willing to do that. What does that do? It puts the most students on the most buses, reduces environmental impact, and provides the greatest service to Broward County. And I don't know why we don't start thinking about things like that, including, by the way, if that is the will of the board, eventually when this comes back, I also don't understand why our app doesn't start on day one. That's when people need to know where the bus is on the first day, because they're confused. They don't even know if they're standing in the right place. But on day one of the school year, here comes the bus, isn't working. And I don't understand that. That's exactly when we need it. We pay a lot of money for that. I think we should really upset the apple cart here and do what's best for Broward County.
Okay. Mrs. Hickson, are you okay with the Zeman plan?
I guess I would just ask if there's anything in the state statute, because I know there's a state statute that directs that would preclude us from doing that. Yeah, I agree. Get them on the bus as soon as possible, but I just want to,
okay,
if we could.
Yeah, Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes, so if I may, so there's a couple of things that drives those 30 days, and we have to understand that the first couple of weeks, especially the first week of school and the second week of school, a lot of parents drive their kids to school. Therefore, it is difficult to get a true hold on the number of kids that's going to be riding the buses. That's number one. Number two, in addition, we get a large number of late register to the bus. So on the second week of school, on the first week of school, we continuously processing those late register to put them on the bus while the bus is already on the road. And thirdly, we also have those kids that simply don't register, yet we continue to provide the transportation, provide the service to school because we don't leave them on the corner. So those two first weeks are really the benchmark to really get as much as a true picture of who truly is going to be riding the bus. The third week is when we really get all the information, gather all that data, and then be able to furnish it to the school so then the school can proceed and implement the MTC policy. So those 2 weeks, in addition to the before mentioned, we also have those 2 weeks to allow the route to really stabilize, because we do understand that the first 2 weeks of school, because of the addition, a number of changes that happens to the route, they take at least 2 weeks to stabilize.
Okay. So in a nutshell, you want to prevent overcrowding of the bus in the first 2 weeks for
correct,
students that legitimately registered, for students that registered in previous years that we know need a ride and just come to the bus stops because parents are following the protocols and registering, and then the assistance from administrators in identifying kids that do need a bus, so we don't overcrowd the bus if we start from day one with all the other.
Absolutely correct. Thank you.
So that was why my suggestion was is by the end of the third week, because I know you need the first 2 weeks to do it, but I think 30 days is just too long.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Alvarez.
So if I may, thank you, through Chair. If I may, that third week, the end of the third week is pretty much, then that fourth week is when the information goes out to the school. So in essence, it becomes pretty much 4 weeks.
Ms. Pham?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Zeman, I like your idea. However, what I find is that a lot of parents go on vacation in August, that month, right before school. I'm wondering if we could shift that date, either back to when the kids, right before they're graduating, where we already have the forms going out saying if you're anticipating a need or you're going to need transportation, that we can get on that immediately. The other thing is that we have very, very savvy parents, and then we have some very, very unsavvy parents, and we have to meet all their needs. We can't just lean one way or the other. And I've given this example before where I had a woman, the husband was in a wheelchair, and the woman either didn't drive or the car didn't work. But they had no way, and their son sat at home for 2 months unnoticed. So we need to do greater outreach. We need to promote this program. We need to have it emboldened in different places and bolded going out in emails. I don't even know if all these parents know how to do emails. I don't know. But I just know I felt really horrible, and I helped this couple with their young son. So if we can educate our parents and reach out to them, I think we could really do a lot of good, because there's no sense of missing 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 months, not even saying we can't get them to school. That we just can't let that happen, and that burden is falling on us, especially when we have people that can't help themselves. Thank you.
Ms. Leonardi?
I'm good with the Zeman plan, as long as we're, following the law and all of that. Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, if we go with the Zeman plan, is that enforceable?
So, if I may, if Dr. Zeman can repeat his plan, just so we have clarity of what the Zeman plan is.
I know this is new. And I tell you, this is a cool thing, because our mayors and other people who have to deal with the traffic would really like parents not to go too many times. And if we put the application to get a seat on the bus in an app, then the parents that Mrs. Pham's talking about and other parents who are challenged by it can do a lot of things on an app that are just challenging to get a form and sign it and back to the school. We continue to do things in the paper-based way that if we would just get into the 21st century with some of the things that we're doing, it actually overcomes some of those issues that I'm very sensitive to, Ms. Pham. I recognize, the challenges that families have all the time. But we can actually solve that problem too by appifying things and just making it as simple as possible. But I would be interested in this plan. It sets a deadline so that parents need to do it 2 weeks before the start of the school year. At that point, we know, plus we can forecast the people that were on the bus last year who haven't moved, and we can even reserve a seat for them. But we need to move much faster toward filling up seats to reduce environmental impact, to reduce traffic on the road, and to show Broward County parents that we can actually do things the 2024 way rather than doing things the 1970s way. And this is like a whole lift and shift, I get that. But it is something that other districts do, and we can do it too. We're Broward County. There's nothing we can't do. So the idea is 2 weeks before is a deadline to get your bus application in, hopefully by an app. Second is on day one. We've invited other people that are close to that 2 mile zone so that they can apply during that 2 weeks and get the extra seats. And then we move forward. For the people that register late, for the people that move to Broward County, I get that. But we have to do the best we can to get as many seats on the bus, reduce environmental impact, increase speed to school, increase the whole car drop-off efficiency, and reduce traffic in Broward County. It's just the way that we can do it better.
Okay, so I'm going to clarify some things first, and then I'll try and repeat what I think you just said. So we do the registering your ride on an app right now. You can go on the BCPS app and also on the website. And, yeah, on the cell phone and on the website. So that's current. It's not paper. Also, for within the 2 miles, we do not get funding to transport students within 2 miles, hence why to level off the bus ridership first for those who are eligible, and then when those seats are open, since they're empty anyway, then that's why they open up the window to let the additional students on. So let me repeat what I think you just said, Dr. Zeman, for the Zeman plan, is to continue our registration of parents wanting their kids to ride the bus, but also, in addition to that, for students that want to take advantage of open seats, have them register 2 weeks before school starts so that we have that information. And we implement that immediately on day one, or
Yes.
are we given a couple of weeks to settle and we already have those names?
Day one. We can do it.
Go ahead, Mr. Alvarez.
So if I may, so there's two things. One, open registrations starts from May. In May, there is emails, text messages, robocalls goes out to every eligible student in Broward County. They are reminded to please register as soon as possible. That goes on through the summer, right up until the first day of school. Secondly, school do start the process of open empty seat from the beginning of school or prior to the beginning of school. That process starts with the opening of school. So, one, the register to ride is available through the cell phone, your computer, and on the website. So those things have already been in place. And actually, if we go back, just a quick history, that was implemented in 2021. That allow us to really right-size the fleet, the district, removing almost 250 buses off the road in 2021. And we have continuously done so since 2021 through that process. So it has shown to be effective in terms of providing the opportunity for every single eligible student to register early to ensure that they are assigned a seat on the buses.
Sounds like we're already doing half of the Zeman plan. That's great.
Okay, so
just wanted
Dr.
day
Hepburn,
one.
maybe you could, we have to start the impasse hearing. Maybe you could take the consideration of what Ms. Hickson said, Dr. Zeman, and work with staff to come back with a plan and let the board vote on it at a school board meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I see Ms. Hickson's hands up.
Ms. Rupert?
It was just a marketing kind of idea. This year, we'll be pushing back our spring programs, inviting people to come back to our schools. Welcome home, let's see what's new in your neighborhood. I guess there could be a little blip for someone to register that way as well. So you're getting, two times the stone, however you say that, sorry. Because that way it's, you're actually getting them ready, excited, and even if they can't get the bus, they're now going to hear all about the great programs that we have going on at Coconut Creek.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. A couple of things. One, we can do this without having to loop it, right? Because I'd like to be able to vote and implement it. Because as soon as we vote on it, we can open up those seats so that no one has to wait until October of this year. That's really the reason that we want to do this.
So as I remember from discussion of that policy early on, it's up to the board to direct us if we need to loop it through any specific group. So if, I guess.
I would ask us not to have to loop it.
No loop.
I hope everybody can give a thumbs up to that. And that bring it back to us as soon as possible so that we can vote on it and students that are waiting can get on the bus now.
Okay.
Rather
We're good?
than, because the date
We're
is
good?
October 1st in the policy now.
All
So we'll
right.
bring it back next board meeting.
Perfect. The scheduled order of business for this school board workshop for the school board of Broward County, Florida has been completed, saying no obligation. I now adjourn the meeting. Good afternoon. This public hearing of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is for the purpose of holding an impasse hearing and is now called to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In order for the meeting to operate with an appropriate professional environment, at this time we respectively request all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. Please step out of the boardroom if you need to answer your cell phone, or make a call, as talking on your cell phone during the hearing is not permitted. No heckling, shouting, comments from the audience, verbal outbursts, or any other disruptive behavior shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed in the boardroom meeting. No derogatory comments using the person's proper name shall be permitted. Persons exiting the board meeting shall do so quietly. This afternoon, the school board is acting as a quasi-judicial body, and as such, it will not be taking public comment. As we prepare to begin our special school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is to educate today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. In consideration of the board's statutory obligation to take such action as it deems to be in the public interest, including the interest of the public employees involved, to resolve the disputed impasse issues, the purpose of the hearing is for the School Board of Broward County, Florida to consider, discuss, and render a decision regarding the following: the remaining issues at impasse, including the salary and/or pay adjustments for fiscal year 2023-2024 for employees within the FOPE 4, FOPE Clerical, and FOPE Food Services bargaining units. I will now ask General Counsel Ms. Batista to make an introduction and provide guidelines for today's proceedings. Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The parties are here today in accordance with Section 447.403, subsection 4 of the Florida statutes to resolve the ongoing dispute between the public employer, the district, and the FOPE 4, FOPE Clerical, and FOPE Food Service bargaining units. Section 447.403, subsection 4C requires the school board as the legislative body to conduct a public hearing at which the parties shall be required to explain their positions with respect to the rejected recommendations of the special magistrate. Briefly, the history of this case and how the parties have arrived here is as follows. The summer of 2023, negotiations commenced between the district and the three bargaining units as it relates to the 23-24 fiscal year. December 23 and January 24, the three FOPE bargaining units declared impasse. On January 11, 2024, Special Magistrate James Mastriani was appointed for the FOPE 4 impasse. On February 3, 2024, Special Magistrate Michael Whelan was appointed for the FOPE Food Service impasse, and Special Magistrate Stanley Mickelstetter was appointed for the FOPE Clerical impasse. 3 one-day hearings were held for each of the three FOPE units on May 23, 2024 for the FOPE 4 impasse, on July 25, 2024 for the FOPE Food Service impasse, and on August 19, 2024 for the FOPE Clerical impasse. Following the special magistrate, the FOPE Clerical holding a hearing on the issues remaining at impasse, the parties agreed to waive post-hearing briefs and waive a recommendation from the special magistrate, and instead elected to present the remaining issues relating to FOPE Clerical directly to the school board for resolution. With respect to FOPE Food Service, on August 15, 2024, the special magistrate for the FOPE Food Service impasse issued his recommendation for resolution of the impasse. On August 23, 2024, the district filed a rejection of a portion of the special magistrate's recommendation with respect to FOPE Food Service. On August 28, 2024, the superintendent provided the school board with his recommendation for resolution of the FOPE Food Service impasse. With respect to FOPE 4, On August 26, 2024, the special magistrate for the FOP4 impasse issued his recommendation for resolution of the impasse. On September 6, the district filed a rejection of a portion of the special magistrate's recommendation with respect to FOP4, and on September 9, 2024, the superintendent provided the school board with his recommendation for resolution of the FOP4 impasse. On September 3rd, 2024, the union provided the school board with its recommendation for resolution of each of the 3 contracts at impasse within one document. Now I will outline briefly this afternoon's proceedings and how they are unique from a typical school board meeting. Ultimately, the school board is a legislative body as that term is defined in the statute, and it is required to treat both sides fairly and to provide both with an opportunity to explain their positions with respect to the rejected recommendations of the special magistrate. At this point, the school board can only consider the rejected recommendations and resolve those issues. Again, the role of the board, as defined by statute, is to take such action as it deems to be in the public interest, including the interest of the public employees involved, and to resolve all disputed impasse issues. That means at the end of your deliberations, a motion will need to be made for the disputed impasse issues to adopt special magistrate's recommendation, adopt the recommendations from the superintendent, or resolve the issue in some other fashion. The decision will essentially be binding on the parties, but is subject to a ratification vote by the members of the bargaining unit. After this decision this afternoon, the resolution of the disputed impasse issue by the legislative body will be reduced to writing by the parties in an agreement, which is then presented to the public employees for ratification. It is important to note that the agreement goes to all the employees covered under each of the separate bargaining units for ratification, and not just those who are members of the union. If ratification succeeds, then the agreement will be presented to the school board at a regular school board meeting. If there is a failure to ratify the agreement, then the school board's actions to settle impasse will take effect for the remainder of the fiscal year. Madam Chair?
Dr. Hepburn, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Chair. There's been an additional document added to this item. The union's recommendation to resolve the impasse has been added.
The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May I have a motion and second determining that the issue to be decided during this hearing is the issues remaining at impasse, including the salary and/or pay adjustments for fiscal year 2023-2024 for employees within the FOP4, FOP clerical, and FOP food services bargaining units.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. All in favor of the item in which this, yes.
Point of order.
Yep.
When will the public be allowed to speak?
There's no public comment. I stated that in the beginning of my comments.
I must have missed it. Is there a way to override that?
No.
It's in your policy that the board has adopted. It states that when the board sits in a quasi-judicial form, that you do not need to take public input.
Okay, so last time when we did, we didn't have to?
The
4
last
years
time
ago?
was the public for the PBA, I believe, and there was no public input as well.
Okay.
Yes, that's good.
All in favor of the item in which the school board must render a decision during this hearing, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Okay, the ayes have it. The representative for the FOP bargaining units may now give an opening statement, 15 minutes.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, board members, Superintendent, I'm Dan Reynolds. I'm president of the Federation of Public Employees, and as I look around the room, I notice I've been at this a long time, and over the decades, we've lost a lot of institutional knowledge. about these bargaining units, and I'd like to go into a little bit of a description. Now, we completely agree, as the chair pointed out in her opening, that the mission of a school system is to educate the next generation of youth to make our society as a whole successful. But that doesn't occur in a vacuum. And these bargaining units that you're ruling on today fill that vacuum. The FOPI 4 includes maintenance, transportation, facilities, and security. Food service, obviously, they provide nutrition to make sure that kids walk into the classroom clear-minded and without hunger in their bellies, and rather hunger for education. And clerical, without clerical, the system would fall apart. Obviously, there are reports that have to go to Tallahassee to make sure the funding stream stays intact. You have IT professionals. Everyone today's gotten totally dependent on electronics. You got IT professionals making sure it all runs smoothly. When that teacher stands in that classroom to provide education to those children, students, or adults in the adult education, they need a clean, well-lighted place with students that can be attentive. We live in Florida. All kinds of issues with the heat and humidity. We have mold and leaky roofs and everything else. Without the maintenance department, the buildings would start to crumble. Without the facilities people, you'd have daily problems, that the places would be a mess. And when I say these units are part of that mission of the school board, they really care about it. Our transportation people, our drivers and bus aides, they transport tens of thousands of students to and from school every day. Now, I know all of you at some point have to drive in South Florida traffic. I challenge you to try doing it with a school bus with 40 kids behind you, not in front of you. And then security. We're all painfully aware, particularly in Broward County, of the threats facing our schools today. The day-to-day violence, gangs, personal battles that go on. Our security people make sure the perimeter, actually all the employees do, but the security people make sure the perimeter is safe and secure as you can possibly make it on some of these sprawling campuses. And sadly, I don't even need to speak about Aaron Feiss and Chris Hickson, who, unlike the police officers outside with bulletproof vests and guns in their hands, Chris and Aaron confronted the murderer, distracted him long enough for kids behind them to escape the building. That's the kind of dedication, and both of them were known as heroes before that day. Food service. During COVID, we still had to educate the kids, and they still needed to eat. And the food service department did a heroic job of setting up remote feeding sites where parents could drive up with their children and get a meal. And what we all noticed in that process is there were other members of the family in the car, and did a really masterful job of partnering with Feeding South Florida. So you would have the tent here where you can give the meal provided by food service, which is by law limited to only the student of the school. and then they could drive to the tent next door and pick up a box of food from Feeding South Florida for the rest of the family. Not to mention the day-to-day care and cleaning of the dietary surfaces and everything else to make sure the meals that are served to those children are safe and clean. And remember, we're talking about tens of thousands of students every day that these people work very hard to make sure this all runs smoothly. Same thing, I spoke about clerical, the reports that have to be done. The sick kid comes to the office, making sure the IT runs, making sure that the head count is done in a way that gets the information to Tallahassee, that keeps that flow of dollars coming in a fashion that we don't have hiccups. They are doing this every single day, all day long, on behalf of the kids that we need to educate for tomorrow. So when you look at this and you contemplate a 2.6% bonus as your offer to these people that are doing all this work at a time of great inflation, it's coming down, but the last few years, these people haven't seen much in years. We had 1 year where we got a 4% raise. Other than that, it was 2, and then zeros. And remember, all that's coming off the long years that a lot of you weren't even here of the recession where, we saw nothing for quite a number of years. And this group of employees made concessions to help this district survive that great recession. And then again, when COVID hit, they made concessions, putting their lives on the line, essentially. Our maintenance people, our facilities people, they didn't get to go home and work remotely. They had to come in and still maintain the buildings and everything else. And we had battles at first just trying to get, you'd have, trucks going out with 5 people in them and no protective gear, no gloves, no masks, no spray. And I remember, 2 o'clock in the morning phone calls with the superintendent trying to figure out how we were going to get those supplies to the people that they needed. But they went out and they did their work. And again, I'm trying to talk about some of the institutional knowledge that's no longer here. We had 2 years where we were hit by multiple hurricanes every year, not to mention the occasional hurricane we still face. And these people would leave their own damaged homes with no electricity and their families in them and come in and make sure that these schools got going as quickly as possible. Not to mention, during some of those hurricanes, you've got other districts that made the foolhardy choice of privatizing big parts of their maintenance departments. When the hurricane hits, you can't call private employees in as essential personnel. So we actually sent maintenance people to other districts to help them get their schools open because they couldn't get a hold of maintenance people to come in and fix their schools. And this is the kind of sacrifice people make on a day-to-day basis, and 2.6 bonus just doesn't cut it. In fact, it's a complete outlier, as you will see from the other presentations of our general counsel and our accountant. It falls far short of what these people need, and it's an outlier from comparable districts around the state. Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Duval, Orange County. They've all managed somehow to come up with a prioritizing these same employees in a way that they're giving base increases, not one-time bonuses that go away, don't help them with their retirement. So our presentation here is to try and convince you that these people need to be a priority. You need to dig deep into this budget. If those other districts can somehow do it, they all have declining enrollment. They all have the same FEFP formula that the state put out. There's very little difference in the base student allocation from each of those districts. You need to dig down in your hearts and recognize the value of these employees. You need to dig down in your budget and monetize that value. Thank you.
Thank you. The representative for management may now give an opening statement, 15 minutes.
Good afternoon. Fabian Ruiz with the law firm of Gray Robinson. I'm going to try to keep this brief. Hearing the opening, I just want to make sure, I don't think at any point management has denied that FOPE employees are a valuable asset to the district. In fact, I don't think anyone in this room is going to deny that. I'm not necessarily sure that that's what we're here to argue today, what the value of an employee is. At least that's not the way that I'm going to approach this. I think the presentation that you'll hear from me on behalf of management is what are the realities of the district? What is the economic realities? What are the other realities that the district is facing with issues such as declining enrollment and vouchers? And unfortunately, that reality has put us in a position where the district has made an offer, and the offer is a 2.26 non-recurring.
Could you get closer to the microphone?
Is this better? Perfect. The offer is a 2.26 non-recurring, non-FRS eligible bonus. I just want to make sure when we address things, you know, I'm coming at this from the perspective of these are the things that came out in terms of evidence during the impasse hearings, and I'm going to try to present that in the best way I know possible. But this is not an attempt to knock the employees in any way, and I just want to make sure that's clear from the outset. I am going to get into the specifics during my presentation about what the comparables are, what the economic realities of the district, which everyone in this room is aware of, is. And I don't think we're going to have any competing information regarding just how essential these employees are. I think what we are going to have a difference is, you know, where does the money come from? How do we fund these proposals? And is it an actual reality given the state of the district? Thank you.
Okay. The parties convened and have agreed to the following order of presentation of the evidence and time frame for their presentations. The unions may now make their presentation to the board. Please put 75 minutes on the clock. That's 1 hour and 15 minutes. You may begin.
We have a PowerPoint presentation, if that can be, thank you. My name is Lucia Piva. Good afternoon. And I am here on behalf of the Federation of Public Employees, but more specifically, I am here for the 7,000 employees that this union represents and that President Reynolds discussed exactly what it is they do day in and day out for these schools and for our students. And so I'll be brief as it relates to explaining the bargaining units, and I will just say here that these employees live in the communities they serve. They care about their students. They care about their jobs. And what we decide here today is really going to have an impact on these students, because without these employees, our schools would not be able to open. They would not be able to function. They would not be able to operate. So it's very, very important that we look at it through this lens. But let's talk a little bit about how we got here. And I want to explain the impasse procedure from our perspective and where we are and how we got to where we are. Each of the 3 bargaining units has a collective bargaining agreement with this district. And each year, the parties enter into reopener negotiations to talk about wages, and depending on the agreement, 1, 2, or sometimes even 4 other articles may be opened. This dispute is over the reopener for the 23-24 school year. The union declared impasse in December of 2023 when it became very, very clear that this district was not going to consider funding any base salary increases for these employees. No recurring dollars for these employees. The parties together selected a neutral special magistrate to help guide them on a just settlement. There was a special magistrate for each one of these bargaining units that had 3 days of hearings, hundreds of transcripts, and both parties presented their arguments. They had witnesses, briefs, and were given the opportunity to really lay out the district's ability to pay and all the factors that need to be considered when discussing the livelihood of these employees. The magistrates recommended, after looking at all the facts, that this board, and we'll get to what the recommendations are, but specifically that this board should give base salary increases. And we're going to ask you today to please seriously consider what the magistrate recommended in resolving these disputes. And I'll just say that if you look at the issues that are remaining and what the magistrates recommended in each case, it is aligned with what the union is asking you to do in large part here today. But before I get there, I just want to remind you about what Florida law says about this process. Because up until now, or up until the insulated period began, this board went into executive sessions. This board received direction from the district, and the board gave direction to the district on the exact proposals that we're asking you to reject today. And so many people believe that this is done, this is cooked, the decision has already been made. But your union doesn't believe that, your employees don't believe that. We think that you're going to abide by what the law requires. And what does the law require? The school board, this is directly from the statute, Florida statute, the school board shall take such action as it deems to be in the public interest, including the interest of the public employees involved, to resolve all disputed impasse issues. It is well established that the statute requires a strict duty of fairness and impartiality on legislative bodies when resolving these disputed issues. So you have to look at these issues with an open mind and an open heart, and we trust that you're going to do that today. There remain 5 issues for you to resolve. 5 issues at impasse. The first one is wages. The union has proposed an 8% base salary increase, retroactive to July 2023. This is for all of the bargaining units involved. The basis of the union's proposal is really just to get these employees back to the buying power that they had just 5 years ago. And it's not even close, okay? So they're asking for less than what they need to earn the same amount that they earned 5 years ago. They're simply not making enough to live in this district. They're not. They're working 2 to 3 jobs. We really, literally have employees who are living in their cars. And against that backdrop, this district has proposed a 2.26% bonus, a non-recurring, non-pensionable bonus. These families can't budget with a bonus. They cannot apply for a mortgage. They cannot even qualify to rent a place here with a bonus. And you'll see that both magistrates recommended that a base salary increase be given to these employees. One of the magistrates recommended a 2.5% to base, the other a 4% base, but in both cases, and you'll see later direct quotes from the magistrates' recommendations, they found that a bonus would just not cut it. The second issue relates to the night shift differential. And here, the union is asking for parity. It's asking to increase the shift differential to 75 cents an hour for facilities, clerical, and security employees. That is the amount that maintenance employees currently get, and it's to be consistent. The school district rejected this proposal. The magistrate recommended adopting the union's proposal. The third issue relates to our topped-out facilities employees. And the proposal is to increase the maximum step for all classifications, for all facilities classifications by $5. The proposal is not to increase their salaries by $5. It's really just to increase the top of the step so that there is enough room for them to absorb a base salary increase this year and in future years if one is negotiated. Because at the end of the day, there's not one employee at the top of this scale that would even get $5 with an 8% increase. On average, they would maybe get $2. And this proposal doesn't cost the district anything. $0 this year. It's just raising the top of the scale by $5. The district rejected this proposal, and the magistrate recommended adopting the union's proposal as well. The fourth issue at Impasse relates to a one-time adjustment to managers' base salaries depending on their years of service. Again, this is a one-time adjustment, so it's not like in future years, as the years of service are added, there will be additional adjustments. It's taking a snapshot in time, how many years of experience do you have today, and providing that adjustment accordingly. And this proposal, the basis of it, is to give these food service managers the same adjustment that was provided to other employees, all other employees in that bargaining unit in the 21-22 school year. The district has rejected this proposal. The magistrate recommended that the union's proposal be adopted. The final issue at Impasse relates to clerical calendars. And I'm going to spend a little bit more time on this one because the parties agreed to take this directly to the board. And we do not have a magistrate's recommendation on this issue, so I want to make sure that it's thoroughly discussed and understood. And right now, so the union proposes eliminating the 187 and 197 calendar and placing all technical support specialists and technicians on a 248 calendar. This is the only bargaining unit that has 5 different calendars and where a principal, at their discretion, can move an employee to a shorter calendar. And sometimes this has been done for retaliatory reasons. Other times it's been done because it's an easy way, if you will, to reduce your school budget. But this quick fix has a really, really big impact on these employees whose pay is cut when that happens. They have no say in it. It's just cut. And it also has an impact on our students because the workload doesn't just disappear. These employees have to do the same exact amount of work, and they now just have to do it in less time. They now have to accomplish everything that they accomplish in less time. And we know that the work doesn't go away because what ends up happening is that principals will ask them, please come back and work over the summer. But instead of paying them their regular rate of pay, they'll give them comp time. And a lot of the time, they can't use the comp time because they have too much work to do. They have too much work to do, so they can't use their calm time. They lose it. There's restrictions placed on the use of it, and they aren't able to do it. So, I mean, I want to take a step back and ask you to please consider that we should not be asking anyone to do more work in less time with less pay when already their salaries are so low that many of these employees are close to poverty salaries. It's just not right. Let's go back to the overarching issue here, which is that these employees need and deserve real salary increases. And so my question, and our question today, is whether the school board will fund recurring increases that will allow these employees to support their families and to continue to work for this district. Let's take a look at the past 5 years. What wage increases have these employees received in the past 5 years? There is no denying that they're falling further and further and further and further behind. In 2 of the past 5 years, these employees have received a 0% base increase, 0 base salary increase to their base salaries, okay? If the district's proposal were to be adopted, that would be 3 of the past 5 years where there has been 0 increase to base. And now, I understand that there have been along the way supplements and bonuses and other things that are not base salary increases. But supplements and bonuses don't add to financial stability. They put employees in a situation where every year they have to fight to negotiate just to make the same amount that they made the prior year. But it sounds like it's more, but it's not more money. It's not, right? So in 2019-20, they got a referendum supplement, 2%. And then recently, now in the 23-24 year, the supplement was increased by 3.5% for a total of 5%. But 5.5%, but that is also a supplement. It's not added to base for the purposes of calculating future increases. It's not added to base for the purposes of calculating even this 2.26% bonus that they're being offered. And let's talk a little bit more about bonuses and supplements, because they really create a lack of stability and a lack of predictability for these employees. They can't rely on them for long-term financial goals. They can't budget for everyday expenses with bonuses, apply for mortgages, save for retirement, none of that. And if you care about employee retention and morale, then consider that regular increases in base salaries are a clear signal that your employer cares about you and your financial well-being. A bonus does not do that. A bonus and reliance on supplements creates uncertainty, and it's really not effective for retaining people. And how could it be? How could it be? People cannot afford to live in this district right now. An increase in base salary, unlike supplements, has a compounding effect over time, leading to higher annual earnings, greater retirement contributions, and a stronger financial foundation. Supplements, on the other hand, are not added to an employee's base salary. Let's see what that's done to these employees over the years. This shows the inflation in the past 5 years as compared to the average employee in these bargaining units' wage increases over the same time. Now, some employees got less, some employees got more, particularly in fiscal year 2023 when everybody was brought up to the new minimum wage of $15 an hour. But in no case did anyone, of course, keep up with inflation. And in all cases, the cost of living significantly outpaced their wages. So you'll see that during this time, inflation was at almost 30%. And in those 5 years, these employees received a total of 8% on average to their base salaries. So they would need nearly a 20% increase just to maintain the buying power that they had 5 years ago. When price inflation outpaces salary growth in this way, it amounts to an effective pay cut. To these employees, to their families, in their real lives, they are making less today than they did 5 years ago. And this is true even if you take into account referendum supplements. Okay? So this graph shows the same thing, but here it shows, and I'll just remind everybody, not added to base, it shows the referendum supplements and what impact this would have had. Even with the referendum supplements, employees would need over 14% increase just to have the same buying power that they had in 2019. And it bears repeating because I think over time it's conflated and it's lost in translation that these are not added to base for the purpose of calculating your bonuses, your percentage increases, or anything else. And they go away in 2027 unless they are renewed by Broward voters. And I'm just going to say that the referendum supplement, and I think probably everybody in this room can agree, they were never meant to replace wage increases. They were meant to supplement them. And that is what the voters were promised. The referendum supplement that was approved for by the voters and that is paid for by Broward residents is a crucial step in the right direction. We acknowledge that. But it's not permanent, it's not added to base, and it's not enough to get these employees to afford to live where they work. Because right now, and even under both proposals, these employees are not making a living wage. They're not making a living wage. For a single person with no children to have a living wage in Broward County, they need an income of almost $50,000 a year. A married person with 2 children, almost $110,000 a year. The average income in this bargaining unit is less than $35,000. Less than $35,000. And for some employees, it's way lower than that. So, for example, food service employees on average are making, I want to say between $25,000 and $26,000 on average. That is the average cost of a 2-bedroom apartment in this district, 100% of their salary. And when we talk about what a living wage is, that's defined as what a full-time worker must earn to cover the cost of their family's minimum basic needs where they live. We're talking transportation, food, housing. We're not talking about savings, emergencies, anything else. Anything except the most basic that these employees need to survive. They're not making that. And this is, by the way, based on the MIT Living Wage Calculator, which is relied upon and cited by employers across the country, by policymakers, by government agencies, and by researchers alike. Did you know that most of the employees in these bargaining units, their children would be eligible for meal benefits in this district based on federal guidelines? They're close to poverty wages. They need base salary increases just to start closing the gap. They're going without the most basic needs because their employer has not committed to giving them actual base increases time and time again. The district has since day one offered a 2.26% bonus, not one recurring dollar for these families. I think that none of these bargaining units have been to Impasse, and President Reynolds will correct me. in over 34 years. There's a reason why we're here. There's a reason why we're here.
Quiet in the audience.
I'm going to hand it over to Dina Bellows-Levine. She's a 40-year CPA CFE. She started when she was 5, that's right. She has performed independent audits and prepared annual comprehensive financial reports for different municipalities. She also works for labor organizations, and she's going to be talking about the district's ability to pay, as well as comparables with other districts in the state.
Thank you. This is the FOBE proposal. This costing that you see in front of us was prepared by the district. I do want to note that this costing that you see in front of you at this point is probably a little overstated because there are fewer employees at this point. But to maintain a more conservative approach, this is the numbers that we are using. So the 8% increase to the total of 7,381 employees is $24,622,593. The night shift differential that Lucia had talked about is $988,846. Again, the topped out facilities employees is zero cost to the district. The food service manager tenure adjustment is $388,272. And the clerical calendars of eliminating the 5 calendars to 1 is $1,228,274. And again, notably, the 3 items that are alongside the salary increase total approximately $3 million. But again, this $27 million is probably a little overstated because there are fewer current employees compared to when the costing was actually done. The budgeting for these employees primarily comes from 2 district funds. The FOBE for and clerical employees would come from the general fund, and the special revenue fund would be for the food service. So here, because the 2004 and 25 school budget is out there, we're talking $3.3 billion general fund budget right now. The FOBE for and clerical, what we're talking about with the $24 million, is less than 8% of the general fund budget. And when we're talking about the special revenue for the food service, we're talking about a $2.9 million, which is 2% of the special revenue food service budget. The difference between these parties' proposals go far beyond the numbers which you've heard about. If these employees, which are over 7,000 individuals, are so vital to the district, what message is being sent? And we've heard about the 2.26 one-time bonus, non-pensionable. Both magistrates themselves have agreed across the board increases, not one-time bonuses. One-time bonuses don't alleviate their financial struggles. We've heard that a lot of the members have 2 to 3 jobs. Some are homeless. There are people that we've heard about sleeping in their cars. They deserve a real investment in their futures. These employees have weathered years without sufficient raises. They've stayed the course during tough times. When conditions became intolerable, they were forced into this impasse. This group that has consistently given their all, often at the personal cost. The 2.26 bonus does not prioritize the FOBE employees. This from the executive summary shows that the school board's priorities show the priorities for the students as well as the employees, but it's not showing the priority of these PHOBE employees. This shows the amended budget from the 23-24, which was from last week, of $2.9 million, which indicates a $232 million increase from the 23-24 general fund budget revenues. And yes, that is part of the referendum, but it's not all. And so definitely the increase of property values play into that. But in addition to this increase, we also have significant vacancies that were budgeted, not filled, and so that translates to approximately $9 million in savings that the district budgeted, did not fill. And so while these positions weren't filled, the existing employees' workload increased, and so the work didn't go undone, and the stresses of shouldering the extra responsibilities to keep the schools running, the students safe, fed, and healthy were maintained, but there was savings that were not spent. In addition, there was very significant, this is up through May 31st, I do not have the June numbers, but through May 31st, the original anticipated number for investment income for food service was $500,000, but what actually was earned for investment income was $6,808,000. In the general fund, what was anticipated original budget was $7,500,000. What actually was received and earned was $17,899,000. So that additional investment income was $16,707,000 over what was originally budgeted. So again, additional items to consider when we turn to special revenue separate and apart from the general fund. We see that again this last year budgeted for salary increases of $6 million over the prior year, but the district offered a one-time bonus of 2.26 for this fund, for this unit, which totaled $630,000. And then if we look at the prior year, 22 to 23, again, budgeted $57 million, actually spent $51 million. So again, another $6 million not spent and reverted back to fund balance for the special revenue. If we look at the trend for the last 5 years, that's $18 million that was budgeted, not spent, and reverted back to fund balance. So the growth in the last 3 years of special revenue, food service, fund balance, 70% increase. And then if we compare the food service fund balance compared to other neighboring school districts, we see Broward County compared to Miami-Dade, Duval, Hillsborough, and Palm Beach, significantly the fund balance percentage of operating expenses. Food service fund balance, significantly different. So that's food service. Now we look at the other districts, the other neighboring districts, to see how they were able to, they get similar federal, state, and local funding. They have similar constraints. But Miami-Dade was able to get a 4% to base with additional pay adjustments. Orange County, 9% to base with other adjustments. Palm Beach, 4.5 to 6% to base, depending on seniority and years of service, plus a bonus. How can Broward County only offer the one-time 2.26 one-time bonus? It's just hard to believe that we could only afford a one-time bonus. It's just wrong. When we look at the food service employees in Broward County, we've asked for market studies to be performed, but the studies weren't performed. We did get spreadsheets. We got many spreadsheets showing hundreds of positions offering different titles, which made valid comparisons impossible to compare because they were different titles. And so you couldn't match the titles of the positions in one county versus county district to another. But we know where our Broward County employees are falling. And our minimum is 15 and our maximum is 2110. But we know, I'm sorry, what? These are the general worker. These are the food service general workers, and we compare this because this is where the majority of the food service workers are. And we selected this because of the volume of employees that we have. And in most of these cases, when we have the 15 to 2110, the maximum, and we could compare this to the other counties, our general worker, which is 958 of the unit, our average rate is $15.18, not the $21. And there's no one, not one, at the maximum rate. Most are near the minimum wage. The cooks, 11A and 11B, a majority, at minimum, and no one is at the max. Not to mention, I do want to note that a majority of the employees in this unit have been at a minimum and have been working here for several decades, and they're still at the minimum. If I then move to the clerical workers, again, this is the general clerk compared to other neighboring school districts. 15 to 2297. Clerical employees, similar story, many near the minimum pay, with just one employee near the minimum. Now if I look at all the FOBE employees, between 15 and 3790, again, a majority are very close to the minimum. And the average of this whole unit is $34,932. In closing, we have to ask ourselves, what kind of message are we sending to these hardworking employees, the backbone of our schools, by offering them only temporary relief in the form of a one-time bonus? Their dedication is unwavering, but their compensation does not reflect the immense value they bring to our district. They deserve more than just a fleeting acknowledgement of their struggles. They deserve fair, lasting pay increases that honor their commitment and ensure their well-being. Let's invest the people who keep our schools running for the sake of our students and to ensure that we can retain our employees and give them what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. To stop the clock. 40:13. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for the union?
I apologize. We have a little bit more left in the presentation.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
okay. We're going to bring up some of the speakers that spoke to the special magistrates to share with you what they shared with the special magistrates as well.
Okay. You may begin.
Is Kelly Sheffer?
You may begin.
Hi, my name's Kelly Sheffer. I'm a cafeteria manager. My name's Kelly Sheffer. I'm a cafeteria manager for Food Nutrition Services. I work out of Gator Run and Everglades in Weston. I'm a dual manager. I've been there for about 12 years, with the district in total for 16. And why I'm up here today is to really speak on behalf of my unit. I work with a lot of different people. I've worked throughout the district in a lot of different schools as well. And I'm just really concerned because without a full belly, our kids can't learn. And that's what our job is. Our job is there working at our schools at 6 in the morning. We beat a lot of our maintenance, a lot of our custodial staff there. And it's really important. Our job is important, but a lot of it is unseen. And a lot of it is things that people don't even realize, the extra added training that we do on our own time that's district mandated, but that we take classes to ensure that we know how to do things safely, that the nutrition is being met, that the guidelines are being met by the district. We're really feeding, in some schools, they're feeding up to 4 meals a day to children. And that's huge when you think about that. We're feeding breakfast, lunch, supper, snack to our aftercare students. But we really need to make sure that we are able to take care of our staff so that they can take care of our kids. Because we have staff members that are worried about how they're going to put food on their tables when they're putting food in our kids at school. They're worrying about how they're going to pay their light bill because they can't afford it. The cost of everything has gone up so crazy here that it's really sad that we're having to get to this level and having to speak in front of you about these items. A lot of our employees, like it was said before, are working 2 to 3 jobs to try to make ends meet. And with the cost of inflation in South Florida, I don't really know how we're going to keep our employees, our long-term employees, with us much longer if we can't resolve this issue. And like it was said before, many of them are on government assistance to be able to provide for their families with assistance of housing. And many of our employees have their kids on free and reduced lunch because they meet the requirements because the wages are so low. So I really do ask all of you to take this into consideration and listen to what the magistrate said in regards to the base rate of pay, because it's truly what we need to be able to support ourselves and our families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, board members, and Dr. Hagberg. I want to start by saying that the comment that you made, Dr. Hagberg, for the clerical staff giving us kudos for the first day of school, for everything running smoothly, we appreciate that. I'd like to address the board members on behalf of the clerical staff. We are the backbones of your schools. We are the backbones in your district office. We are in every nook and cranny that is in the school board. We do the job behind the scenes. We make sure that the principals, when the parents come in, we take care of those students, the parents, everyone, when they first come through that office. We make sure that the computers in the schools and in the school district and the district offices are running, they're functioning, the servers are up and running, and everything is running seamlessly. Our staff make sure that when time comes for testing, that the students have their equipment to be able to test, to make sure that everything that needs to go to the state level, the FTE dollars, all of this is generated through the clerical staff. Currently, we have clerical staff right now, the IMTs, the IMSs, who are working diligently with this new focus system just to make sure that everything goes through properly so that the FTE dollars are there. They're doing all kinds of overtime. They're eating at their desk. They're doing everything possible to make sure that the school district functions properly and everything runs efficiently. But the issue is for us, as staff members in the school board, is that the wages is not meeting today's demand. We have staff that I've spoken to who are sleeping in their vehicles. They're living with parents. They're moving back in. They cannot feed their children. So a one-time bonus does not do what needs to be done to maintain them for a year. It's a one-time supplement that goes right away. It does nothing for your retirement. We're asking, and I say it again, we're asking for each and every one of you to consider us, the faces that's here, the ones that are watching, to consider us and make sure that you do what is right by us and give us something that's substantiable that we too can feed our families just like you are. That we too feel the dollars and the value in what you do. You tell us thank you, and we appreciate that. But turn that into dollars. Turn that into where it means something to us in our pockets. We appreciate everything that you guys do for us, but we need you in return to consider us and give us that same sense of appreciation with what you vote on today. Make sure it's something that when we walk away as staff members, we could say, the board, the school board, consider us, they took care of us, and they made sure that they did something for us that is not a one-time bonus that goes away. Remember, every one of us here has families. Every one of us here want to make sure that we take care of our families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members and superintendent. My name is Juliette Brown, Central West Transportation. I'm speaking on behalf of all the transportation drivers and attendants. We the conductor of this train. We start this train every morning. Our first bus go out at 4:45. We deal with a lot of issues transporting these kids. We transfer from 55 to 60 kids at one time. We're being cursed at. Objects are being thrown at us. Parents are at us. We take a lot, but yet I don't guess you guys see what we take because you're offering us a small amount of money. It do not fit the way we're living today. A lot of people come to me, speak to me. What are we going to do about the increase? What is this? What is that? I can't make it. We're down 75 drivers right now due to that. The pay rates do not meet. Some of us are working 2 and 3 jobs just to meet the ends meet. I'm asking that you think about us. Think about our kids. We leave so early in the morning, yet don't get to see our kids go off to school, but yet we're making sure somebody else's kids are getting to school. So think about what we go to on a daily basis and what you're trying to give us. The 2%, 2.26, is not enough for us. Please think about us and think about what we do every day. We open it up and we close it down. Please think about us and give us a better increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Charles McClure, and I work at Stranahan High School. As a facility personnel and a product of the Broward County school system, you know, we're the first ones in most of the time and the last ones out in our facilities. Sometime when we're in our facility, we ensure and we take the pride of just being there to make sure that these facilities is up and running for our children and our staff and our teachers to come in and start their day of work. Many a times when we're in these facilities, there's not something that we can always say that's going to go right. Every day is a different day, and every day takes a different route in our everyday venture in our school system. We ensure that the HVA system is up and running. You know, we sweep and we blow the sidewalks, our parking lots. We pick up the grounds. We ensure that all radio calls are answered throughout the day. We address all the the throw-ups, the clogged toilets, the overrunning toilets that the kids vandalize just by putting the paper towels and the tissues and the bottles and the cans and the shirts and the underwears, you name it, it goes into the toilets. So we have to address these things. Our kids, they're our children, but what they do in these schools, a lot of times you're not aware of it. We're the ones that has to stick our hands. And I speak upon for all facility personnel, site repair. We stick our hands over in the urinals and remove the feces. We're the one that's plunging and walking in feces when feces is coming up through the floor drain to clean it up for our children. Our children is the most precious resources that we have. And we have to not put a value on our children and not put a value on the people that's upholding this district, because the very ones that is looked down on is the very one that is holding this thing up. And we want to ensure as people with spirits and people with a heart, that they can to show their employees. These people work for the school district, the 6th largest school district in the nation, the 6th largest. We can take our certifications that the school district has designed through Federation and all the other entities. We can take our various certificates anywhere in the state of Florida, and they hire us just like that because of the training that you have allowed us to receive. And it's an honor to be a part of that. Many of us bring a change of clothing and shoes to the job because of the work that we do. We have to make sure that our children is in a position to enter a clean restroom, that we're not tracking feces into our classrooms, on our carpets, that we're not, chemicals is not splashing on us and we're continuing to wear the same soil laundry. Many times, especially in elementary schools, the children run up and hug you, and kids is very familiar with facility service workers. For some reason, they gravitate to the facility service workers. And for some reason, we know our children. A lot of facility service workers and facility personnel is mentors. They look after our children. They buy shirts, shoes, clothing, lunch, give foods, or whatever they may need is there because of the facility service person. We was there when COVID was there. We was there fighting. We was in the trenches, misting, spraying, wiping. Someone come in and sneeze or cough, they call us to the office. We go up there, we dress up, and we go and do our thing. We tried to make it safe for you. We tried to make it safe for our kids. After the storms, we're the first one in the trenches to clean up our facilities. We leave our families. Some of us don't have lights. Some of us is waving water to get to the job to try to get these facilities up and ready. Many of our custodians is not in a position to continue to live the way that they're living. Some of these people, you don't see it, but they don't even have decent shoes. Their shoes is coming apart. But they're coming to our facilities. Your employees coming to your facilities and still trying to maintain a way of living. Tape, painter's tape, duct tape around their shoes. We have people sleeping on your campuses that you may not be aware of. That's a shame. You have to have a heart. We can't go by what paper dictates, but what is right? What is your heart saying? Facilities has been, many of our facilities, people has been on step range number 1 and number 2 for probably the past 10 years. Our peoples need to be commended for what they do, not only by words, but by actions. Many of our facilities come and they borrow money from one facility worker or someone they know until the next pay week. And they have to pay it back, and they're also in the same position all over again. 2.2 cents does not suffice the need of the facility service persons. These people can't feed their families. They're in the soup line. They're out there trying to get whatever is necessary for them to maintain their families and their way of life. You have kids, or maybe in the process of having children. My children are grown. I just adopted a 7-year-old. I foster a 5-year-old. And for them to go to the store and say, Daddy, could you buy me this? Too embarrassed to say I don't have the money, I said, well, next time. A $10 toy. How would you feel if it's your child? How would you feel? These are the things that we're facing. The facility person's livelihood is in your hands. Your actions today upon the way you feel, it lets the whole community of Broward County see how and what type of organization that we're working with. Not saying that you're bad people. I'm not implying that. Business is business. We tip our waitress when we go to a restaurant. We might not have it, but we tip anyway. Facilities and all the people that's holding up this county deserve an increase. And a 2.26 or whatever that is, it's not right. It doesn't pay rent. And I'm finishing. But rent in a neighborhood with gunshots flying all over your head all night, $1,500. A gallon of orange juice is over $7. I've seen it with my own eyes. A loaf of bread is $3 to $5. Gas is over $3. Insurance is off the charts. Car insurance is almost impossible to afford. Many people is driving without it right now because they simply can't afford it. We have our workers riding bicycles to work, catching the bus, because they can't afford to own a car. So just consider the worth of the people that you hire, that's working up under you, that looks up to you for you to make the right decisions. Just think the value of the individuals that's relying on you to make a decision for the betterment of their livelihood. Thank you so much for your time. With the most respect for you all, may God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No other speakers. I'd like to go back to our presentation just briefly. My clicker is not working, so I will just, it's okay. I'm going to read it to you. The neutral magistrates agreed that these employees must receive base salary increases. And I'm going to quote directly from one of the magistrates, Magistrate James Mastriani, who said, "I find a base increase for 23-24 is an approach more consistent with the interests and welfares of the public in respect to maintaining staff levels, attracting new hires, and providing a partial offset in the cost of living increase for the non-instructional employees." Magistrate Whalen agreed. In summary, the loss of union members' buying power due to inflation, which non-recurring bonuses do not adequately address, weighs in favor of providing across-the-board increases to their base pay. In addition, the district's offer of a non-recurring bonus is out of step with comparable employers who have provided increases to base wages. Moreover, the non-recurring bonus offered by the district, even when added to the referendum amounts, is still less than the increase provided by 2 of the 3 comparable employers. The district has the ability to provide increases greater than the 2.26 non-recurring bonus that it has offered. Your employees cannot live on the current salaries. They just can't do it. The largest districts in this state have provided employees in similar classifications with base increases for 23-24, ranging from 4% to 9%, and other adjustments and bonuses. They're funded in largely the same way as this district. The reality is that we understand that there are budgetary constraints. We understand that there are categoricals. But in large part, budgeting is about choices. It's about the choices that you, as this board, is going to make. There's a lot of daylight between a 0% to base and what these employees are asking for. It's very hard for these employees to believe that in a $5 billion budget, there's not $1 in recurring funds, not $1 to give them base salary increases. And I'm going to hand it over to President Reynolds for closing remarks.
Thanks, Lucia. So you've heard the ability to pay is there. Your comparable school districts around the state have somehow found the money in the same FEFP formula to come up with base increases, all of them. Right now, you're an outlier. What the hell is wrong with your accountants?
Excuse me, we don't talk
I'm
like
sorry.
that. That's your warning.
I apologize. I'm just feeling passionate right now about these people have been falling behind for years. When I started in this, these jobs raised families and bought homes. Those jobs don't do that anymore. How are you going to keep employees holding this school system together when they keep falling behind further and further every year? So I'm asking you, go back, sharpen your pencils, look at your overall budget, figure out how your neighbors were able to come up with base increases, and change the superintendent's recommendation to a base increase for these employees. The special magistrates were neutral parties. They looked at all the information. They looked at the budgets. They looked at the comparables, and they came up with recommendations, reasonable recommendations. So please, when you start deliberating on this, think about these people, these dedicated employees that for years have held this place together through storms, through recessions, through pandemics, and through all kinds of stuff that you heard the employees talking about that they have to face on a day-to-day basis, and come up with a reasonable increase to the base so these people can start at least moving forward again and not backwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are you done?
Yes, we'll yield the rest of our time for potential rebuttal.
Okay, stop the clock. 14:39. Okay. Questions from the board to the union? I'll start. So I have a question on page 5. The 2.26%, that's equal to 6.1 million? Is that what you have? Yes? Please talk into the microphone.
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thanks. 6.1 million. And do you have the numbers for 2.5%?
So each, and Dina will correct me, but each percentage point for the entire bargaining unit is $3 million?
Yes.
Thank you. And the special magistrate, when they gave the 4% to 2.5% base salary increase, was that a reoccurring? Was that her recommendation or his?
Yes, the recommendation was recurring salary increases added to base.
Okay. Thank you. And then, on page 29, the Miami-Dade County, the 4% to base, is that reoccurring or non-reoccurring?
All of the numbers on the chart on page 29 are recurring increases added to base, except for when it says plus additional pay adjustments, et cetera, that may be bonuses or something different. But the 4% to Miami-Dade County, the 9% in Orange County, and the 4.5% to 6% in Palm Beach County are all added to base salary.
Reoccurring.
Recurring.
Okay, and then the Miami-Dade County, do you know what the additional pay adjustments, what is that equal to that amount of money?
Not off the top of my head, I'd have to go back and analyze your collective bargaining agreements again.
Okay. And then on page 31, the average hourly rate for the general worker, it's $15.18. And I'm assuming that 958, that's how many general workers there are?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know how many are at the pay grade minimum?
442.
And then the average?
Excuse me, 442 are at 15. 19 are at $16.41, which is the actual maximum.
$16.41. Okay, so
None are at $19.69.
Okay, 0. Okay, 19, got it. And then the cook, baker, assistant is, how many are at $16.31?
72.
And then the average?
The actual maximum is $16.56, and that's 12. And no one is at $21.02.
And, okay, what about $16.35?
That's the average for all of them.
Oh, it's just
$16.31 is the,
72.
oh, I'm sorry, that was the average, yes.
Okay. Cook, baker, assistant, the $15.95, how many?
16.
Okay, and
And
then
there's-
what's the max?
2, actual $16.20 is the actual max.
And then 0 at $20.65?
No one.
0.
Correct,
Okay.
no one.
Okay, thank you. All right, sorry, I just need to know these numbers. On page 32, the Broward General Clerk 2, how many are at the $15 minimum?
70.
70. And $22.97?
1.
Okay, and quiet in the audience,
Most
please.
of them are below $16. I don't have the complete number. of the 261, but most of them are below $16.
Okay, and how many total Broward general clerks are there?
261.
Okay, so where is like 190 clerks? Where are they at?
Below $16.
May I speak to this just briefly? One of the problems is when we don't get enough of you have a minimum and a maximum, but there's no way to move across it. So the only way we get step movement is if the base increases enough to pay for the step. And across the board, we haven't had, the 1 year we got 4%, we were able to move some people across the, so what you have now is people are languishing at the bottom levels of the minimum to the maximum. And in order to hire people in, you have to hire them, they won't take the job at those levels. So you have people that have been here for 20 years, you're hiring new people in, sitting next to them, at least making what they are after 20 years, or sometimes more. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, page 33, the FOPE for all employees. What is that? Can you define that?
That's all of the employees, and so that includes maintenance, that includes the entire unit of 4,000.
I think it's like around 4,200 employees.
Yeah.
But
4,200.
it includes maintenance, does it include anything
Right.
else?
It includes all the
Maintenance, transportation, security.
And security.
And what? Security and?
Facilities.
Facilities, okay, perfect.
And so a majority of those are close to the minimum.
Okay, so that's my next question. The $15, how many employees are at $15?
It was more than 50% are close to the minimum $15. The maintenance, so unfortunately, because you have such a variety of salaries in those 4 units, you have a huge minimum and max.
How many employees are in total for all FOPE for employees?
It was 4,200 and
4,200?
4235 or 42, I believe 4225 or something similar to that.
Okay, so about 2,000.
And change are close to the minimum.
Than $50.
Yeah. So it's more than 50% are close to the minimum amount.
Okay, and how much does the average bus driver make? $15 an hour?
They just raised. We had seen some information that there was some increase to the minimum, but I don't have the current rate.
So 18 is the starting for bus operators, and that happened in 23-24 because it was impossible to hire drivers.
Thank you. Those are all my comments. Anybody else? Dr. Zeman?
Chair, is this, I want to make sure we ask questions at the right time. There are some statements that are made in the management report that seem to be at odds with statements of fact. I don't mind if both sides have their own opinions on things. I just don't want them to have the same facts. Would it be better to bring those up now or after management briefs?
After management. Right now, we're just having questions to the union. Okay?
No, I'm sorry, just one more question then, Chair, that's specific to FOPE. You were silent about something that I believe deeply about, which is the effect of inflation on people making $15, $16, $17, $18 an hour. It's pretty well known in economics that the effect on them is substantial because they're already at the point where they can't make substitutions in the things that they buy. So we had one speaker, a gentleman from Stranahan, and I apologize, I don't remember your name, but very effective description of the effect of inflation is if you can't afford car insurance, you can't afford the fuel, you stop driving the car, And now your cost of transportation to get to work is far greater because you're biking 45 minutes instead of driving 5 minutes. And so that's kind of one of the effects that happen. But could you talk a little bit about the effects that you have seen on inflation amongst people at these pay ranges in terms of their ability to do anything other than what they're already doing? Because other people at higher salaries can substitute away from what they're doing and buy a less expensive car. And they can buy different bundles of goods, and therefore the net inflation rate is they pay the same prices, but the net effect to them is different because they have a whole lot of other choices as they go down a quality or go down a quantity standard. But could you talk a little bit about what you've seen in terms of the net inflation effect on people $15 to $18 an hour?
Absolutely, absolutely. So you're right about that. And I think you've heard that the majority of the employees in these bargaining units fall within that category of people. And I think the answer to that is that there are no choices left. People are not able, their choices are give up basic essential needs. Don't buy that medicine. Don't have that medical procedure. I can't, move in with my parents, have my parents move in with me. Those are the choices that people are making. It's not this brand or that brand, this car or that car. It's no car, no home. They are not able to survive with these wages. And so if you go to the slide that determines the livable wage in the district, that is illustrative of what that looks like, right? Because if for one person, livable wage, and again, the definition of livable wage is the basic needs, transportation, food, housing, that's it. $50,000. These employees, on average, are making $35,000. Many are making less than that.
And just to finish my line of logic, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Given the number of months and hours the average FOPI person works, what does their hourly average salary have to be, or average salary for an individual to earn $50,000?
You're asking me to do some math off the top of my head, and I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, you have someone right next to you that's really good at it. They don't work 12-month. They don't work 12-month a year. Many of them work 10. Some may work more than that. But if you knew the average number of months they worked, you could come up with an estimate of how many dollars per hour they would need to make a living wage.
Sure. So I'll say
around $25 an hour to make 50.
That'd be great if they worked 52 weeks a year, and I appreciate that, Mr. President. It's quite a title. But they don't work 12 months a year. I think in general they work less, and I'm just curious what the hourly wage needs to be to get to that living wage.
So the hourly rate would be $25 an hour, and most of these employees are closer to $15 an hour. But I think more importantly, employee calendars are being cut. So these employees want to work more. And by the way, they do. They have second, third jobs. So you should be able to make a living wage on your job. I don't think anyone, disputes that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs.
That
Lee.
also speaks to our, in the magistrate's report about changing the calendars for the clerical.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, just one quick question. You had mentioned that you had asked the district for some information to be able to compare some of these wages to other counties. Can you clarify what that information was again?
Sure. So I know the union for some time has been asking for market studies to be conducted in order to determine exactly what wages these employees would need, not to make a livable wage, but to be in similar footing with other districts, neighboring districts, and larger districts. And of course, that's important also from a recruitment and retention perspective, but obviously equity perspective as well.
And so what was the response when you asked for the market studies?
I think that it's just been kicked down the road. All I can say is that so far there has been none.
And do other districts do market studies?
Yes, market studies are, common. I'm not familiar with exactly what market studies have been conducted by these comparable districts, but absolutely, that's a thing that government entities do often to get a sense of where their workforce lies.
Got it. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. I was next in the queue. So before I ask questions, I just want to say something. I lived with a security monitor for a very long time. He worked for the district for over 20 years, and he made $18 an hour. And he was the person who ran into the building to save the students. So when I say that I understand, I understand. We would take turns which bill we weren't paying each month. So I do understand, and I wish we weren't sitting here in this, having this conversation. So I just want to start with that because I have lived where you're sitting right now for a long time. I just have a couple of questions and kind of a statement, I guess. When you were doing on, it doesn't have a page number, but when, where it says in 2022-23, the school board budgeted over $6 million more in food service employee salaries than it spent. So you did that in a couple of places. Did you also analyze how much they actually spent in their budget? So they did get more money, but how much money did they have to pay out? Because, I mean, it's important, right? I know that they budgeted for more employees and maybe didn't use them, but they also had higher bills, so I just want to point that out.
Yes, but I also looked at the growth in the fund balance. So when all was said and done, the growth over the 3 years, the fund balance kept on growing for special revenue.
And that was, can we ask a question, like, to our people why that's true? Okay. So on page, I guess it would be 28, 28, which is the special revenue. If I could ask our, I don't know who can answer it.
Page 26.
Well, it's page 28.
No, that's
on here. That has the comparable school districts, right? Can someone from our district explain why our special revenue fund balance is so high? And what does that money go towards?
Dr. Hepburn?
Go ahead, Mark Mills.
You can just,
You can just grab the mic over here at the end of the table.
Good afternoon. Mark Mills with Food and Nutrition Services. So we were able to, through many federal dollars that were supplementing us during the COVID timeframe, then we also received what they call a supply chain funding. So $10 million for fiscal year 22-23 and $5 million for 23-24. That allowed the fund balance to grow. Then from there, we implemented CEP, and we implemented the universal free breakfast as well as lunch pilot program. So we are now losing approximately $12 million a year, and that comes out of fund balance. So that would have been our 23-24. So although the numbers appear to be saying, yes, there's growth, the growth is contributed to the COVID timeframe due to additional federal dollars to help all school districts, food and nutrition services departments. Food and nutrition special revenue sits separate from all the other special revenue funds, and it looks like some of the data is being combined, so that therefore it makes us look like we're having additional funding other than what is really there. Hopefully that answers your question.
Sort of,
Okay.
So what is the special, so you're saying that the percentage we're getting here isn't just special revenue percentage, it's including your general funding?
I believe, no, we have very little general funding, federal funding we do have. There's multiple special revenues. There's grants and other funding other than just special revenue food service. I believe that they're combining things together in some areas to show a higher dollar amount than what we as an individual special revenue fund has available. Our funding must be put back into the program, and it must be put back into improving the program. And with that, it's about food, and it's about serving the free meals at no cost to the children, and that's where we're putting our money. We are showing a reduction in fund balance because of that, and we expect to continue to have that decrease in fund balance by 12 million to 15 million. We no longer have the federal dollars that were contributed during COVID in the supply chain, so we're on our own this fiscal year of 24-25, and we do expect to see another loss.
Okay. And can special revenue be used for employee salaries?
Yes, it can be used for employee salaries. Anything to do with the fund itself, serving meals to children, operating the program, clerical staff, all that. The funding is available for salaries and fringe benefits, yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
And then just because somewhere in here, or in the conversation, and again, I'm just trying to get facts out. I'm not saying how I feel one way or the other, but it's been said a number of times that we're funded similarly as Miami-Dade and Palm Beach, and we just went over budget, so I want to just make sure I say this again because I think it's important for people to understand. Broward County gets $8,772 per student. Miami-Dade gets $9,474 per student. That's $702 more, which means they get $140,400,000 per year than Broward County Public Schools. Palm Beach County gets $10,742 per student. That's $1,970, so $1,970 more per student than Broward County. That gives them $394 million a year, more than Broward County. So I just want to put it into perspective. There is a calculation, but because of housing costs and all of that, we don't get the same funding as each district. So to compare apples to apples, I think it's important people know that we start at a lower fund, even though it's a lot of money, than Miami-Dade and Palm Beach. So it's been said a number of times that we're kind of on a level playing field, and we're not. So I just wanted to be sure that I mentioned that again. I mention it often just because I think it's important for the public to know that we don't start with the same amount of money as the districts to the north and south of us. And thank you so much for all of the information and the presentation. And like I said, I do know exactly how people are feeling, and I appreciate you coming today to share your stories with us.
Did Ms. Leonard, did you speak? Okay. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a few questions, and thank you all for coming. I certainly appreciate expressing your concerns, and thank you to the team as well, the union team. On page 6, where it says night shift differential, just wanted some clarity on what measure had you used to come up with the 75 cents per hour? Is that an arbitrary number, or was that based on some sort of rational?
It is for the purposes of parity with maintenance employees who currently receive a night shift differential of 75 cents an hour. I believe facilities employees are at 35 cents an hour, and clerical employees are at 25 cents an hour for their night shift differential.
Okay, so this would just bring it up to the same level as...
Correct.
Okay. All right. On page 7, where you have increased the maximum step for all facilities classification by $5. Again, it's the same question. How did you come up with that number?
It is really just so that the problem doesn't just have to be kept being addressed year after year. So it allows enough of a cushion so that employees that are topped out can receive base salary increases that are negotiated in incoming years as well, not just this year. And otherwise, we'd be in a situation where each year we'd be asking to push the cap. And I think it's important to note that some of these employees haven't received any base salary increases for decades because they've been topped out.
I understand that, but I'm wondering, I understand the increase, but how did you come up with the number 5? I just want to know, was that something that just, what was the rationale for 5, just like you gave me the rationale for 75 cents to increase that so it matches? How did you come up with 5?
Sure. So it is, the purpose of it is so as to not have to keep addressing it year after year. It won't come at an additional cost to the district unless salary increases are negotiated as well. So it's really just changing the number at the top of the salary. It's not applying that increase to employee salaries in real time.
I understand. So basically, you felt that 5 was a reasonable amount. Okay. All right. On page 9, can you reiterate? You mentioned that to eliminate the shorter calendars, which is 187 to 197 days to 248 days. Is that what you had mentioned?
No, I believe that the move to the calendars, and I may have to have someone from the bargaining team speak to it if you have additional questions, and someone will please tell me if I'm misstating it, but it's moving them to 217 days. There are certain employees like techs that are at 248 days, and the proposal for that, they have 2 calendars. The proposal for them is to keep them at the 248.
Okay, so when you mentioned to move up to 217 days, are you proposing an increase from where it currently is to 217 days for the clerical?
There are many.
I just want more understanding.
Sure, there are many clerical employees who are already on 217 days.
Okay.
And we have the numbers of exactly, I think, that breakdown. But the proposal is mainly intended towards not having the calendars just cut to lower ones, and it does take 217 days at a minimum to complete the job.
Okay. And I have a couple more questions. I know we mentioned that new bus hirees are now paid $18. And are there current bus employees that are paid, that have been existing for a while, paid under 18 currently?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay, so new hirees for buses, they're now paid $18 because the wages went up from minimum 15 to 18. Do we still have bus employees paid under $18?
Oh, I don't, do we? Yes, we have bus aides and attendants, correct. Not bus operators. If your question is as to bus operators, then the answer is
Okay,
no.
so the bus operators went up to 18.
Yeah, but there are other employees in the transportation group that do earn less than 18 an hour.
Okay, so all bus operators who were making less than 18 when it was changed to 18, they're all making 18 currently, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are all my questions.
And I just want to make one point of clarification as it relates to the graphs with the fund balance, and that's not, that's not conflating anything other than the special revenue food services fund balance. Is that correct? That doesn't include any other fund balance?
It's only special revenue food service.
Okay, thank you. Any other board member comments to the union? Ms. Rupert?
Madam Chair, I can also ask questions to our staff as well.
We're going to get into their presentation next, and then we're going to ask them questions.
Well, how about I ask the question, and then you tell me if they could answer it or not. All right. If all magistrate recommendations were accepted and passed today, what would that total amount be, including page 5, 6, 7, and 8 of the PowerPoint?
Yeah, that's, I think that's $27 million.
Page 16.
I'm sorry?
I think, does page 16 answer your question, Ms. Rupert, the 27 million?
Is that every single? No.
You'd have to modify. You'd have to modify the 8% increase to reflect 2.5 for all FOPI employees, and then a 4% for food service employees if you were to align completely with the magistrate's recommendations.
Okay, that does answer my question. I would like staff to write that down somewhere so we can actually see that. And I do have other questions, but I'll wait till our management team goes. I'm just, you know, I just like to throw it out there and have people thinking about it, what I feel like, so.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for coming here today. It's been extremely enlightening, extremely, and also devastating, bless you, at the same time, because my heart just aches and goes out, because it really sounds, I mean, you're really struggling. It's not a matter of your inconvenience, but you're sinking. You're not even able to tread water, and I feel your pain. I just had a question I wanted to direct back, if I can, I guess to the superintendent. My question is, we know we have this extra money that we over budgeted for FOPI. Is there any way that we can have that money, because it's like found money, we didn't expect to get it back, and we have it, so it's been gifted back to us. Can we throw that into our pool and use that towards increases and recurrent wages? Can we take that money and shift it right back to that account so it gives us extra money?
Yeah,
Wait, Ms. Batista.
So, Madam Chair, so this time there is the presentation for the FOPI, and then the presentation for management should take place. I think where Mrs. Pham is going is more for later, the discussion after both presentations take place, to try and resolve the issue of the whole entire thing, right?
So it can be addressed later, the same thing? Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
So management may now be able to make their presentation. Please put 75 minutes on the clock.
Thank you very much. I have a PowerPoint presentation, if we could just put that up. And my apologies if some of this is repetitive. I'll try to get through it quickly. Okay, so I'm going to go over the background, so the bargaining history of the parties and the proposals that were made prior to the impasse hearings, the recommendations, the rejection by the district, and then the recommended resolution to these three impasses. So a bit of background, the Federation of Public Employees, there are three bargaining units, and it's the FOPI 4 unit that covers approximately 4,200 employees, the food service unit that covers approximately 1,200, and the clerical unit that covers approximately 1,900 employees. I invite the union's representatives to correct those numbers, but I think that was accurate at the time of these hearings. Each of these... Sure. Each of these units has its own collective bargaining agreement, and the collective bargaining agreement's opened up on a yearly basis to negotiate wages and certain other articles. So in July 2023, the district and the three FOPI bargaining units reopened their CBAs to bargain, again, wages and other topics, and each side presented their proposals. So with respect to FOPI 4, the proposals were an increase to the perfect attendance award from $200 to $400. And then a wage proposal that had a number of different facets. The primary proposal, of course, is the 8% increase to base for bargaining unit employees' salaries. And then you have a number of different items that we've already discussed. The increase, the creation of a shift differential for FOPI security employees, the increase for FOPI facilities workers on the night shift differential from 25 cents to 75 cents, the increase of starting pay for campus monitors from 15 to 18, the increase of the top step for facilities employees by $5, and an increase for the annual supplement for security specialist campus monitors and armed safe school officers assigned as floaters from $750 to $1,500 a year. Now, an important point during the hearing, the union's representative stated that its wage proposals for maintenance workers was actually reduced to 6.37%, or it would amount to around 6.37% of a base increase as opposed to 8%. Reason being, there was what I would describe as a loan included in the 2022-2023 collective bargaining agreement, where that classification of employee was essentially given around $900,000 for that year to be paid back from future wage proposals. Just one point of clarification, when the three unions declared impasse, they did so with respect to several additional articles. Prior to the impasse hearings, the parties were able to resolve and narrow the issues to what's before you here today. So what you're going to hear in terms of what's left is just that. It's what's left. For FOPE clerical, the union's proposals were the proposals that we discussed. The increase on employees' working calendars from 187, 187, and 197 to 207, 217, and 248 days. And then for wages, again, the same 8% wage increase to base, and then a 25-cent per hour increase to the afternoon shift differential, a $7 increase to employees attending in-service classes from 8 to 15, and an increase for the perfect attendance award again from 200 to 300. I'll just note in terms of what articles are before the board today, I would consider Article 1 an economic proposal for the reason that it has a significant economic component to it. Increasing employees' calendars obviously comes at a cost, as we've discussed. For food service, the union's proposal was threefold. So they sought to add, again, the same 8% across the board increase. And then there was new language regarding a direct tenure increment adjustment for any managers that have been employed with the Food Nutrition Services Department for at least 6 years, and a $2 increase to dual and triple site incentives. Now, we haven't discussed the dual and triple site incentive because that was the recommendation by the magistrate for food service was that not be given. And I believe, and Lucia can correct me if I'm wrong, but the union, the district rejected it. The union did not try to challenge that. Is that correct? Okay, so that's not before the board today, just to kind of point it out. On the other hand, the district's proposal has been the same, and this has essentially been the response to all wage-related proposals. For the 23-24 school year, all bargaining unit employees who are on active status will receive a one-time, non-recurring, non-FRS eligible bonus, which is equal to 2.26 of employees' base pay. Just a point of clarification, when negotiations started in July, the original offer was 2%. I believe that was subsequently increased just slightly based on calculations that were conducted. So there was some additional money to be paid out in the bonus that was added, and that's kind of been the offer to all of the non-instructional bargaining units. So as was discussed, we've had hearings on all of the separate impasses, and by statute, the magistrates, their role was limited to conducting the hearing, ensuring that they figured out the areas of dispute, determining the facts relating to those disputes, and then rendering a decision. Their objective was to achieve a prompt, peaceful, and just settlement of the disputes between the parties, and they were required to consider these factors, which I'm going to go over today. So a comparison of the annual income of employees for the public employment for the public employees in question with the annual income of employment maintained for the same or similar work of employees exhibiting like or similar skills under the same or similar working conditions in the local operating area involved. So I think to summarize that, it is for other employees performing the same or similar jobs in Broward County, a comparison of the annual income of employment of the employees the public employees in question with the annual income of employment of public employees in similar public employee governmental bodies of comparable size within the state. So that refers to other school districts, and we would say large school districts because of the size in the state. The interest and welfare of the public, comparisons of the peculiarities of employment with regard to other trades and professions, and then the availability of funds. And after doing so, the magistrate has to issue a recommendation, and the parties can either accept or reject. Obviously, at this point, there have been rejections, which is why we're here for a resolution from the board. With respect to the union's arguments, and I believe they were the same ones that were repeated today, the primary arguments during the impasse hearings were that the wage increases that have been negotiated over the last several years have not been enough for employees to keep up with inflation and the increase in the cost of living in Broward County, that the district's proposal is not recurring, so it doesn't provide employees with the ability to budget or make long-term financial decisions, and the district essentially has enough money. There's money in the budget. The money can come from one place or another, but it's there, and it should be able to fund the increase that the union is requesting, or the unions are requesting, and it should be able to do so on an ongoing basis year after year. I think generally speaking, point one is it fails to account for the fact that the increase in inflation and the cost of living has not necessarily translated to dollars for the district, and I'll get into that in my presentation. And generally speaking, with respect to number three, I'll go into why I think management believes that this is just a fundamental misunderstanding of what the district's financial position is. And of course, we have the district's financial representative here that can speak to that a little bit more. With respect to management's arguments during the impasse hearings, the district believed that its proposals were consistent with the party's bargaining history, consistent with what has been offered and accepted by other bargaining units, which the union did not provide a basis to depart from. It's consistent with the interests and welfare of the public, and it's consistent with the school board's financial situations, the economic realities that we've been discussing. I think the numbers are slightly off, but generally the same. The adoption of the union's proposals for all three bargaining units would cost the district approximately $29 million. I believe what we just heard was that the number is around $27.3 million, roughly. But it's $29 million, and that's on a recurring basis, compared with the district's proposal, which is $6.1 million for all three units, and the $6.1 million financial burden would be placed on just the 2023-2024 school year. It would not be an ongoing financial issue. Just a few points on remaining consistent. The district's proposal is consistent with the proposals made to other non-instructional bargaining units, and that includes the meet and confer groups that had the 2.26 non-recurring bonus imposed on their units. Even teachers in the district, teachers had a 3.96 recurring pay increase. 1.7% of that is attributable entirely to the teacher salary increase allowance. So there's still a 2.26 increase that was negotiated with teachers. In terms of, and I believe this is where Dr. Zima may have had a question, in terms of the market data for the positions that are in question here today with respect to other districts. I believe that the information that was provided in an analysis of the other 5 large school districts in Florida, be Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, Orange, Hillsborough, and Duval, show that FOPE's employees' pay is competitive, if not higher in certain situations than that of other districts in similar positions. And that pay information, at least the information that we were able to obtain, was provided during these hearings. I have those here, have some that I can give out if the board members want to look at that. Additionally, the pay comparison to employees in other similar positions in other school districts doesn't take into account the 5.5% referendum supplement that school board employees, non-instructional employees in Broward County receive, which, as far as we know, it's the only school district in the state that pays its employees any amount of referendum funds. It also doesn't take into account that the district is the only large school district in Florida that offers its employees 3 health plans that are 100% paid for employees only. And as far as we were able to discern, only Orange County pays for any other health plans for its employees. It provides 2 free health plans. But in terms of a comparison with Miami-Dade, comparison with Palm Beach, Duval, as far as we know, none of those provide their employees with 100% free health plans. And again, going back, the district's proposal in terms of consistency was designed to be consistent with the rest of the bargaining units in the district. So with respect to the proposal being consistent, the district considers itself to be a Me Too district, where it typically negotiates the same increases for all non-instructional units. So for the 23-24 school year, every non-instructional bargaining unit was offered, and many have already accepted and had their agreements ratified before the board, the same one-time, non-recurring, non-FRS eligible 2.26 bonus that was offered to the FOPE unions. The same 2.26 non-recurring bonus was imposed on the meet and confer groups, which are comprised of supervisory employees such as principals. Only teachers have received more than the 2.26 one-time bonus, but again, the 3.96 that was received can be broken up into a 2.26, albeit recurring, pay increase, and the 1.7 increase that was provided for by TSIA. Importantly, and I think something that kind of highlights this Me Too attitude, is the proposals that we received from the union. They were all 8% across the board increases to FOPE employees' pay with different additional supplements for each unit, depending on which employees they wanted to kind of narrow in on and deal with. Now, the fact that the district is a Me Too district doesn't mean that it fails to address specific needs as they arise. So when the district identifies specific pay issues, it tries to address them. And I'll just provide a couple of examples. The school board was the only district that has gone out and obtained not one, but there are now 2 referendum supplements that it pays employee supplements out of. First one was in 2018. That was a 2% supplement. Then it went out and obtained the second referendum at a 5.5%. That again, it pays its employees out of, non-instructional employees, including those in FOPE. And that supplement, the referendum supplement, is FRS eligible, which is one of the points that has been brought up about the 2.26, which is not FRS eligible. So this is a way to kind of alleviate that. Additionally, the district has provided and does so pretty consistently specific groups with wage increases. And I believe Ms. Piva brought up the MOU, and this memorandum, this memorandum of understanding actually came up during the time period the negotiations were ongoing relevant to the 2023-2024 school year, which is the 8% that is still being proposed by the union and is before the board now. When the district identified a need and identified a necessity to increase base operators' base salaries, they did so. And that resulted in somewhere between an 8.7% and a 12.1% increase in pay for that job classification. That happens to be 57% of FOPE 4's transportation employees, and it's 17% of all FOPE 4 employees. There was also a sign-on bonus for bus operators that was increased from 500 to 1,000. And at the same time, actually the same week, the district and FOPE Food Service entered into a separate MOU where assistant managers' pay was increased by $3 and key pay was increased by $1, and all new employees would receive a hiring bonus of $500. So again, these are instances where the district recognizes a need and goes out and tries to fill that need. It's not reflected in the charts that show the pay increases that the employees have received because it's not in the collective bargaining agreement at the time that it's negotiated. It's not in the collective bargaining agreement now because it hasn't been ratified, but it happened during the 2023-2024 school year. With respect to comparables, management's position is that the union's proposals are simply not supported by the market pay data for similar positions in comparably sized districts. The analysis of the 5 other large school districts establishes that FOPE employees' pay is competitive. Doesn't mean that it's higher. It doesn't mean that they're blowing everyone out. It's just really what the impasse analysis requires, which is it competitive? I think a lot of the information that we heard, especially from Ms. Bellows-Levine, is that we're looking at actual maxes for Broward, and those maxes may not be as high as what the highest point in the range is. But what we didn't hear is, well, where's everyone else? Where's Miami-Dade? Where's Palm Beach County? Where's Hillsborough and Orange and Duval? And how does that compare? I mean, it's an analysis of comparison. Isn't it just saying Broward employees aren't paid enough? I think the information that we provided, albeit information relating to starting pay, demonstrated that at least in terms of starting pay, employees are competitive. Again, the information relating to employees in other large school districts doesn't take into account that FOPE employees receive an additional 5.5% pay supplement from the district's 2022 referendum, and they'll receive that pay supplement through 2026, 2027. Now, I don't necessarily disagree with what Ms. Piva said, that expires in 27, but what is properly before the board today is 23-24. And for 23-24, I don't think there's any dispute that employees did receive this 5.5% supplement. Again, the pay comparison also fails to take into account that the district is the only large school district that covers 100% of the cost of employees' health insurance premiums for employees only. I mentioned Orange, and I believe we received information that Orange may pay for 2 plans for employees, but other than that, we don't think we've heard of any other major school district in the state paying for 100% of employees' cost of health insurance. That comes out, if we do the math, to approximately $13,000 post-tax, which, again, is not taken into account when we're running the comparables. Just one point, and to address a point that Ms. Bellows-Levine brought up about the spreadsheets and it being very difficult, or if not impossible, to compare the positions in Broward County with the positions in other districts. I think finance and labor relations testified truthfully that they went through a pretty painstaking process of trying to identify every position in all of the 5 major school districts. And they did so not just by looking at job titles, but by looking at job descriptions. I think, was it a perfect process? I don't think anyone's going to argue that it was a perfect process, but I think that the district tried to do as much as it could to get the comparisons when it could. The unions also didn't provide any evidence that the district is losing employees to other school districts, or that other school districts' employees or in similar positions are doing, clearly doing much better than the districts. I believe we did hear some anecdotal testimony that employees were experiencing issues with retention, and that some employees were going to places like Coca-Cola or Dunkin' Donuts. I think we heard testimony that someone was going to McDonald's because they were providing pretty significant bonuses. Just for the sake of putting this out there, The factors, and for good reason, the factors that the magistrates are supposed to look at, and I think the factors that the board should look at, is a comparison with public employers in the state. Public employers are obviously in a different position than private employers. Private employers can pass off costs and increases in costs, where public employers cannot, because they rely on a tax base. And it's really what is coming in from the tax base versus what is going out. With respect to food and nutrition services specifically, and I think we've already gone into food and nutrition services has its own fund balance. It tracks employee turnover, and the testimony that we heard during the impasse hearing is that employee turnover has not necessarily been related to pay dissatisfaction. So food and nutrition services actually tracks this. They have exit interviews for employees, and out of the 170 voluntary departures in leading up to 2023, I could be wrong about that, so I may need to be corrected, but leading up to 2023, only 3 employees cited pay dissatisfaction as a reason for leaving the district. So in terms of historical averages, where does that fall? The testimony was that it was about the same, and it's been about the same for several years. The Food and Nutrition Services Department also tracks vacancy rates, and as of the date of that impasse hearing, the Food and Nutrition Services Department had a 5% vacancy rate, which was not only the same as its historical averages, but it was the same as neighboring Palm Beach County, which, as we've heard, has a significant, much more money per student allocated to that district. With respect to the school board, the district's financial position, generally speaking, giving the FOPE bargaining units the 8% salary increase that they seek, it's okay, would be unsustainable. The FOPE 4 and clerical, the district clearly articulated during each of the impasse hearings that the district is suffering monetary losses. Those relate to loss of student enrollment, both physical and voucher enrollments, or dollars allocated from vouchers. I believe you'll hear from Jeff Whitney, and I could kind of proffer this, but some of the, and this was testimony that came out during the clerical impasse hearing, but some of the budgetary, what would seem to be surpluses in budgets in terms of how they're initially budgeted versus what the end of the year looks like, can be attributed to budgets being inflated based solely on students that are not going to ever sit in a district seat. And that's when initial budgets come out every year, those numbers are inflated, and then eventually they start to dwindle. That's a reality. Another aspect of it has to do with budgets being intentionally inflated somewhat, just to make sure that there is enough money allocated for certain positions within the district. Doesn't necessarily mean that the money was ever there. It just means that the district is trying to be cautious with where it budgets and how it runs that process. Just one point, and I'm only speaking to the 8% salary increase because it's kind of, you know, the overarching umbrella for all 3 of the FOPE units' proposals, but there are other supplements that they're asking for. You know, because I'm not discussing them at length doesn't mean they're insignificant. I think they're pretty significant sums of money, but, you know, just to make sure I put that out there. So under state law, the district is required to maintain a minimum fund balance of at least 3%. And if the fund balance drops below that 3%, the district has to submit a financial recovery plan to Florida's Commissioner of Education, who can then implement an oversight board to essentially run the district. The district's general fund balance is also important to the district's ability to obtain loans at a better rate and to ensure that you maintain positive cash flow. So this is a chart of the the district's 5-year combined assigned and unassigned general fund balance. So this is the number that we generally speak about when we're speaking about fund balance. And what it's going to show based on this 5-year now, and it also shows a comparison with Palm Beach and Miami-Dade County. And what it's going to show is that the general fund balance is not only lower than both neighboring counties' general fund balances, but it's also decreased by approximately 50% since 2022 alone. While Miami-Dade County's fund balance hasn't been below 7.4% in the last 5 years, and Palm Beach's hasn't been below 9.5% over the last 5 years, the district's fund balance was at 3.8% when the first impasse hearing took place. And I believe I believe it's right now it is currently at 3.89%, but Mr. Whitney can correct me if I'm wrong. Generally speaking, I think this is an important point with respect to what was brought up and what Mr. Reynolds mentioned about the magistrates coming to making a recommendation and recommending that pay increases be recurring. And one of the statements that he made was, these magistrates had all of the information before them. And I think, generally speaking, that is accurate. One of the pieces of information that I'm not sure that the magistrates took into account is they weren't just deciding in a vacuum for FOPE 4, and they weren't just deciding in a vacuum for food service. They're essentially deciding for the 7,000 employees under the FOPE umbrella, and really the employees outside of here. Even if the board were to assume that none of the other bargaining units outside of FOPE would want to come back to the table and say, I don't want to accept the 2.26 non-recurring bonus, or the one that I've already accepted. I want to do over, and I want more, and I want it to be recurring. Even if the board were to put a pin on that and just say, you know what, I'm deciding the 7,000 FOPE employees today, I believe the testimony that we've heard is providing FOPE employees with the amounts that the union is requesting would put the fund balance below that 3% and would require the district to go back and notify and shoot off all sorts of bells and whistles for that. With respect to the Food and Nutrition Services Department specifically, it operates on a profits and loss model. So it saw a temporary increase in funding, and Mr. Mills has already explained this. That temporary increase has gone away, and it can't be relied on for recurring expenses. So during the pandemic, the USDA increased the reimbursement rate for meals that Food and Nutrition Services served. And it provided the Food and Nutrition Services Department with a supply chain grant to help offset the sudden increase in prices and food shortages. Those sources of funding were obviously not permanent, and as of July 2024, the USDA has reverted to reimbursing meals at the regular rate. And I believe the testimony that we heard from Mr. Mills was that during the impasse hearings was that the Food and Nutrition Services has previously operated in the red. And I'm sure, as some of the board members here know, the Food and Nutrition Services at one point, and this is testimony from Mr. Mills again, lost every dime it had and couldn't pay employees' salaries and had to pay it back slowly over time. So during those times, unlike now, employees were terminated and there weren't any bonuses that were being offered, and much less recurring pay increases. And of course, the Food and Nutrition Services Department's the primary focus, which is feeding students, that was hurt as well. A point being, I think that despite having suffered numerous issues over the years, Food and Nutrition Services was able to use these COVID-related funds to put itself in a pretty decent financial position. And I believe the testimony that we heard at the impasse hearing was that its financial position now is solid, but as we heard from Mr. Mills today, it's reverting back based on some of the decreases in funding that they're going to start to see moving forward. So with respect to the interest and welfare of the public, remaining fiscally responsible is in the public's best interest. An 8% salary increase would effectively undo the fiscal responsibility the district has worked to achieve and would place the district in an even more difficult financial situation. think the union's proposals disregard the district's financial position and kind of put aside that the district may have other funding priorities, including the funding of other unions, which, again, is not necessarily considered in that $27 or so million number that's been thrown around in connection with the pay increases that they're seeking. With respect to the Food and Nutrition Services Department specifically, neither Miami-Dade nor Palm Beach County charge their students anything for meals. So I don't have it in front of me, but my understanding was that the highest bar on the chart that was provided by the union showed that there was a significant amount of money, whereas Miami-Dade and Palm Beach County and some other counties didn't have as much money in their food and nutrition services funds. Well, one of the reasons is they're paying out for their students' meals. And the district is moving towards that model, and Ms. Mary Mulder can kind of describe what it's doing in that regard if the question comes up. But it's trying to transition toward a free meal program, which again is just putting it on par with Miami-Dade and Palm Beach County. It's not necessarily going above and beyond what those districts are doing. So in terms of the recommendations, I think we've discussed what the recommendations are, but I'll go through them quickly. The special magistrate for FOPI 4 recommended that there be a base increase of 2.5% inclusive of fringe benefits and costs, and also recommended that there be a night shift differential for facilities employees, and that be increased to 75 cents, and that security employees also be included in that. As I said, I don't think that the magistrates were looking at this from a multi-unit perspective. I don't think that there's a reason that we went to 3 impasse hearings, and obviously the issues were raised that this is a Me Too district and other units would want the highest amount that is paid out to a unit, but I'm not sure if I saw any mention of it either here or in the food service recommendation. So with respect to food service, the magistrate recommended that the district provide a 4% across-the-board increase to employees' base pay, and recommended that the union's proposal providing 10-year increments for food service managers be adopted. As we have already discussed, the magistrate recommended that the union's proposal regarding the dual and triple side incentives not be adopted. For clerical, again, we've discussed it, but the parties elected to forego submitting post-hearing briefs, forego receiving a recommendation from the special magistrate, and instead elected to bring the issue directly to you, the school board, for a decision. So generally speaking, I don't necessarily want to spend too much time on this, but the superintendents, the district rejected the special magistrate's recommendation to provide any sort of base increase to either FOPI 4, and with respect to food service, there were acceptances. The acceptances were just the recommendations that the parties do not adopt the union's proposal regarding dual and triple side incentives, and the proposal that the parties do not adopt the union's proposal to increase floater supplement and the perfect attendance award. So generally speaking, we're kind of starting from zero, and what is on the table is the superintendent's recommendation of a 2.26 non-recurring, non-FRS eligible bonus. Those are the issues. I won't bore the district with that because we've gone over those in detail. Now, the school board's role and standard, the school board shall forthwith conduct a public hearing, and the parties are here to explain their positions, obviously. Thereafter, the school board shall take such actions as it deems to be in the public's best interest, including the interests of the public employees involved, to resolve the disputes. So why should the board adopt the superintendent's recommendation? As I've gone over, the district's proposal is consistent with the proposals made and accepted by other non-instructional bargaining units throughout the district. Unions have not presented evidence that their proposal is supported by market pay data for similar positions at comparably sized school districts. And I think this argument, respectfully, is a little bit different than, the district provided information that didn't demonstrate. It's really, I think the standard here is to provide as much information to allow the district, the board, to make an informed decision. And I understand that the unions want to say that the district didn't provide them with information, but I think at the same token, I'm not sure that we received any information from the unions regarding what the other districts are doing in terms of pay for union employees. There's no evidence that the 2.26 bonus adversely affects the public interest in the welfare, and instead, as I've discussed, the interest is actually furthered by the superintendent's recommendation by ensuring that the district remains financially stable, both for FOPE 4 and clerical under the general fund balance, and food and nutrition services under its fund. And the evidence establishes that the school board would be in a much worse financial position if it accepts the union's proposals. So I've just provided a recommended motion, move to adopt the superintendent's recommendation for settling. Read it off here.
Okay, are you done?
I think I'm done.
Okay, 36 point, just stop the clock. 36:35. All right, board member questions for management. Mrs. Leonardi.
Madam Chair, if I may, I had reserved some time for rebuttal. I just wanted to remind the board, I'm still looking for the opportunity to do that.
Do it now or after the questions? After the questions. Yeah, okay, after questions.
Okay, I think I have two quick questions. So we heard from the union side that market studies were not provided to them, but I heard differently from management?
It's not a market study, and I can just kind of show you what it is. What was done was an analysis, or essentially posting every position in the district. Every position in the district as it compares to the other similar positions. Again, looking at not just job titles, but the
job descriptions.
Job descriptions, thank you. And then trying to come up with some sort of analysis of, what employees are making in these different districts.
Got it. Okay.
But it's not a market study.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying. My second question, do we know why so few of our employees are at the max? So many of them are at, $15 an hour, below $16 an hour. Why? There were several groups that none of them are at the max. Do we know why that is?
I actually think Mr. Reynolds said it correctly. We have steps in these collective bargaining agreements, but employees don't necessarily move up through the steps. There isn't a time, there isn't a marriage between a number of years and the steps. It's just employees are in steps. If employees receive a pay increase, they may move up a step based on that pay increase.
And was that the purpose of adding I guess this was not your proposal, but adding the $5 was supposed to make sure that they could get up those steps, or am I?
I don't know. That was the union's
Okay,
proposal.
yeah.
I'm assuming that there are certain employees that are topped out, so presumably they would want to move up the steps. And I do believe that Ms. Piva said it's a zero cost. I have it as a $500,000 cost. I think, looking at the way that this was done, it added $5 to each employee that's topped out at each position for facilities. That may not be accurate, but I think it's respectfully somewhere between $0 and $500,000. But I'm happy to let her respond to that.
Ms. Leonardi?
Those are my basic questions. I think there are some concerns that my colleagues have around the discrepancy in numbers, but I'll let them ask those questions. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. There's really I want to make sure that we get to kind of a shared understanding of the facts, because in both presentations, there's things that use information that kind of paints a picture. What's, I think, compelling about the union's case is the disproportionate number of people that are at the bare minimum. And, to me, that's incredibly compelling. As someone who believes deeply in a living wage, we aren't living up to that. At the same time, there's a compelling case about being either the only or almost the only district that pays 100% medical. There is a very good retirement program for all of these people. There is a district that has shared referendum dollars with all FOPE employees. And then there's a bonus offered this year. When you put this together, a $15 hour FOPE employee, $13,000 of medical, retirement of, and Jeff, you might want to help on this, but I think it's roughly, because their salary's half of the average salary, their retirement contribution would be $5,000 instead of $10,000. $1,500 from the referendum every year, and again, that's a fixed number of times. I understand the limitations of referendum bonuses rather than salary. And this bonus that was offered by Broward County Schools would be, turns out, 2.26 of this particular bare minimum $15 an hour salary, $678. That's total compensation of $50,178, right? And so on one hand, we have, I think, a compelling argument about living wages. And on another hand, we have an employer saying, yeah, but total compensation, the amount that we have to pay in order to bring a person to work every day is it's $50,178. That's what it is. I just don't want the facts to be in dispute. Like, this board has to make a decision about where to land on this, and I want to make sure that the facts are incredibly clear. I first want to start with asking our staff, Jeff, are my numbers right within a few percentage points? Yes. Thank you very much.
Let's go through Dr. Hepburn, please.
I'm sorry.
Jeff,
I'm a little punchy.
Whitney.
Thank you, Superintendent. Appreciate that. I don't know, kind of like an expert in the room to talk about living wage, but there is this very, very well-known impact of inflation on people at $15 an hour. This is fundamentally different to people that make $25 or $35 or $85 an hour. When we hear about inflation 2 years ago, 8% in 1 year, that affects people making $15 an hour, the full 8%. And it triggers where they lose their car, they lose their house, they lose their ability to participate in any kind of advanced education. I mean, a lot of things happen. When there's 8% inflation to people making $50,000 or $100,000 a year, which, the 50 to 70,000 is primarily our teachers, the effect is real, but slightly less. For people over $100,000, there's things they can do to change their behavior in a way that the net effect on them isn't the full 8%. So I'm very concerned about us not being able to keep up with people on this, at this salary level. And I'm going to talk about that a lot for the next couple of years. I don't think that a government organization like Broward County Public Schools should have any employees below the living wage. I just think it's wrong to do that. And I could show you 1,000 studies by economists that show that you lift up a whole community when you raise people to living wage. And it's really kind of the right thing to do for the overall community. But the facts that we have before us today that I think are really meaningful is that 8% is the full weight. When you look at it over the last 5 years, we have not kept up. I appreciate the argument about other bargaining units, and I'll put the 800-pound gorilla out there. We gave our teachers a 4% recurring raise. And I'm not asking, that wasn't a question.
Okay. Yeah,
that ended with a period, not
I
a
wanted to
question
make
mark.
sure. I want to make sure.
I mean, we did, and I'm familiar with how we could do that, and that's fine. But then to go to everyone that's not a teacher and say you got 2.26 as a bonus was our best offer, I will continue to work on this living wage issue for all employees of Broward County Schools forever. It's really that important to me. For today's issue, I just wanted to point out that there are facts that are a little bit in disagreement with each other. I wish that there had been like a single set of facts and we could have just seen it and we could have made a decision going one way or the other. But I want to make sure that not just today but forever we think differently about people making $15 an hour. Those people are of great concern to our school district and to our community, and we have to think about that. Just one question then, Chair, and I don't know to whom it should be addressed after you, but if in fact we set a minimum hourly wage for Broward County employees, so Zeman says, let's go this year to $17 an hour minimum wage. I know how we could get a cost for that. That's pretty straightforward. But if, in fact, that's a position that we take, could then other unions challenge that and say, oh, you went $2 up, so you should go $2 up per hour? Or if we say that this is a floor for paying an employee of Broward County Schools, would they really be able to say, hey, you've got to come back and talk to us about that as well, because they don't have employees at that wage level?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm going to ask Mr. Azzarito and also General Counsel if she can weigh in also.
So you need a mic. So you're saying if you gave every employee that was below, that's at 15, anybody that's below 17 up to 17?
Yes, sir.
Then I'm trying to understand your question. So
let me rephrase it just to make it really clear, because you've told us if we offer a FOPE, all FOPE employees a 4% across the board raise, not a supplement, not a bonus, but a salary adjustment of 4%. Other groups that didn't get 4% salary adjustments are allowed to come back and say, hey, me too,
correct,
right? But what if the offer is about a floor of pay? If the floor goes from 15 to 17, just in a hypothetical example, could they come back and say, hey, we want our people to be at 17 as well, or would they argue for the $2 extra hour per pay?
They can come back and argue for the extra $2. There's employees in other unions that are at $15 an hour.
Okay, so then I think what you're saying is they'd come back and argue about the $15 an hour, not about someone making $28 an hour going to 30.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Rubert?
I was going to make a motion, but
We're going to wait. We still have the union needs to speak, and then we can make motions.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, was now the time. Thank you.
Madam.
Yeah. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I strongly support what Dr. Zeman just said, because September 30th of this year, the minimum wage in Florida goes to $13. In 2 years, it goes to $15. And to hear that we have over 50% of our employees at $15, it's just not a good look. And in a couple of years from now, when the minimum wage goes to 15, and that's the minimum wage in the state of Florida, having over 50% of our employees here making minimum wage, and we're asking so much, I think it's time that we consider, as Dr. Zeman said, some sort of a baseline hourly wage that we are willing to provide and include in our budget, because the amount of commitment that we ask of all of our employees and to provide them with minimum wages, it just doesn't sit well. And I think as we move forward into future budget discussion, that we should start with some baseline minimum, Dr. Zeman, as you mentioned. So I have a few questions. The meet and confer groups and the non-instructional, they were 2.26, correct? Through the superintendent.
Ms. Azzarito.
Correct. Meet and confers 2.26, and so far PBA and TSP recently agreed to 2.26.
Okay, and is that recurring or non-recurring?
Non-recurring.
Okay, and teachers were 3.96?
3.96 recurring.
Recurring, okay. As far as the magistrate recommendation of 4% for food service and 2.5% for FOPI 4, is there any reason for the difference in the magistrate's recommendation as far as 4% versus and 2.5% for the two different groups?
They were, you want to go ahead, Mr. Reeves?
Different magistrates. There were two different magistrates.
Oh, two different magistrates.
Yes.
So, okay, so one had a recommendation of?
One, for food service, the magistrate believed that the evidence established 4% increase was warranted, recurring.
Okay.
And for FOPI 4, the magistrate believed that a 2.5%.
2.5, okay, no, I understand. Okay, and as far as the clerical calendars, is there a reason that was not decided on by the magistrate?
That was for the clerical impasse, and the parties elected to forego the magistrate issuing a recommendation and decided to just bring it to the board.
Okay, so the current night shift differential, I just want to understand that better. Facilities workers and at nights or any type of nighttime workers, they don't get a difference in pay versus daytime?
Ms. Piva can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe they receive a 35-cent differential for night work for facilities.
That's correct.
Okay, so we're trying to move this to 75 cents?
That is correct.
Okay, all right, and also I am awaiting the response that from Board Member Rupert's request in the total cost, should we adhere to the magistrate's recommendation?
We have that cost. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Azarito, $11,833,142.
Correct. Mr. Whitney and I worked them out different ways. It's about 11.8 million.
11.8, okay. All right, thank you. I'm done for the time being.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, the union, would you like to put her time up? What was it, 14? Okay.
Thank you. So I want to remind this board that the magistrates were the fact finders. All of this evidence was already presented to the magistrates. They heard from witnesses. We had the opportunity to provide them with exhibits. They have analyzed the situation and come up with recommendations on all of the disputed issues. In terms of the discrepancies between the magistrate's recommendations, I think an added factor that needs to be taken into account is that for food services, there is a separate source of revenue. The food services special revenue is different. So there was a different set of facts that magistrate also looked at. Both magistrates, again, found base salary increases are absolutely necessary. They're necessary for these employees. And I'll tell you that in terms of the Me Too's and in terms of the Me Too, let's do that for a moment. Yeah, it's not really a Me Too, right? Because obviously there are differences in different bargaining units and what they may or may not get with different adjustments. As was mentioned, teachers, of course, received a 3.96% recurring. But also, I just want to make it clear that there is no evidence has been presented that there's an agreement or a contract or something that says that if you give these employees anything different than a 2.26% bonus, you need to go back and reopen a contract or do it with anyone else. I just have not seen that. And we can't look at everybody together. You have to look at the unique circumstances of these employees, their comparables, what, their struggle. So you can't say administrators get a 2.26 bonus, so people that are making minimum wage must also get a 2.26 bonus. It doesn't make sense to do that. And, in fact, to the extent that any employees in this unit received increases already this year beyond the non-base referendum supplement, then I urge you to consider it. But to say that None of these employees can get a base salary increase when they cannot afford to feed their families. Doesn't make sense. And we understand and share in the district's goal to provide free meals to all kids in this district, of course. But how can we do that when our employees' own children cannot eat? It doesn't make sense. So, yes, there are other funding priorities. We urge you to make these employees a funding priority because it is about a choice that you will have to make today. In terms of the comparables, we did provide evidence about how we compare to other districts. The difference is that we carved out those classifications that have the most number of employees so that you can get a real sense of where these employees lie, right? And so across the board, for the information that we had and were able to identify, these employees were at the minimum, were at the bottom, tied with some other districts when it came to minimum salaries. And when it came to the maximum of the range, we were at the lowest, and no one makes the maximum amount. No one's earning that. So while we don't know where in the salary range other districts, employees in other districts fall, we do know where they fall here. And we've presented that evidence. They fall towards the minimum. So the only possible scenario is if we are towards the minimum in terms of comparables and also towards the minimum of where our employees lie, is that we cannot be faring better than the employees in these other districts. And by the way, there was no evidence presented as to what their fringe is, right? Whether theirs is a 20, a 23, or what it is that they spend on employees in addition to the base. So I understand the point that the district made, right? That the union didn't provide. There are organizations that provide market studies and conduct market studies for you all to consider. And the onus is on the board and on the employer to put those together to make sure that they're paying their employees fairly. I just want to remind you of your duty of neutrality here, okay? Your duty to consider the interest and welfare of the public, including these employees. The union's proposals support employees, they support students, and they support this community. And after years of being left behind, these employees are coming to you, went to a neutral special magistrate for their recommendation, and are coming to you to please, 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 please do something to change the 2.26% bonus. And I know that in this role, you're too often asked to make very, very difficult decisions. I know that you don't take any of those decisions lightly. So I'll ask you again today to make a neutral decision with an open mind and an open heart for these employees.
The two magistrates that heard these hearings both recommended a base increase with all the information they had in front of them. The insurance, it's not a zero sum. There is no district that makes the employees pay 100% of the insurance. It's usually in the 5 to 10% range is what we've seen around the state, and we do comparables. So it's not like we're paying $13,000 and Miami-Dade's not paying anything. It's usually a cost sharing. And even here, and I've been on the insurance committee for decades, over the years, every time they come in with a premium increase, there's cost shifting. The insurance for the employee is not free. There are co-pays, there are out-of-pocket expenses for certain medications. So even though the premium is being paid, and it's not being paid to the employee, by the way, it's being paid to the third-party administrator. So if you're making $15 an hour, that's $30,000 a year roughly. If you had to pay $13,000 for insurance, you're going to go bare. You're going to go uninsured. That's what you're going to do. It's impossible. So the history here has been that the district does pick up the premium, but there's no district that's making the employees pick up the premium. Referendum money, bonuses, it's all well and good, but when it goes away, that $15 an hour employee is still making $15 an hour, even if it's 5 years from now. It doesn't help their retirement, and at some point, it goes away anyway. So your neighbors have found a way to pay a base salary increase to these same types of employees. Palm Beach State, I know there's differences in the FAFP. I'm not sure where your figures are coming from. I follow it very closely. I'm in Tallahassee throughout the session, and the education budget is one of the things I follow closely. But in any case, your neighbors are also faced with vouchers and charter schools, and they managed to come up with a percentage increase. So we're asking you to consider the same thing today. And at the end of the day, a budget is a reflection of priorities and values. And the current offer of 2.26% one-time bonus, we don't feel is valuing these vital, dedicated, and necessary employees. So thank you. I hope in your deliberations you can find a way to come up with something more than a one-time bonus. Thank you.
You're done. Okay. Management?
The only thing I have, because Ms. Piva brought up, are there any other agreements? We haven't seen any other agreements that would require the district to go back to the table if FOPI were to be provided something greater than what others have already accepted. I believe there was testimony, and again, Mr. Azzarito can correct me if I'm wrong, that the PBA agreement does contain some language that would require the district to go back to the table. So I think that's one point. And then in terms of, what the cost sharing is for insurance premiums in other districts, I understand that we're hearing from Mr. Reynolds that it's approximately 5 to 10%. I don't know that we've seen any test evidence on it during the impasse hearings, but it's generally all I have to say. So I don't know if we want to ask Mr. Azzarito the question about PBA.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azzarito.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. PBA has language when they accepted the 2.26 that it was kind of me too. So if another group got anything higher outside of the instructional, that we would come back to the table for 23-24.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have a couple of questions for the clerical calendars. Currently, with the current calendar in place, clerical workers are considered full-time, correct? With benefits?
Mr. Azzarito.
Yes. Okay. All right. I am going to resort to the Zeman baseline pay plan. I would like to, if the staff could give us some numbers, if we increase, or an approximation, if we increase all employees to $17 an hour and then provide a 2.5% to FOPI 4 as well as food service, what would that total be?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azzarito, I know you'll probably need some time.
We're going to need some time.
Yep, you need
I don't
a
have
little
all the
bit of time to
numbers.
calculate that.
Do you have more questions?
That's it.
Okay. Ms. Leonardi?
I had a question about the Me Too. So if we were to, deliver or vote on a salary increase, and the PBA decided, or they claimed Me Too, they wanted to come back to the table, would that require us to give them the same, or is that up to negotiation? Could we say, no, we're not gonna do that?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito or Mr. Ruiz?
Yep, so, correct, it's just coming back to the table, does not mean they would get the same thing.
Got it, thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
I would like to make a motion. Are we there yet?
Yep, we're there.
Okay. I move that the base salary increase of 2.26, which is exactly, this would be reoccurring and not a one-time.
Is there a second? Second. Moved by Rupert, second by Hickson. I guess we don't take public comment, right, Ms. Batista? Board member comment on the motion. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. I actually had it written down on a sticky. And I'm going to say out loud, I know it's not enough, but the direction we are going for this year is to try to get, my hope is to get to 4% for every employee. That's what I have had with the discussion with the superintendent. It's what we've directed our CFO to figure out how to find at least that much money. So making it, the 2.26 for 2023 comes out of ARP. We've put that aside. We know we can cover it. And we know we're moving in a direction to try to get to 4%. So we could say 2.26 and still go back and increase it. But I think that, and I don't mind saying, I know we're here for you, but doing that across the board, because it is the direction that the board is looking to go in the upcoming year. It will not be easy, I understand that, and I can feel people's eyes on my neck at the moment. But it is, from the day I got here, 4% is also not enough. But it should be our minimum baseline that we're always, every year, trying to get to at least, if not more. So I appreciate, again, you making this motion. I will support it, and I hope that it's more than that when we move forward in the negotiations. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you for the presenter of this motion. I'm going to make a substitute motion. To my understanding, the unions have gone in and asked for 8%. Magistrate said 2.5% and 4%, but budgeteers have said that costs us $11.8 million in recurring costs if they were to give what the magistrate asked for. My motion will be to raise recurring salaries by a total of $11.8 million and fill from the bottom up. So that's for FOPI employees around $1,600 per employee, so it's a 5.3% raise. But it isn't for all people to get the same percentage raise. It's to start with people making the minimum and build up till we get to a point where we've spent the $11.8 million.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Moved by Zeman, second by Holness. Board member comment, Ms. Leonardi?
I actually had, well, I guess this question applies to this motion as well. So we are not addressing the rest of the magistrate's recommendations, right? We're only addressing one piece of it.
That's what the motions are addressing, correct?
Right. So are we going to have to go, so say one of these motions passes, are we going to have to go back and make motions on all of the recommendations as well? Okay.
If a board member chooses to.
Okay. Well, I'm seeing people nod, so I don't know if we were to not go and make motions on all the recommendations, is that okay too?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you reject those other items. Ms. Pham?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that.
Oh, wait, no. Right now, we're on Dr. Zeman's substitute motion.
Okay,
Do you
it kind of
wanna
works
speak to
with
that?
it, coincides with it.
Do you want to speak to his motion?
Please, yeah. Dr. Zeman, I'd like to make, I don't know if you can call it a companion motion or substitute motion, but we shift the money that we had previously located in the fund back over to support paying that increase in wages, and I would go for that. I would definitely support that, because that way we know at least we have for the year it's covered. Thank you.
That would be my motion. Okay. So on this substitute motion, the $11.8 million, where is that money coming from, Dr. Seaman?
Well, in my mind, there's a variety of sources for it. You know, we just sat through a whole bunch of budget briefs. We've also asked the superintendent to find $100 billion. And so there's going to be some ideas coming back to this board about where specifically we can find that. But this is a motion that is really about living wage and about not paying people $15 an hour that work for us. And so I couldn't be specific right now about a line item and category, but I'm confident with any amount of time we could find it out of the savings that come back to the board.
Okay. I'd like to just draw the board's attention to page 5 of the PowerPoint that was handed out. The 24-25 general fund balancing, it says on the top. Now this is for 24-25, but what we're voting on right now is for 23-24. So I understand moving forward where we are with the funding, but I guess, Dr. Hepburn, can staff explain, because the budget for 23-24 is already set, and isn't that money spent? So if we now add this money of $11.8 million, how does that all work? Because it was already spent, wasn't it?
That is correct, Chair. Right now in ARP, there is approximately $6 million set aside for the 2.26 one-time bonus. And I'll let Mr. Whitney elaborate if needed, if there's any additional unspent funds in ARP. But I know there's a set aside for $6 million at this time.
Just 1 second, I'm sorry.
Jeff Whitney, Budget Director. So as we stand with ARP right now, the grant sunsets on September 30th, and so the district will have to do some things. But the portion of the district's budget that's in the American Rescue Plan is spoken for in the balancing of the budget, inclusive of what we're doing with the 2.26 that was already accounted for. There are some funds that the charter schools have not spent, and we don't expect they will spend them all, but we don't have any assurance right now from the state what they will allow us to do with those funds. And I'd be very cautious with that, given our history with the state and charter schools.
Okay, so besides the 2.26%, is there, and I have to ask this question, is there any money that is not allocated from ARP? I understand the charter school, but besides that, is there any other money there?
No, the entire balance of ARP is included in what was adopted in the balanced budget this year.
Okay, so we'll get 6.1 million from there, Dr. Zeman. So my question is then, or Dr. Hepburn, then does the board, if they approve this, have to then go back and cut something from ARP that was already funded?
So from my understanding, what Mr. Whitney is saying is that the current 24-25 budget is balanced with some ARP funds, because we used some of those funds to pay for reoccurring raises for teachers also. So Mr. Whitney, if you can elaborate, is there a process of cutting and going back to the?
So we're at a point now with the American Rescue Plan. What was sent to the state as the final district's amendment, those categories at this point are effectively locked in without without the state agreeing to something that's beyond what's in the normal grant timelines already. So, and it's not like even if we could, right? So if we could cut something from ARP, it's part of the balanced budget, so we're effectively cutting something from the balanced budget. So, I mean, the best characterization is that, the superintendent, cabinet, the district's departments are working towards finding additional cost-saving measures to meet the board's directed goal to cut some more money so that there's more funding available for employee compensation. And that's where it's going to come from, whether we call it ARP or we call it general fund. It's coming out of those funds in their totality.
Okay, so we have to come up with $5.8 million. And my question is, if we approve this, can we take that money from the 24-25 budget?
Mr. Whitney?
So to the extent that we're talking about a recurring, and rather than just a base, we're taking the recurring portion from the 24-25 budget. The 23-24 amount is already factored in to our budget, as it were. So we're looking to cut, to fund. So the value of this for a year is the $11.8 million. It's coming from fund balance for last year, and it's coming from the district's budget this year, which at this point in time is either fund balance or cost-cutting measures to fund a recurring.
So the I can't remember.
5.7 that we still need to find.
Right, is that gonna, so if we take that from the fund balance from the 23-24 year, how does this now affect our fund balance?
So every percentage of our of fund balance right now is in the $24.7 million range. So that has a 20%. I mean, it's not a percentage point. We're not going from. So our.
Because we're at, what, 4.3?
We were at 3.89 when we were in the negotiations through the financials that were available then. When we closed the year, the final fund balance percentage number was closer to 4.4%. I think it was 4.37 in the year-end financials. So we'd be losing 20% of that value.
So I think to summarize, it is very difficult to retro pay beyond the 2.26%. That's the difficulty, because that budget year has closed. The current budget year has some ARP funds are used to balance the current year's budget. So that's the difficulty, is going beyond the 2.26% that we know is there and set aside for retro payments.
Okay, so I'm going to be voting no on this, but to my colleagues, I do have a very robust motion that I think could help us get us there, that would be using funding from 24-25. Ms. Hickson?
I just have a question. I think the number is not 11.8 based on what we were saying. So 2.26, just that, well, the 11.8 was 2.5% for everyone except for food and nutrition, which was 4%, and the other items on here. Is that correct? Because I think that's what Mrs. Rupert asked for. What would be?
But we're on Dr. Zeman's motion.
I know, but he came up with the 11.8 number because that's the number they gave us for everything, not just the salary increase.
Salaries, I'm sorry.
So that's what I just wanted to ask. Is this the 2.5 plus the 4% plus the night shift, the manager, and the clerical calendars?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito?
No, that is just the salaries. And since clerical, we did not receive a magistrate recommendation, I just used 4% for the clerical because we didn't receive anything else. So it's 4% clerical, 4% food, 2.5 OP4, just that recommendation, 11.8 mil.
Okay, because I thought Mrs. Rupert's question was.
She did.
What the total of everything was, so it was just a little confusing. All right, thank
That's
you.
going to be harder to figure out.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I just want to make sure I'm clear on the motion. In my view, our books last year have closed, and that 2.26 one-time bonus is the amount of money we put in, and we closed the books and we moved on. This 11.8 is for the 24-25 year to allow everybody this year to have a raise from the bottom up. And again, this is a lot of economics, but it's also a lot of morality, which is I can't stand people working for us that make $15 an hour. It's no way to live. It's no way to fight. But it is higher than what the magistrate asked for in some cases, because it's roughly 5.3% for the people from the bottom moving up. So it would lock in the 2.26 non-recurring, but then it would take 11.8 million, which is what the magistrate ruled, the cost of what the magistrate ruled for all the things he ruled on, and it would apply it to the 24-25 salary from the bottom up until we expend all those funds.
Ms. Batista?
So your role here today as a legislative, quasi-legislative role is not to, is to resolve the impasse.
Mm-hmm.
And the impasse is for the 23-24 school year. It's not for the 24-25 school year. That would be negotiations that would have to take place for the upcoming year. So to the extent that the motion, and I think the union is in agreement with me because they're nodding their heads, but so whatever you are going to come up with here as a board has to be to resolve the 23-24 impasse.
Terrific. I understand that. If in the resolution of the 23-24 impasse, so we assign base salary increases, that does affect 24-25 and every year since.
If you make it recurring from that point forward, it will affect the 24-25.
Terrific. So that's I was just trying to do it in a little bit more graceful way. So I'll just stick with the 11.8 million for the 23-24 resolution from the bottom up.
Okay, any other questions on Dr. Zeman? Ms. Hickson?
Can you explain what that means? How would you do that?
So there are 7,400 employees that we're talking about today. It sounds to me like from the numbers that there's a lot of them earning 15 or 15 and a half or maybe $16 an hour. But what I would want to do is to fill that bathtub of the lowest paid people of the 7,400 until you get to a number. It may be $17 an hour, where now the lowest minimum paid for all 7,400 is $17 an hour. And you would just spend the $11.8 million to fill from the bottom up. I'm very concerned about inflation to those people. I'm very concerned about them coming to work every day unhealthy, unslept, not fed, doing the kinds of behaviors that you just can't imagine that people do at $30,000 a year of salary, or maybe some people can't imagine it. But to me, that is a appropriate kind of balancing of the union's need for greater compensation with the need that we have for productive people coming to work, excited to be here every day, who also can take care of their minimum standards that have been eroded significantly by inflation over the past 5 years.
So just to piggyback on that, though, a lot of people making the lowest amount are the newer employees.
So I wish that was true, but it's not.
I know, but I'm just saying, if you were an employee that had been here, I'm just trying to balance this out, and I hope this is not true, but let's say you're here for 6 years, and you're making the $15 an hour, and someone new comes in and is making the $15, if you do it the way you're saying, you're not looking at the time they were here, everybody would get there. So the morality issue, we've heard this over and over again. You've been here a number of years, and someone new coming in is making, whether it's 100,000 or 10,000, right? We've heard the same issue. So I don't know if, I get what you're saying, and I don't necessarily disagree with the sentiment of it, but I think that people who have been here for a number of years, that would get the same increase as someone who came in this year at that rate, would not increase their morality in terms of getting paid. So anyway, and I don't know that we have to figure that all out today necessarily, but I just wanted to put that out there because it is something we've heard over and over again, that you have to also remember the people with tenure are not making what they should be, and if you do it on the back end, more people are newer at that lower level than moving up. So I just wanted to point that out.
And I think that's a fair point, but that employee that's been here 6 years making 15 is not going to turn down $17 an hour. Now, the fact that they also make the same amount as a newer employee, that's not perfect, but they're also going to get $2 more per hour. And to me, all of our $15 an hour people, regardless of how long they've worked here, cannot live in Broward County and cannot feed themselves and cannot make basic decisions about hygiene and just basic well-being of life. That's where it becomes a moral issue. So it's great to worry about like age groups and tenure groups and all that, but someone with 20 years experience earning $15 an hour is still going to be happier making $17 an hour, and is going to be able to move up the ladder in terms of the kind of economic decisions they're going to be able to make for them and their family.
Okay, so I personally just think that you're going to have disgruntled employees. People are going to be upset. And, yep, 1 minute, Ms. Rupert. Yeah, let's roll. Are we ready to vote?
Yeah.
Okay, roll call. On the substitute motion, Dr. Siemens, 11.8 million, filling from the bottom up.
Roll call on the motion. Aladev.
No.
Alston.
No.
Pham.
Yes.
Foganoli.
No.
Hickson.
No.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert.
No.
Zeman.
Yes.
Motion fails 6-3.
Okay, back to Mrs. Rupert's motion, 2.26% base salary reoccurring. Any comments?
Nope. We're good. Ready to vote?
No, I have a question, actually.
Dr. Zeman.
So I'm raising my hand. 2.26 gives what dollar amount increase to the vast majority of these workers that are making $15 an hour?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Azarito. Mr. Whitney.
What percent increase?
What's the dollar amount of money that someone earning $15 an hour is going to get in a recurring raise at 2.26%?
Well, let's see, $15 times 1.0226. They make $15.33.
I'm sorry, $15.
$15.33 is 2.26%.
Right, and I'm just going to go on the record again to say there's no reason why we have an employee coming to work at $15.32 an hour. We can do better.
Okay. Any other comments? Roll call.
Roll call.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Alston, go ahead.
I did have a quick question. Thank you. Just to confirm the motion that's on the floor, have we budgeted for this recommendation in the current budget that the board just voted for?
Dr. Hepburn.
No, we have not, but that's going to be the next question based on our last budget hearing for money that was set aside for all staff 1% to figure out if that, at the board's pleasure, if that's where that funds will come from.
Okay, so the set aside money for this. So if the motion passes, where would this money come from? And I think I heard some of the questions before, just so I understand.
Dr. Hepburn?
Right now, as far as looking at the budget hearing that we just did, the only funds available right now would be for that 15.9 or 15.4 that was set aside for 1% for all staff.
And where's the 15.9? I'm sorry, where is that money currently allocated for? What is it for?
That was the set aside for the 1% overall.
Got it. So this will now come from a base salary increase for every employee. That's where this money is coming from?
Preliminary, yes. And until my team has opportunity to get back in our offices to look at other cost savings to see where we can pull this money from. But
got it. Okay. Because it will be irresponsible for me to vote on anything today, not knowing where the funds are coming from. We're already using one-time funds to fund the current budget that we're in. So, all right. Thank you so much, Ms. Superintendent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. But I just want to remind all of us that we gave the superintendent a directive to find $100 million to try to be able to give a pay raise, a recurring pay raise to all of our employees. So based on that, he has promised he's going to come back in January with that information. So based on that, that is why I believe that doing the 2.26 recurring makes sense. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
And, yeah, Dr. Holness?
Thank you. I just want to go on record to say, regardless of how this vote turns out, that as we go into the next school year and subsequent school year, that we consider increasing the base pay for our bottom employees. $15 is just too low, and hopefully we can have that in our future discussion. I think 17 sounds good in the future, and I just want to go on record to say that we need to, in the future, consider increasing the base pay, because $15 in 2 years will be minimum wage in Florida. That's not what we want to pay our employees.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, and I completely agree with you, Dr. Holness. And I agree with, the idea that it is immoral to pay people what they cannot live off of. So I'm with you, and I'm committed to doing that work. And we have to do what is within, our means to do what we can for our employees, and we just didn't have the means to do what the previous motion called for. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to just make this comment, too, that to bring it kind of full circle to the conversation today, with us having to close schools and right-size our schools, that is paramount, because we cannot continue in the same footprint in Broward County Public Schools where we keep losing our students and we're not getting the funding in. We want to pay our employees more money, but we have to have a smaller footprint. So I know we've asked the superintendent to close at least 5 schools, but that might need to be more. And I remember previous workshops, the conversation was more. And listen, it doesn't feel good. I don't want to have to do that. But it's important so we can pay our employees more than $15 an hour and give you the respect that you deserve. But we have to close schools. And I know it's a tough thing for this board to have to do, and it's a tough thing for us to have to vote on, and it's a tough thing for our communities, but it's paramount for us to be able to move forward and be successful and we're never going to make everybody happy, but we value our employees and we want to pay you as much as we possibly can, but we have to reduce our footprint. Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much. There is one other source of funds to respond to Ms. Leonardi's point that we don't have the money. Part of the funds that have been requested by the Union are for food service employees, grant money that we get. Right now, we ask nobody to pay for their food at schools in Broward County. So basically, we're subsidizing people who are fully capable of paying for their meals because we do that. I'm not sure exactly the reasons behind it, but what we ask people who have plenty of means to pay for school not to pay. If in fact we asked people that could afford to pay for meals to pay for meals, how much of that food service budget could be applied to paying food service workers instead?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Whitney, I don't know if that's a. Go ahead, Mark.
It's okay for me to be able to
I'm
talk
sorry,
about
Mark. What's
this.
your full name? Mark Mills. Go ahead, Mark Mills.
So it's Mark again. Yes, we would be able to fund, like we currently do, we fund salaries and fringe benefits for all of our employees, whether they're in the schools or in the district office. We would continue to do that. And if it necessary, because we are feeding everyone free, we would take that money out of our fund balance and just decrease our fund balance as we go. So eventually, we'll have to make a decision, like it's been mentioned here. There are people capable of paying for their meals. We may need to revert back to the way it was, filling out applications and qualifying those students in family households that do qualify for free or reduced meals. And then those that do not and have the means to pay for that, they would then be paying student price.
And how much of that would be recouped per year if we went back to the model where people who could afford it, who were in schools that had less than 70% of their children qualifying for free and due lunch? Because I know if we're over 70%, we've asked in the past not to have anyone pay, so there'd be no stigma associated with those that can't. But what's the magnitude of the money that we could get if we asked people who could afford to pay for meals to pay for their meals?
So roughly, we earned in the past of local sources, which would be student lunches or student breakfasts, we would recoup probably about $7 million.
Thank you very much. And we need 5.7 to pay, instead of the 6.1, to pay the full $11.8 million. So to people that are asking questions about where we could find this money, I would suggest that we ask people who can afford meals to pay for meals. I don't know why we ever decided not to do that, because there are people who work for us who can't afford to pay meals. And I don't feel good about that. And I'm never going to feel good about that. And I'm going to keep talking about it until I'm blue in the face. So why can't we use the $7 million next year and ask people to pay for their meals that can afford it and pay it to the people that are serving them?
I'll second that.
Okay, we're on Ms. Rupert's motion. Anything else, Dr. Zeman?
Not today.
Okay. Ms. Leonardi?
I'll save us time. I was going to make a point about paying for meals, but I'll save us the time of doing it.
Okay. All right, so the vote is on.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Alston?
Sorry, let me ask one last question. I've been good all day. So if I could, to the superintendent. We have already gone down the exercise of finding 100 million in reductions. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, we went through that exercise sometime this summer, as I recall. And then we didn't.
And the board did not get to 100 million, if I recall. Is that correct?
Correct. We did not finish that exercise, so I took it upon myself to task my team with realizing those cost savings that we can bring back to the board later in this semester in the winter or early spring.
Got it. Okay. I recall we actually went through the exercise. The board actually went in a different direction to get to 100 million. So, okay. I just wanted to make sure we actually went through the exercise initially, but you're planning to do it one more time. Okay. Got it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I think it's just important to remember the facts of the initial presentation of the $100 million cuts. It was more of a hypothetical worst-case scenario. The board did direct the superintendent to go back and bring back some realistic cost savings. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to hearing about those cost savings that are going to come to us that are realistic and doable. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is for the 23-24 school year, all FOPE 4, FOPE clerical, and FOPE food service bargaining unit employees who are on active status will receive a reoccurring reoccurring 2.26% of the employee's base salary. Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. Alston.
No.
Pham,
No.
Foganoli,
No.
Hickson,
Yes.
Holness,
No.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert, Zeman,
No.
Aladef.
Yes.
It fails 5-4.
Okay, we're back to the recommended motion is for the 23-24 school year, all FOPE 4, FOPE clerical, and FOPE food service bargaining unit employees who are on active status receive a one-time, non-recurring, non-FRS eligible bonus equal to 2.26% of the employee's base salary. Roll call. Oh, is there a second? Is there a second? No second. Okay.
I'm lost. I just see him nodding no, but I don't hear him.
You have a question?
I do have a question. I think it's the same question Ms. Pipa has. At this point, the board has to resolve all of the issues at impasse. I'm just not sure if the motion is to resolve all of the issues, the one motion in one fell swoop, or if the board is going to take on the additional items at another point, or just as a point of clarification, because ultimately we have to reduce it to writing.
Okay. Ms. Batiste, do you want to make a recommendation? Ms. Hickson?
I thought we were going to do each item separately, so I have a motion on a different item.
All right, go for it.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make a motion to approve the Food Nutrition Services Manager tenure adjustment.
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Rupert. Board member comment. I mean, I guess my just comment is that, again, if we're going to approve everything, and now you're telling me we're not even going to approve the 2.26% bonus, where is that money coming from? Ms.
Well,
Hickson?
the Food and Nutrition Services has their own budget, and when we looked in this item, they had $57 million, and this is $388,000. So to me, it's a one-time deal. It's not over and over again, if I'm not mistaken, right? This was a one-time issue? Right? It was a one-time adjustment.
It's a one-time adjustment, but it's a recurring cost.
Okay.
So can we just confirm where the money's coming from?
Mr. Mills, can you confirm if this would come out of the food and nutrition budget?
Yes, the funding would come from food and nutrition. It would be reoccurring from the perspective of once we bump up the manager, they're going to get that same amount every year. So it goes with us as we flow, but it would come out of the fund balance. And I think our fund balance right now is about 53 million. Like I said earlier, we anticipate losing in 15 million, so that'll come down. But there's ample money there to pay for that.
Okay, and is there a Me Too consequence, Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito?
No, there's not.
Okay. Any other comments? All in favor of the motion to approve the FNS manager tenure adjustment, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Passes. Ms.
No.
Hickson?
Alston.
Oh. One no. Mr. Alston?
No, Fogelman.
No Fogenholy. Passes. Next, Ms. Hickson? That's it? You have any other motions?
Well, I have a question before I make the motion. So topped out facilities employees at $5, the number here is zero, but our lawyer said it would be $1 million. Can someone speak to that? Because if it's $0, it seems like a no-brainer, easy enough to fix. But or you said 500,000. So
Yes.
there's a big difference between 0 and 500,000. And is that a one-time cost?
And if I can just clarify, there's a cost out, and the cost out, what it did during the cost out is it took everyone on the top pay scale, and then it moved those individuals and it added $5. I don't necessarily think that's accurate. So my thought is if we're going to add $5, if there's going to be a range and that range is increased by $5 and then there is an increase to base, then obviously those individuals that were topped out before are going to increase. Now, I don't think they're going to, I think the testimony that we heard is they're not going to increase the whole $5. So I don't know, I think it'll be somewhere between $500 and $0, which, if that makes any sense. I don't know what the number will be.
And if I may clarify, I believe that if you were to give an increase to base, those employees who are topped out get that as a lump sum payment, so the cost is still there. What they don't get is an increase to their base salary.
So what would be?
So for the purposes of the 23-24 school year, the cost is 0, regardless of what you.
And it's a one-time deal at topping it up at the $5.
It increases it increases the room to grow into salaries by $5, but nobody's going to, even with an 8% increase, get a $5 increase that's topped out at the facilities.
Okay. Still not sure I understand. But, so I would like to make a motion to increase the maximum step for all facilities classifications by $5.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Rupert. Board comment? All in favor of the motion to increase topped-out
Madam Chair?
facilities employees by $5? Mr. Alston?
Madam Chair?
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just same question. Have we budgeted for this?
$0.
Dr. Hepburn?
No, from my understanding, this would cost $0. Correct me if I'm wrong. It would cost $0. We're just expanding the pay scale by $5. But even with a significant increase of 8 or even 10%, employees would not reach the top of that pay scale yet. So it would cost.
So is there is a $0 financial impact?
Correct.
Okay. All in favor of topped-out facilities employees, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
Chair.
Motion carries. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. I'd like to move that we give a 4% across-the-board raise to all FOOP food service employees.
Second. Moved by Seaman, second by Rupert. Board comment?
And before people ask, I would pay it out of the food service fund balance.
And how much is that?
I'd be coming with a little guess, so maybe we can ask our experts.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito, and then Mr. Mills, if you can come to the table,
I
because
believe
we'll
it's
have some
1.2
questions for
million.
you.
Yeah, it's 1.2 million.
Okay. Is there a Me Too on this, Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito?
We're looking anything that increases salary or wages has Me Too.
Yep.
For PBA.
Okay. And so the specific motion was to increase FOPI food service, correct, by 4%?
Right, by 4%. Okay, so I have to ask the question then. If we do this here, Me Too, what is it? Because this is 4%, but what is it going to cost us overall with the Me Too? Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, one more time.
How much would this cost overall for all
Food service?
all
No.
FOPI employees?
All the FOPI.
Yeah, because of the Me Too.
And secondary question, Mr. Mills, if you can elaborate, if your budget allows for this increase or reoccurring increase?
Yes, if the 4% is for 23, 24, of course, that fund, whatever additional salaries that were not paid out that year would roll back into our fund balance. For this fiscal year, we've budgeted, I believe, 2.5%. So the remaining that we didn't budget for would then come out of the fund balance.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito?
1% increase for all of FOPI is roughly $3 million, so 4% increase would be $12 million for all of FOPI.
Okay, so where is that 12 million coming from?
That 4 million is just a risk. They have to come back here to negotiate. There's no guarantee that they're going to get it from the board.
Okay. Any other comments
Can I get a clarification?
on the motion?
No, on the Me Too. I didn't understand what just happened.
So,
I can.
Because you've already given the teachers a guaranteed raise, Doesn't that already kick in the Me Too for PBA?
Mr. Azarito.
So the agreement with PBA, when they accepted the 2.26 bonus, we put in there that if any non-instructional group after this received it, we'd come back to the table. It's not a guarantee that they get the same thing, it's just we come back.
Okay. Roll call. No comments from the audience, please. Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. Fam.
Can someone repeat it?
Repeat the motion.
Yes, 4% increase to base pay for FOPI food services only.
Roll call on the motion. Foganoli.
No.
Hickson.
No.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert.
Yes.
Zeman.
Yes.
Aladev.
No.
Austin.
No.
Fails.
4-4 fails.
Okay. Any other motions? Okay,
Madam-
Ms. Batista, what do we have left to vote on?
Madam Chair,
Yep.
can I make a motion?
Yeah, please.
I'd like to make a motion that we uphold the magistrate's recommendation for FOPI 4 at 2.5% and also clerical at 2.5%.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Moved by Holness, second by Zeman. Board comment? Ms. Rupert?
Question. Would that be all of FOPI, or were there just two groups, for clarification?
The groups that are mentioned here in the impasse, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so is this reoccurring motion?
Reoccurring.
And how much money is it?
Mr. Azarito.
So just FOPI 4 and FOPI clerical, or all the units?
No, just what's in the impasse here today. So
Well, all of FOPI is here. There's FOPI 4, there's FOPI clerical, and FOPI food.
the magistrate recommendation is for FOPI, for all FOPI?
They said for FOPI food, it was going to be 4%. FOPI.
Correct. So 2.5 for food service, and the other FOPI groups that's listed here in the magistrate's recommendation.
So 2.5 across the board.
Correct.
Okay. So that'd be, well, all of 1% is 3 million, so 7.5 million.
Is that excluding food service? Food nutrition?
That's
Not across-
all of FOPI is what he was asking. So all of FOPI.
Including.
Oh, okay, including. Oh,
So
gotcha.
7.5 million.
Ms. Hickson?
So we have put aside for this year 2.26. So what would be the cost to get to 2.5?
That's 6.
So we put aside, I'm sorry.
6.1 million.
6.26.
We put aside about 6.1 million
Yeah.
for the 2.26 bonus, so that would leave 1.4 for last year, and then 7.5 moving forward.
Can the 1.4 be covered under food services? Yes? Yes. Perfect.
Well, they can pay for, the 2.5 from FOPI can come out of the FOPI budget.
All right, so, Ms. Azarito, you're going to have to give us two numbers. What would the 2.5 cost for food and nutrition, so we know exactly that amount that the food and nutrition budget can pay for, and then what's the rest, what would the rest cost?
Ms. Rupert?
Can we take like a 5-minute break?
Maybe right after this motion.
So we can look at the numbers that they're actually getting for us? and
Sure.
we don't
Let's
have
just
to
get the
jump on
numbers
feet?
first.
6.1.
Just a 5-minute break.
I can ask the question.
800,000.
Okay.
Okay, get ready.
Get ready for numbers.
Everybody? So, again, we are, eyes are starting to cross. FOPI food would be about 785,400. 785,400 for FOPI food, 2.5% coming out of their budget. FOPI 4 and FOPI clerical would be about 6.9 million. And together that equals 7.5 million. So the bulk of the 7.5 is FOPI 4 and FOPI clerical.
I'd say it again, FOPI food, go ahead.
FOPI food is about 785,400.
Uh-huh. FOPI
And then FOPI 4 and FOPI clerical would be 6.9 million. The 2.5 recurring.
Okay, and is there a Me Too on this?
Yeah, with the salary, we'd have to bring PBA back to the table.
And how much is that valued at?
If they got 2.5?
Mm-hmm.
They're a small group. They would get, but they're mighty. 1, 2, 5, 9. About 38,000.
Okay. 5-minute recess. Okay, welcome back. We are on the motion, board member comments on the motion. So I have one comment. So based on the motion, we're going to be 800,000 short on the retro. And then if the Me Too required by contract PBAA would be 38,000. And then, so the other possible Me Too meet and confers, not required by contract, would come out to 3.9 million. So that's not, we're not talking about that right now, that they're not in, it's not in the contract that they're required to get the Me Too. So I would add to this motion that, so we'd be $838,000 short from the 6.1 million that we have for the 2.26%. So I would add to the motion that we would direct the superintendent to take the 838,000 from fund balance to pay for the 23-24 retro payment of the 2.5%.
Second.
Okay, moved by Aldef, second by Rupert. Board comment, Ms. Hickson?
Just a quick question, and we may or may not have the answer, but I know that there are some funds in ARP. So if it turns out that there are funds left in ARP, because we won't know until closer to the 30th, could we make that direction not, if it's possible to take it out of ARP, do that, and if not, then the general funds? But I'd like to spend all the ARP funds, because there may be some left over, because that's,
Yeah, so that's an interesting point, Ms. Hickson. So is there a threshold, like is there a date deadline that I guess the charter school money, then does it just go to Broward County Public Schools? How does that work?
Mr. Whitney?
So at this time, we don't have any specific confirmation from the state that they will allow us to tap into that for the local district at all. And we're up against some expenditure deadlines, so I think we're better off if we stick with the fund balance and through accounting entries, if we're allowed access to any of the charter school portion of the funds, it will effectively be something that we can move into our fund balance rather than dedicating it to ARP. I think that this is going to complicate the issue.
That's fine. However this, works out, I just wanted to make the point, if there was money in the ARP, it makes sense to not deplete our general fund. So whether it's a reimbursement or however that works, I just wanted to put that out there because there is a slight possibility that we could cover this for this year anyway, or for the 2023-24
Right. So effectively, if the state were to allow us to tap into any of the unused charter school monies, it would be helping the school district's fund balance, period.
Okay. All right, any other board member comments?
Nope.
Is everybody clear on the motion? All right, ready to vote?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So no, I'm not clear. So I heard the question and answer back and forth. 1 million now, almost 4 million potentially later. Pull from the reserve now, and I thought we were just around 15 million to get it up to 5%. So we're now going to add to that number, on top of us knowing that we still need to find another 100 million. Is that? I just want to make sure I paint the right picture. Do I understand that correctly?
No, sort of. So the FOPI food is we're going to be giving them the 2.5%, $785,400. FOPI clerical, 6.9 million. We'd be $800,000 short. And then the Me Too PBAA by contract, we would have to pay them $38,000. So it would be $838,000 short, and we'd be directing the superintendent to take that from the fund balance for the 23-24 retro payment of 2.5%.
Could I just ask one final follow-up? Is the recommendation coming from the finance team to pull from general fund at this point, or in the superintendent?
Dr.
Or is that
Hepburn?
your recommendation, Madam Chair?
Dr. Hepburn?
It's the board's recommendation.
Any other?
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Brenda Fan, whose recommendation you cut out?
Dr. Hepburn?
Hello?
Can you ask that question again, Ms. Pham? Is
Just
it,
say your recommendation.
this is the board's recommendation, Ms. Pham?
No, the pulling the money
Yeah,
out.
you said it's Dr. Hepburn's recommendation?
Yes, we can take it out of general fund and replenish.
And the recommendation is coming from Dr. Hepburn?
It's a motion on the floor by the board, Ms. Pham.
No, she's asking if it was my recommendation.
Okay, I just want to, I have a point of order then, because I need to know, one, that this money, Madam Chair, may I ask my question?
Go ahead.
I need to know if we're going to be at risk of going below our reserve minimum requirement by doing this deal at this point, and who's making this recommendation, because I want to be assured that if something goes wrong, that I ask the right question, because I'm not going to vote for this if this is going to put us in jeopardy, the entire district. So I want to make sure that we're covered. So who can answer that, please?
Ms. Pham, no, it won't bring the fund balance below the necessary amount for reserves for the state.
Any other questions?
I have
Ms.
Yes, Madam
Leonard?
Chair.
Okay, go, Mr. Alston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I thought I heard a totally different answer just a minute ago. I thought I just heard it was not the recommendation from the superintendent and finance team to pull from the general fund. And then I think I just subtly heard, well, actually, let me ask the question again. Mr. Superintendent, can you clarify, is this
Yes.
your recommendation and the finance team to pull from the general fund?
So
Or
there's
is this a board recommended item? I just
So-
want to make sure I'm clear.
Yes, there's a motion on the floor.
And I understand availability of funds. I just want to understand.
There's a motion on the floor to pull the $838,000 from fund balance. There was another question around if we can do it with ARP reserves that we may potentially have access to. We agreed that it's better off to pull it out of fund balance than to wait on ARP dollars that may not be realized for our use by the state and replenish with cost savings through this semester. If that clarifies for you, Mr. Austin, and also Ms. Pham. And Ms. Pham, no, this does not bring us under the threshold required for the state.
Ms. Leonardi?
I just wanted to clarify with the motion, are you automatically including doing the same percentage for PBA?
No.
Or is it just that we are, we understand that there is a Me Too?
Yeah,
that
there's
they
a
can-
process that they'll have to go through.
Got it, okay.
But I just wanted to have the money prepared.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, roll call?
Roll call on the motion. Foganoli,
No.
Hickson,
Yes.
Holness,
Yes.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert,
Yes.
Zeman,
Yep.
Aladev,
Yes.
Alston,
No.
Pham.
No, I'm nervous
Motion.
about this now.
Passes 6-3. Okay, I move to reject the night shift and the clerical calendars.
Second.
Moved by Aldef, second by Zeman. Board member comment? All in favor of rejecting, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No.
Item
No.
passes. Rupert and Holness.
It was Leonardi.
Oh, Leonardi and Holness say no. Okay, Mrs.
Foganholly, no.
Foganholly, no.
Sorry, Danny, sorry.
Anyone else no?
Austin, no.
Okay, roll call.
Yeah, sorry.
Roll call.
Swing it.
Roll call.
Roll call on the,
This is to reject.
Roll call to reject. Hickson.
I'm sorry, Chair. I just want to be clear for our people dialing in and beaming in. Could you repeat what a yes vote means? A yes vote, to my understanding, is we're rejecting the change in the calendar, and
Right,
we're
you're
rejecting the night shift funding.
But you're rejecting the number 5, clerical calendars, eliminate shorter calendars for clerical employees.
If you vote yes, you're rejecting both of those.
it.
Thanks, Chair.
Correct.
Appreciate it.
And this one?
Me?
And
Did you
if
call me?
you vote yes, you're rejecting the night shift differential to increase the shift differential to 75 cents per an hour for facilities, clerical, and security employees.
Madam Chair,
Yep.
Yes, I'm for rejecting.
are you willing to put
Yes,
those in
I'm for
two separate
rejecting
motions?
At this point, yeah.
Hold on, Ms. Pham. Sure, if that
Hey, I'm
makes
sorry,
everybody
you're gonna hear
feels.
some dogs barking. I'm sorry, I had to
Ms. Pham, 1 second.
go in.
I think she's having a
Okay. If it makes it easier for everyone, I'll separate it out. My first motion will be to reject 2, night shift differential, to increase the shift differential to 75 cents an hour for facilities, clerical, and security employees. That's my first motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Aldef, second by Zeman. Board comment. Roll call.
Roll call on the motion to reject. Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
No.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert.
No.
Zeman.
Yes.
Aladef.
Yes.
Alston.
No.
Pham.
No.
Motion fails 6-3.
Fogan Holy, maybe?
Oh, sorry, Foganoli. Sorry.
No.
No? Yes, motion fails 3-6.
Okay, so Ms. Batista, since that failed, so that means we're going to be giving them the
Nope.
night shift differential?
No.
Oh, we have to make another motion. So someone wants to make a motion on there on the no
Yes.
side? Dr.
Yes.
Holness?
I motion to give a night shift differential of 50 cents per hour instead of 75.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Holness, second by Rupert. Board comment? How much money is that?
$4.12.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Azarito?
We're looking at it. So going from 35 to 75 cents was 988,000, but we're going to calculate the other one. Hold on.
Wow.
35, 50 cents?
Yes.
Is this retro to 23, 24?
23, 24, yeah.
I don't know where you're getting the money from.
We don't have the numbers easy to figure this out. It'll be less than 988,000, I can tell you that.
700,000, then 2/3 of it.
There you go, 700,000, Dr. Zeman.
Do the math.
Good job, Dr. Seaman. A plus.
It's
Okay,
been a long
so
day. You can
what did you say, 730,000, and you're getting that money, Dr. Holmes, from where?
50 cents more.
So the question I have is if that is two questions. If that is taken from fund balance, are we within the state required balance? And secondly,
Wasn't it raising it 75 cents?
we can always have a fund balance goal in the year 24, 25 that would replenish whatever is taken.
Dr. Hepburn?
So I think when you add, what was the amount, 700?
700,000.
So that goes to probably about $1.6 million. We're talking about pulling out a fund balance. I mean, it's doesn't it's not at the point where, we're at fiscal urgency, but this does continue to deplete, and then makes it harder to replenish. So I want to caution the board on continuing to depend on fund balance for anything addition to the $838,000 that we just did with the 2.5%.
I'd like to withdraw my second.
I have a question.
No.
One sec, wait.
It's not going from 0 to 50, it's going from 35 to 50. That's only 15 cents. That's not $700,000.
Can she withdraw herself?
It's currently 35. It's
Okay.
going from 35
If there's
to
no
50.
objection, Ms. Rupert would like to withdraw her second. Seeing no objection.
Chair, can we be clear, though, just as a
Quiet,
point of order?
quiet.
The magistrate ruled 75 cents an hour, and I think that's going from 35 to 75. So that was a 40 cents increase. And what Dr. Holness is suggesting was 15. So the total price tag for that's closer to $350,000 to go up. So just to be clear, the cost of moving from 35 to 50 is moving it up 15 cents an hour.
Correct.
And the cost is roughly $350,000. And I understand the superintendent doesn't want to add any more to fund balance, and I think that sets up people's vote.
Okay. I would just say that I think that this is a great idea, but to do for the 24-25 budget. Any other questions? Everybody know what we're voting on? Ms. Hickson?
Madam Chair, is there a second on the motion?
Oh, actually, no, there's no second. It died. Good catch.
I just wanted to make a point.
Took her motion.
All of this coming out of a budget we've already spent. So nothing can come out of the 23-24 budget because we're in the 24-25 school year budget cycle. So there's no money left over from 23-24, and when we did the 2.26, it was out of ARP money, which is sitting there. So we just have to be cognizant of that moving forward, because it's going to all come out of
Fund balance,
the fund
yes.
balance that we have right now, that we're trying to get to by policy, because we passed
to
the policy
5%.
to 5%, and we're going in the wrong direction.
Thanks for the clarification, Ms. Hickson. I share the same concern. There is $6.1 million set aside in ARP from 23-24 for 2.26, originally for 2.26 one-time bonus. Anything moving forward as far as money that we're spending on compensation will have to come from fund balance. So I have a concern about anything beyond what we've already approved for the $838,000. So I just want to be very, very, very clear as the team and I are working to increase fund balance to that 5% goal, and also working to ensure we have enough money to compensate all of our employees accordingly as we negotiate during 24-25 and beyond.
Okay, so since we need a motion on the floor, since my motion failed.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion, since I was on the prevailing side, to bring back the previous motion.
Oh, thanks. Is there a second? Moved by Leonardi, second by Hickson. Board member comment on the motion to reject night shift differential number 2 and clerical calendars number 5. Any comments?
Oh.
Ms. Pham?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is this fund going to cover all the different categories, or are we selecting only a certain few to make payment to?
Dr. Hepburn?
If you can repeat the question for me, Ms. Pham, just to make sure I heard it.
Sure. Is this for all the FOPE employees? Is this covering the maintenance workers, the clerical workers, the food service workers, or are only certain categories going to receive payment?
Okay, understood. Mr. Azarito, is this covering this motion about night shift? Are we still on that motion?
Yes.
Okay, about night shift, is it covering all FOPE workers or a specific group?
Facilities, clerical, and security employees.
So
The
it's
ones that work at
everyone,
night.
right?
It's the facilities, the clerical, and security employees, not food service. Great. They don't work at night.
Roll call.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments? So the motion on the floor,
Services,
Mr.
have the food services people been paid? Have we had budgeted any money for the food services people today? Are they receiving anything if we vote on this?
Yes. They received a 2.5.
32 cents an hour.
And my final question is, what do we have in our general fund after all this money comes out? Where do we stand financially? Are we secure?
Yes, Ms. Pham, we should be, the fund balance is about 4.4% prior to the 838,000. Mr. Whitney, if you correct me if I'm wrong, we're still slightly over 4%, correct?
Yes, we will still be slightly over 4%.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, hold on, Mrs. Pham. That was based on what we've already passed. So there are two things that we're still looking at. So if we were to not reject it and come up with these other two items, it would be about $2 million that would have to come out of general fund. So if those $2 million also came out of general fund, Dr. Hepburn, could you tell us where we sit in terms of being at that 3?
Yes, that will probably bring us under 4%, which is getting dangerously close to fiscal
Thank you.
urgency.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to reject night shift differential, to reject the shift differential to 75 cents per hour for facilities, clerical, and security employees. Also, the motion on the floor is to reject, to eliminate shorter calendars for clerical employees. Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. Leonardi?
Yes.
Rupert?
Yes.
Zeman?
Yep.
Aladev?
Yes.
Austin?
No.
Pham? Mrs. Pham?
Sorry. I'm still nervous, no.
Foganoli?
No.
No. Hickson?
Yes.
Motion.
What was Foganoli? I didn't hear him.
No.
He was a no. He forgot Dr. Holness.
Oh.
Wholeness?
Oh,
Yes.
Holness?
Okay. Passes 6-3. Okay. All right. That's it. There being no other business to come before this board, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. It's been moved and second that this meeting be adjourned, and all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. We are adjourned.
Any comments on motions to adjourn?
Oh my God.